Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. It's going to be a rather warm morning in every sense of the term in Budapest, so I think we are sheltered here in relatively comfortable premises. Be careful when you go out, it may be 35 degrees today, centigrade. So it's wonderful to see all of you here and to open the Democracy Institute's conference on excessive wealth concentration and democracy. I think the three things which are stated in the programmatic invitation are so self-evident that they hardly bear repeating. It's an unprecedented concentration of wealth, which we have seen over the last few years in almost every society in the world. That is part of the political polarization, which is eroding in some ways the consensus around what were in Western liberal democracies, at least the consensus around the welfare state, which itself affects and has enormous implications for the social contract on which these democracies were based, is very clear. I come from India. In India, this consensus was the consensus that democracy was extraordinarily important, was never based either on social or on economic equality. So it's a very different trajectory in which democracy in India arises and democracy in India survives, with a great deal of polarization right from the beginning. So I think one of the things we might want to think about today is very different trajectories of democratization and how they tie in to different trajectories of societies and their ways of dealing with extremes of inequality, social inequality, and economic inequality. So what democracy provides is political equality, and it's always been in tension then with capitalism, which has a totally different logic. So it's not just about, in my view, excessive wealth concentration or the growing inequality, but it's also about a very fundamental tension between capitalism, whose logic is about economic growth, profits, and economists don't really care about the distribution in a way, or mainstream economics doesn't really care about how those are distributed. In fact, the mainstream view for a long time in the discipline has always been it's irrelevant how wealth is distributed, because the fact that there is economic growth will then lead to larger pie, which can then be distributed, but the distribution question has never been central. So equality is something, economic inequality, social equality is something which has never been at the center of the discipline of economics. So I think it's an interesting thing now that even some economists are beginning to realize that kleptocracies and what we in India have long called crony capitalism, which is not unknown to this country as well, are things which are highly detrimental and corrosive to democratic politics. So let me say just two or three things here which just struck me while looking at the program and looking at the kinds of questions that you would like to ask. The one question I have been asking myself a lot is about justifications of wealth, public justifications of wealth. Now, I'm by training an anthropologist and a sociologist, so I have a different take on this story. But I've been in long conversation with a very close friend of mine whose book has, I think, not been translated into English, but in German it's called Überreichtum, Martin Schulz. And Überreichtum is excessive wealth. It's the German translation of Plato's concept of excessive wealth, which Plato considered to be not healthy for a society, but also not virtuous for the individual. Now, with Martin, I've been talking about one problem, which I do want to pose here, because I think one of the things which is interesting is how differently excessive wealth is publicly narrativized and legitimized in different societies across the world. And I think the way in which it's legitimized makes a difference to how democratic politics is then confronted with this excess of wealth. So that's the sociological angle to the questions that you will be looking at. The other question I wanted to bring to your attention is the nexus between political power and the amassing of enormous wealth has in a way worked both ways, in the sense that liberalization, neoliberal globalization, privatization has helped amass a lot of wealth, and that wealth then has led to further deregulation and further privatization. So it's in a circular kind of system, which, however, has not been the same in every society. So one of the things I've been studying as an anthropologist on the ground are special economic zones. And these are very interesting zones of concentration for one particular reason. In a country like India, each one of the special economic zones are the private fiefdom of one particular capitalist or industrialist who has amassed special favors with the government, who's been done these favors. So it's a crony capitalist model which we have been seeing since a long time. But the global model, which Quinn Slobodian, for example, in Crack Up Capitalism discusses, is the global model has been little democracy in all of these little enclaves which have been built over the world in which you want a special economic zone as your model for economic development. So, Singapore is a good example, Hong Kong is a good example, China, of course, etc. So I won't go into the details, but for me the interesting thing is this is not, and as Slobodian's new book, Hayek's Bastards, shows, we need to think about the ideological underpinnings of this entire enterprise in which you have a very, very strong US-American ideological lobby pushing for a certain kind of capitalism, but it should function without democracy, and building those mostly so far outside of the US. So we need to take a very global view of the way in which a lot of experiments are currently being carried out in the world in which there are enclaves of particular kinds of capitalism, which are then enclaves for non-democratic or anti-democratic practices. Now, the rich, of course, as all of you know, have much greater access to resources. They have much greater access to power, also to electoral politics, the way in which they influence elections. We've seen that particularly starkly in the US of late. But what we have also, I think, seen is that the more this dynamic continues, the less wealth in the state exchequer is there to distribute. So in a way, what it does is it corrodes the ability, it erodes the ability of the state to distribute welfare, further than weakening the basis for social democracies, especially in Europe, which was so dependent on the idea of state welfare as the backbone of that democracy. So I think there are very many different dynamics here, and let me end on just 2 points. One, that I think the preferences of the super rich, and we've seen that in the US very clearly, they just count for much more, and they have an oversized influence on the entire setting of the political agenda, and then, of course, its implementation in many ways. And my last point would be that excessive wealth never fell from heaven. It was an intended political process which brings about this excessive wealth. I've spent 40 years in India doing ethnographic fieldwork among the very poor, because it's impossible to do ethnographic fieldwork among the rich. They will not let you in to their companies, their homes, or their families. But what I have always pointed out is the corollary process is a process which is poverty also does not fall from heaven. It's a process of impoverishment, which is a politically intended process, which is the corollary or the parallel process of the amassing of excessive wealth. Now, in a country like India, the dynamics have been very interesting. You get that excessive wealth, you get enormous political equality, and you get a democracy in which 80% of the population goes to vote. The poorest cast their ballots, the rich stay at home. They've never participated in any election. So I look at this dynamic from a very particular Indian eye, of course, because of my own experience as a citizen, but also as a scholar. So I would really urge you to think of some of these big questions in a comparative perspective to get a sense of some of the nuances of the dynamics which we take for granted if we are basically looking at liberal democracies in the West, and especially the US, which is just so much in the news in all of these questions that we are addressing. So I'm very pleased to be here, very interested in learning a lot about the questions which I have been looking at from a very, very different angle, and a very warm welcome to you to CEU's original home. We were not established here in Budapest, we were established in Prague, but we moved very soon, also forced to move very soon, and we're here at home for 3 decades. So this is our original home. This is the building which we refurbished a year before the Hungarian government forced us to move all our American accredited courses out of this, programs teaching out of this country. We continue to hold the flagship of CEU High here through the Democracy Institute, which is at the heart of our research here on the Budapest site. And we have the Institute of Advanced Study, and we have the Open Society Archive. If you have time, please pay to visit. It's just around the corner. And I really thank both of you as organizers, Andrea and Andreas, and I'd like to thank Laci Proust, who's been leading the Democracy Institute with great distinction since its very inception. So warm welcome, and I hope we're going to have an exciting intellectual adventure with one another.
Thank you, Szelenyi, for your kind words. My name is László Proust. I'm the director of Democracy Institute. Let me briefly just introduce to those of you who are from outside DI. That's how we call Democracy Institute, what we are, what we do. We were created 5 years ago in Budapest after the CEU and all its teaching programs were forced to leave Budapest. And we basically are in the front line of battle for re-establishing the rule of law and democracy. We do research. Primarily, this is a research institute. We have 5 great working groups that study democracy, democratization from different angles, based on partly cross-disciplinary and partly cross-regional comparative study. We have a big diversity of disciplines in and around DI. We have, among the founders, we had medievalists, historians, political scientists, sociologists, students of network science, gender studies, anthropology, and so on. So this is a very interesting mix. And as you see also in the program, this is reflected also in the way all researchers approach the questions linked to democracy and the rule of law. We have also lots of comparative and cross-regional studies. We just finished a 2-year program called Global Forum on Democracy and Development that had mobilized around 60 younger and not so young researchers all around the globe in 4 continents. And we do lots of research that are within the region. That's our strengths, of course. DI's most important strength is in the region, but we use this intimate knowledge of this region, the post-communist world, but also Europe, for being players in cross-regional studies. Besides research, we do several things that are linked to using the knowledge produced here. And when we are talking about knowledge produced here, of course, I refer to also our networks. We have a very lean organizational structure. We have on our payroll a limited number of researchers, but we work with in our programs and projects. We have over 200 people, researchers, scholars working with us, and. So we use this knowledge also for participating in policy advice or advocacy. We are very proud of the Leadership Academy of the DI that teaches new generation of public leaders in Central Europe. We have several programs that are participating in advocacy, like the Rule of Law Clinic of the DI, or we are together with the European University Institute and Sciences Po, we are advising the Ukrainian government how to manage the governance of the European integration in a way not to fall in the trap several countries in the new member state fall, having 6-8 years after the joining of EU, Eurosceptic illiberal governments in place. So we have several outreach programs like the István Bibó Free University or the Borderless Knowledge series of EU, and I can go on. So we have finally, what I definitely would like to mention, the Review of Democracy, or online platform that has over a dozen editors from 4 continents and allows for a forum for discussing issues linked to democracy. So I stop here in the introduction. Just briefly wanted to mention, actually linking to the ideas of Szelenyi, that we have been dealing with these questions of extreme wealth concentration, basically since the dawn of democracy in this region. So in the early phase of post-communist transformation, the central question in Eastern Europe was the relationship between democracy and capitalism, or to put it on the language of the 1990s, the simultaneous extension of property rights and citizenship, and political rights. That was seen by many as a problem. We even had the slogan of first perestroika and then glasnost. So first to have the extension of property rights and economic transformation, and it's too early to have at the same time simultaneously democracy. That was seen as a problem, and there was a fear by theorists of modernization or very interestingly, students of public choice, that the problem will be with the have-nots, not with the concentrated, those who have too much concentrated wealth, but those who have nothing. That is, they will use their political rights, newly acquired political rights, to take away the property of the newly rich, or prevent reforms and use the newly acquired political rights to even unmake democracy. So democracy was seen by them as part of a problem, and neoliberal economists or advisors to constitution making were suggesting either minimizing democracy, they were suggesting shock therapy, anesthetize the society before introducing the reforms, or using extreme concentration of constitutional power, executive power. They were suggesting basically strong super-presidential regimes that might solve the problems of this simultaneity. And then there was another group And several people here actually in this room were part of that, who said that democracy, instead of being part of the problem, is part of the solution. That what is needed, and that's the lesson, since basically the Federalist Papers or from late 19th century rule by rubber barons, for example, in the US, is that dispersion of power, dispersion of social, economic, and political power is the solution. That some of you might remember the piece of Joel Hellman on the winners take all, that the problem, the danger of the simultaneous extension is not coming from the poor or from the have-nots, it's coming from the winners. They might use the excessive concentration of economic wealth to capture the state and use that for corrupting both the market and the polity. And there were very good surveys and research that showed that on the one extreme are those countries that, at the advice of the researchers from the first group, introduced super presidential regimes, extreme concentration of political power. All of them were captured by the oligarchs. And the other extreme are those that had distributed not just political power, but also economic or social power. So now we have, 30 years after, somewhat different problems that in the background of this debate, already this neoliberal wave was on its way, resulting in extreme concentration of power in the global north and the global northwest. So, but that's the topic of this conference now. I would like to thank all the organizers for bringing together this exciting program. It's really fantastic. I would like to thank especially to Andrea Krizsan and Andreas Schedler for bringing together an extremely interesting and illuminating group of speakers and researchers and putting together this exciting program. Thanks a lot. I wish you fun for the next 2 days and enjoy also your stay in Budapest if you have time.
All right, good morning. Welcome to everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Andreas Schedler, the leader of the research group on de- and redemocratization. I think we have 2 minutes left officially to go to the keynote speech. So let me basically scrap my notes and say probably just 2-3 words. First of all, in our debates on the global crisis of democracy, we have all been very much focusing on kind of the bad guys, you know, those who threaten democracy, the enemies of democracy, and we have paid very little attention to the structural threats of democracy. And I think all of us who are gathered today, I guess we agree in that the enormous concentration of wealth in private hands today is really a structural threat to democracy. It really runs against the basic egalitarian promise of democracy. 2 notes. On the thanks from Laszlo, I would really extend them to everybody, to the panel organizer. This was really a collaborative, decentralized effort. To Andrea, it was the ideal collaborative venture. It couldn't have been better. To our splendid organizational team, headed by Ruth, to our leadership, to everybody, to you who are here. So this is really a Democracy Institute venture. Let me just say one small thing that may be on everybody's mind in some way, that surely you think it's kind of a weird thing or a strange thing for us who are dependent on the generosity of one hyper-wealth family or individual in the Open Society Foundations, George Soros, to talk on and talk critically, analyze critically the hyper-concentration of wealth in individuals. I think all of us, the CEU, the Democracy Institute, George Soros, the Open Society Foundation, we have to accept that tension. I don't think that George or Alexander, his son, they know that we are gathered today to talk about the hyper-concentration of wealth. I'm sure if they knew, they would be pleased. So that's all I will say for now. Andrea, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Andrea Krizsan, and I'm the other organizer with Andreas, and thanks go the other way too. So we were a very good team together with the DI team. I'm not going to scrap my notes because they're very short, so I want to say the points also because they feed into the main debates, discussion that we're going to have. It is about the tension, a critical tension that we have here. It's important. I'm leading the Democracy, Inequalities and Democracy Working Group within the Democracy Institute. And I think it's important when we had this title up there and we figured it out, everybody's first thinking of inequalities in economic terms. And it's important to know that our working group on inequalities works on economic inequalities too, but it has a lot of focus on status-based, on social inequalities, on gender, on race, on religion, on disability, and these are critical issues, and I think it's important to see the concentration of extreme concentration of wealth also from that angle, and maybe it is a little bit different, not so much different, but it's a good way to look at the tensions that are here. And I want to, on the one hand, show how the hyper-rich are key protagonists in funding hate, funding actors that are key to hate-mongering. It is think tanks, it is political parties, it is civil society actors who are fundamentally undermining equality and working towards an exclusionary notion of political life, towards an exclusionary political project. We have plenty of data showing how hyper-rich are financing some of these platforms, that they are putting money into these platforms, and that is important to see as one aspect. But I think it's also very important to see the other part of today's current world, which is where a third wave autocracy is spreading, and we see states that are captured by actors who are against critical voices, against critical civil society, against advocates for human rights, advocates for racial equality, for gender equality, for LGBTQ rights. And these states are increasingly either shrinking funding and space for these organizations, or are actually excluding them altogether from funding or from allowing them voice. And in this picture, maybe the hyper-rich gain another role. I mean, we really have to see how the hyper-rich are critical to funding such initiatives. They come in and complement faulty states, biased states, captured states, and this becomes really a tension. So sometimes that funding comes with strings, many times it comes with strings, but many times it is these funding patterns that are encouraging more participatory, more inclusionary ways of distributing money and rethinking how we can have more inclusionary democratic constituencies. So in that context, in a way, the hyper-rich also are a potential, and if you look at the United States and the discussions that are going on there about what are the potentials for stopping autocratization, then you will also see how the number of hyper-rich who can actually finance actors that are standing up against autocratization becomes an asset for the United States. So that's how many democracy scholars actually speak about hyper-rich there. So clearly there is a tension, and I'm not going to solve this here. I just want to say that we meant this conference to be a platform where we can discuss some of these tensions and see what are the bottlenecks to extreme concentration of wealth, and maybe what is some of the potential and the way forward here. So thank you so much. Welcome to Budapest. Welcome to the conference. We look forward to some interesting and thought-provoking discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Katerina Pista, who is a professor at Columbia University. Right. Then I'll have to pull up my email on here. And this is Sarah Gooder.
Okay, sorry for this tiny glitch. We could do two things in the meantime. Either I could recover my notes, my previous notes, or I could start introducing Katarina, even while she may not be listening, but it's you who is the audience, so I may very well do that. So even if her attention is elsewhere, it's a real pleasure to introduce to you Professor Katarina Pistor. She's professor of law of comparative law at Columbia Law School. She's a leading scholar in global debates on inequality of wealth. She's, I would say, a rock star in these debates. She may not smash too many guitars today, but she's really someone you may have read pieces by her, you may have heard about her, but you may not know everything about her. So you may not know that she obtained her law degree from Freiburg University in the late 80s, then went on to get an MA in law from the University of London, specializing in Soviet law and Chinese law. A master in public administration at Harvard later on, and then a doctorate in law from Munich University, all that in 1 decade. And then at the beginning of this millennium, she moved to Columbia. Since then, since kind of looking back over a quarter of a century, she has really delivered an impressive work in what I would describe the international political economy of law. So she has published in countless journals of law, of the social sciences, has written, co-authored, edited almost 10 books, and she is about to publish two further books who are in the pipeline. In recognition of her really impressive achievements. She has been elected member of the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences, and Humanities, of the European Academy of Sciences and the Club of Rome. Yeah. You're almost done.
It's still not coming in, so...
It did arrive, the PowerPoint. Here it will be going
I'm
up.
just loading it now.
It doesn't open? It does open?
It'll open. There we are.
Yeah. Now you can smash the guitar.
I'm just going to
All right. That's fine.
the screen's gone now. So there we are. Okay.
Okay, so there we are here. All right, so I continue with my notes while this is kind of the preview. For those of you who do not know Professor Pistor, you may be asking, why should we open a conference on wealth and inequality with someone who teaches US corporate law to elite students in New York, who then will go on to just oil the wheels of capitalism? Sounds strange, isn't it? Doesn't it? But I think much of the answer, or at least kind of the most influential and well-known answer, lies in her book, The Code of Capital, how the law creates wealth and equality. Widely kind of successful and cited book. Before reading that book, I thought that I had understood the basics of capitalism. I thought I knew how capitalism worked. But really, Katharina showed me that I had failed to explain, to understand and to see the basic creative role of lawyers, of private lawyers, in crafting the legal infrastructure of capital. As Katharina Pistor argues in the Code of Capital, in that book, with really admirable erudition and lucidity, in an empirical analysis that spans centuries, the whole globe, and disciplines, and various disciplines. So in this book, she shows that lawyers, the masters of the code, as she calls them, have been kind of the big omitted variable in our comprehension of capital, in the history of capital. So again and again, these lawyers have been creating and recreating the legal foundations of capital. They have been crafting complex bundles of protective rules and protective exceptions, and they have managed to get these rules recognized and protected by national states all across the world. A really big feat. And in our discussions on democracy, in political science and outside, we usually stress the intrinsic, intimate connection between democracy and the rule of law. And in current debates about democratic backsliding and the subversion of democracy, we always jump in and defend the rule of law. That's kind of almost our first line of defense. And when doing so, we tend to overlook really to the extent that law, how much of our law is neither democratic in origin nor in content. And the Code of Capital, Katharina's book, really shows how much of the law that creates and protects capital, the empire of law through which capital rules, as she formulates, is neither crafted nor sanctioned nor controlled through democratic institutions and procedures. It's really the work of lawyers, not of legislators, not of courts, not of national sovereign states. So Karl Marx famously thought that the economy was the basis of society and the rest was superstructure. With her work on the legal foundations, the legal infrastructure of capitalism, Katharina draws our attention to what we might call the basis of the basis. So Katharina, thanks a lot for being here, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. I just want to say that I'm really delighted to be back at the CEU. I was there in the early days in Prague. I was researching privatization in Eastern Europe and Russia at the time. And as my colleague Mark Mazauer, a historian, said when I wrote the Code of Capital, I could have never written that book had I not had the experience of looking at socialist countries trying to make what they called a transition was a transformation into a different regime, because you really had to unpack the institutional structures, both of the countries that you looked at that were trying to change and the countries where they supposedly were going. And much of the policy advice that came out of economics did not have any sense of either. They didn't even understand their own capitalist systems, much less the socialist regimes. So I'm not going to talk about socialism, although I will mention a couple of the early socialist legal theorists, which I think had deep insights into what capitalist law looks like. Brief outline, I will talk about capitalism as a legal regime. A new book is coming out which is called The Law of Capitalism and How to Transform It. So if the Code of Capital unpacks the very institutional, micro-institutional structures, what I like to call the legal modules, and the attributes that capital has in law, the next book is trying to say, well, how does it work at a systemic level, and what does it mean for the reconstitution of capitalism and potentially for its transformation. So I will try to merge both of these ideas in my presentation today. So capitalism is a legal regime, first point. Second, I will talk about the foundations of capitalist law, about the relationship between capitalist law and private power. And then I will make the core point is that inequality is legal. It's built into our legal systems. It's related to resources, but the resources themselves owe a lot to the legal structures. And then I will just hint at some ideas I have about transforming capitalism through law. So capitalism is a legal regime. It's basically, I like to define capitalism as a system that uses a social resource, the legal system, to create private wealth by monetizing today expected future returns. And this time transformation, saying I have expected future returns, I can monetize them today, for example, by trading an asset, is made possible through law. It doesn't exist without having titles, without clarifying the different rights the different parties might have to the same asset. It doesn't happen without giving them some protection against loss of value, and certainly not without having a state saying, we back these structures. So it takes not just a village, it takes a state. And it takes a legal money system to create capitalism as a legal regime. So what are the foundations of capitalist law? One idea that I did take from Yevgeny Pashukanis, who wrote in the 1920s, he was one of the leading socialist legal theories of his time, was later executed by Stalin because he insisted that the state and the law should wither away in a post-socialist society on the way to communism. But he basically wrote, although his book is about socialist law, it really was a fundamental critique of capitalist law. And he says one of the fundamental distinctions of capitalist law is the separation of public and private. He calls it not only the duality of public and private law, but the antithesis of public and private law. And while many legal theorists and other legal realists and other realists have said, in the end, all law is public because it must be enforced by the state to be legally valid, Pashukanis actually wrote much earlier that you could also say that in the end, all law is private because that's where it comes from. If you trace it back to Roman law, it's private and then backed by the state at some point, but these are the roots, and I think this is important. The second important point about the foundations of capitalist law is that capitalism, historically in the West, preceded democracy. So this is another variation on the theme that Laszlo was talking about. What is the relationship between capitalism and democracy? The American historian Jonathan Levy, in his book Ages of American Capitalism, writes in one opening paragraph of a chapter, just almost in nonchalant fashion, he says, capitalism was there first and then came democracy. So the question is why capitalism ever tolerated, perhaps even needed democracy, and whether it's ready to discard it is something I think that should be on our mind. And then the third foundation of capitalist law is that there's a very strong preference for private self-ordering as opposed to collective self-ordering. Private self-ordering is not only necessarily individual, it can include contracts, but the idea is that individuals order their affairs themselves without the state intruding, whereas in fact, as I will show, they can't do much without actually the state, because if you want to have an enforceable contract, it has to fit the requirements of a contract, and you have to have standing in court, etc. So the state and its law is always in there, certainly in the modern legal systems. So the theme that I will come to back again and again is basically what is the relationship between capitalist law and private power. And I see this as a dynamic relationship. It's not just unidirectional, it's not just monocausal. So I will start with private law and go back a little bit to the Code of Capital and explain to you the core ideas of the code. I will then sort of move on to public law, which is the body of law that we typically use to rein in the excesses of capitalism that are validated by private law. So we're trying to curtail through financial regulation, sometimes through taxation, through limits of what you can do. Also, the entire court system can be thought of as public here. So standing in a court of law is important. That's all public law. And then, however, because of particular features of capitalist law, we will see that somehow they always get around these restrictions and are always able to reconstitute their own priorities, their own demands on society through legal means. It's important for capitalism. It's absolutely critical that what they do is legal, because that gives them the ability to harken back to state power and say, well, it's legal, to necessarily enforce it in a court of law, even to engage in strategic litigation to advance their interests. And that together is really the source of private power. It's private wealth creation through law. It's private autonomy guaranteed by law against others, against other private parties, but also against the state, and a complete lack of accountability vis-a-vis those that are subordinated in this process. So when you think about the mechanisms to control private legal arrangements, typically competition law, some regulation, but the foundations of private law are not among them. And so the mechanisms of accountability that we have developed for state power are largely absent in the case of private power. So this is just the cover of the Code of Capital. The core argument I made in the Code of Capital is that capital is coded in law. I said now also capitalism is a legal regime and the two are related, but capital is basically, this is the micro-institutional level, and the capitalism story is the system level. So I'm basically saying, give me any object, a piece of land, any promise, payment in the future, or any idea, a new invention, new writing, something like that. And with the right legal coding, I can turn this thing into a wealth-generating and wealth-protecting asset, and that's a capital asset. So capital then is defined as a wealth-generating asset, and law is, by and large, the institutionalized means of coercion. That's what Max Weber and others have associated with the state. So you need some basic assets, but a piece of land is just a piece of dirt. You can graze your cattle, you can go and have a picnic, you can jog on the land. You cannot monetize the land unless you have legal title. You cannot sell it, you cannot mortgage it, you can't do anything with the land other than using it, and that can be very valuable, but you can't monetize this gain without legal protection. That's the core point, and the same is true for promises and for ideas and other things as well. So the legal modules I identify in the Code of Capital are the fundamental institutions of private law. Property law, collateral law is part of property law. It's basically to secure an asset like a mortgage. Trust is a common law invention. It's quite important because it is so flexible and can shift property rights without really shifting property rights in law. Corporate law is another important module. Bankruptcy law and contract law, which can mimic most of the features of the other areas of the law. So I'm not going to bore you with that. Unless you're a legal nerd, you might not be interested in all these institutional details, but if you have a bit more interest, I try to explain them in relatively accessible terms, but it's all relative in the Code of Capital. So I won't say much about this. You can ask me later. The question then is, what do these legal institutions do with our piece of land, with our promise, with our invention? And what I'm basically saying, what the law does, it creates certain attributes of capital, and these are critical to defend against others, they're critical to create wealth. The first really is universality, and that's basically saying it's legal. If it's legal, the state can be mobilized so that it will protect these rights against the world. This is not only an arrangement between you and your neighbor, you and your friend, you and your transactional party. It's an arrangement that always has this third aspect built into it. If somebody else comes and says, I haven't heard about this, I wasn't at the table when the arrangement was made, you can say, but this is an arrangement that is protected by law, and we will defend this arrangement against you. And if it's legal, that's what you can do. That's critical. So universality basically says it's legal. Priority suggests that the legal system actually ranks different types of rights all the time, which is kind of important because this also means we don't have to run to court all the time when we have a dispute about what's your right, what's my right. So think about somebody, like a friend of yours who might face insolvency, and you have just lend your car to that friend. It's your car, you have your title, the car is in his possession. His other creditors, maybe the banks, to whom he might have mortgaged the house, they're trying to find all the assets that are now available to meet their claims. What happens with this car? To whom does the car belong? Since you have property rights, and that's the highest right, you can pull out the car from the pool of assets in bankruptcy, and all other creditors have to stand aside and have to accept this. They have to satisfy their claim from the rest of the assets that are left. So if you have priority, you're always better off. Property is the most powerful right, priority right. But if you use your property right to mortgage your house or to use your car as a collateral for a loan, your creditors can take it away. So expropriation comes not only from the state, it also can come from your private neighbors. Durability. Durability means that you can protect an asset or pool of assets against too many different claimants who want to put their hands onto these assets. And the best example, of course, is for example, the state wants to tax certain assets. If you can create a legal pool and transfer this legal pool to Luxembourg or the Cayman Islands and can make a good case that this is legally separate from you, you can avoid these taxes and not evade, because you have created a legal structure that is acceptable in law and that will be enforceable in law, and so the state cannot tax this pool of assets that are now in the jurisdiction of Cayman Island. Durability is created through trust law, also through corporate law and other organizational law devices. And then last but not least, for financial assets, durability is less important because you trade them all the time. But financial assets can attain durability if they can be converted or flipped into a safer asset in times of crisis. So in times of crisis, most private assets lose value. And we always talk about the investors are heading for the exit. Where are they heading to? What do they want when they head to the exit? They want state-issued money, not private-issued money, if you want to say all these financial instruments are a form of money. Why state-issued money? Because only state-issued money can protect its nominal value, not always real value. We have inflation, of course, but the nominal value, a dollar is a dollar is a dollar, a florin is a florin is a florin, a euro is a euro is a euro, and you can pay your taxes with this money without any discounts, without any haircuts, is absolutely critical in times of crisis. Effectively, when you flip your bonds, your shares, your derivatives, whatever you're trading into state money, you basically cash in the expected future returns today. You're parking your past gains until financial markets have calmed down, and then you do the game again. So it basically creates a bottom insurance device against the volatility of financial markets. So these are the critical attributes that these modules, which are old, you can trace most of them to Roman law, the trust to the 12th century, maybe corporate law is a little bit of more recent origin, but you can use these modules which have been in principle around for at least 400 years, and they have been used to package capital, land, firm. Okay. Okay, so let me get this a little closer. So second step. When capitalism goes overboard, and the clearest sign for these are financial crises. Think about the 2007-2008 crisis. Think about the East Asian financial crisis of the 1990s, and they affected, of course, also many socialist countries, former socialist countries. Russia had a deep crisis in '98, and other countries were affected by that as well. When we have a crisis, we realize that many capitalists have probably tried to coat too much capital, and they then realize that they won't find so many takers for the stuff that they had created, so they can't preserve the value or increase the value through trading in the market where people will bid up the prices. They will basically go back home to mother, if you want, to their own state and say, give me cash, give me cash. And if they have cash, then they're safe, and then they can continue this. Most societies realize at this point that they need to regulate somehow, to curtail the ability of capital to play this game. And so we have, in moments of fundamental crisis in the United States, the New Deal of the 1930s is the best example, but you could also say the post-war legal order was created in deep recognition that, yes, there was fascism in Italy and Germany and other countries, there was the Holocaust, there was the war, but there also had been a deep economic and financial crisis. So you reorder the world quite consciously by saying we will curtail capital flows, we will pack the dollar to gold, all other currencies to the dollar, we will restrict, as I said, capital controls, and every country will try to find the right balance between the public law and the private law. Well, what happens then is typically that it takes only a while for the users of the private law, the clients and their sophisticated attorney, to wiggle around the legal constraints that are being put in place. So public regulation as an antidote to the coding of capital works, usually for a while. When I talk to the lawyers in the city of New York, they typically tell me it's just a question of time after the next round of regulation for us to mute, to effectively make ineffective the intention of the regulation that has put in place. You just have to find new coding techniques to get around it. So one of the problems of the regulation is also constitutional. The constitutional democracies would tell regulators they have only limited power. They can't do what they want. They get certain delegated power, and if they overstep that power, whatever they do might be struck down, a constant struggle in the United States. Legislators can delegate to regulators, but they don't have limitless power to do so. Legislators should be the ones who make the law. And of course, then many regulators have very, very important resource constraints, because how much resources they have in order to police the market as they evolve again post-crisis is really critical for seeing how effective they are. So the long-term effect, as I said before, is through legal arbitrage. I will say more about this in a second. The constraints that are put in place by regulation are time and again weakened, relaxed, if not made ineffective. So examples in the post-war order, we had capital controls, we have financial regulation, we had a social market economy, we have the expansion of rights for women and minorities, we have had new guarantees for access to justice, changes in the Civil Procedure Code. Most of them have been reversed. We have, of course, the full free capital controls, we have deregulation, we have the expansion of private autonomy, we have financialization of almost anything, and we have the privatization of law enforcement through arbitration. Then we were hit by another major crisis in 2007, 2008. Lots of meetings, lots of efforts by the Financial Stability Board and others, a new regulatory regime, etc., skin in the game, spin-off of trading desks. So in the immediate time after the crisis, there were a lot of discussions about this. And then in fact, most of the reforms were never fully implemented or relaxed. The first Trump administration already curtailed some of the stress tests and financial regulation for banks. So this is the same game. It can happen through just coding strategies, through private law. It can also happen through massive lobbying, and of course with the right alignment of political parties in power, that will be pushed back as well. Okay, so now I'm basically moving from public law to private law just to show you again what are the mechanisms, how is the law constructed to allow private actors, to allow the capitalists and their lawyers to get around the legal constraints that basically democratically elected legislators are trying to put in place to curtail capitalism, to make it sure that everybody has a piece of the pie. So the features of capitalist law at a systemic level, I argue, are first private empowerment. We do empower, through law, private parties to take the law into their own hands and organize their affairs with one another in law themselves without having to ask for approval. All they face is ex post scrutiny if somebody takes them to court, a private party, or maybe a regulator. We very often, as I mentioned before, Max Weber and others have said, is the state is the embodiment of the centralized means of coercion, but access to the centralized means of coercion is highly decentralized. It works through litigation. And if you have a lot of resources and you might face a lot of legal problems, but the law has to work your way to create wealth and inequality for others, then you very often litigate not only for the outcome of a particular case, as Mark Gallanter already said in the 1970s, you are in the game for the rules. You litigate strategically to change rules that in the long term help your business model. And once you have a precedent in the common law system, that's easier to attain than in a civil law system. Once you have a precedent, you basically have won the game. And if you are afraid that the judge might not issue the precedent that you want, then you do a private settlement. Then you just put a lot of money on the table and say, let's just settle out of court. Because the fear that a court case might go against those who are trying to litigate strategically is simply too big. And then last but not least, legal arbitrage. And let me just say a little bit on each of these points. And Lasso, you tell me when I'm out of time, so I will rush a little. So private empowerment, I mentioned property rights already. By saying individuals have property rights that they can defend against other private parties, but also against the state, you empower them quite significantly, because even the state cannot curtail your property rights easily without facing constitutional constraints and perhaps the need to expropriate, to pay expropriation compensation to you. The private law in capitalist societies operates on the assumption that all are formally equal before the law. That's quite different from saying you're substantively equal. You're formally equal before the law. Proudhon already said early in the 19th century, we all have the same right to sleep under the bridges. Of course, we all have that right. But formal equality and not substantive equality, of course, means that you can play the game of the law with the resources that you have. Nobody will look through the resources. When you think about our online world, you click agree because the GDPR wants you to click agree. But this agree is a contract. You enter into contracts. You have never read most of the fine print, I assume, because if you did, you would spend like 7 months per year reading the fine prints of the contracts that you're signing every day. This is no longer the contract that the Roman lawyers were thinking about, or the contracts that we idealize as a mutually beneficial instrument between two private parties. This is a standard contract that the suppliers of that contract give you, and you have a take it or leave it option. Sign it or don't sign it. There's nothing to negotiate. You can negotiate contracts if you sell your used car on the market. Everything else is basically set by boilerplate contracts that are controlled by one party. So the illusion of formality, formal equality, and contractual consensus basically locks us in a system in which we are actually dependent and can have no options except to say yes or no. The other thing with formal equality, as you also, I'm sure, are aware of, we are all sort of just normal human beings, humans, but we're also legal persons in the civil code. The French civil code first coined this framework that upon birth, you become a legal subject. And with it, you have certain rights. You can own property. Your parents might have to manage it, but you can own property. With your guardians, you can enter into contracts. You have certain rights that are basically given to you by a legal system. But in addition to us natural persons, we also have a lot of legal persons which are actually dominating our economies. They're called corporations, multinational corporations. Corporations are juridical persons. This means that they can own their own assets, they can contract in their own name, they can sue and be sued in their own name. They act as you and me for the purpose of economic interactions, and they have an infinite lifespan. They don't die unless they go into bankruptcy. So this gives them a comparative advantage over us, which is enormous. And then, of course, they can also shift some of their own resources into a subsidiary which they can control, which is a separate legal entity, is again formally separate from you, is equal in many different ways, and so the parent was trying to avoid liability for whatever the subsidiary does. So lots of legal constructions here to create private power. I mentioned formal consent, so I don't have to go back to this. The second important feature or characteristic of capitalist law is decentralized access to the means of coercion through litigation. But who has access and on what grounds is really critical. You as a legal subject can sue, but there are also rules where you have to go and sue if you have somebody on the other side. You have to typically sue the defendant in where the defendant is localized, so where it's incorporated, for example, so it puts you into a different position. And not all rights are justiciable. Mostly we allow individuals to fight for individual rights, including the individual rights of corporations. We're much weaker in protecting collective rights, cooperatives and other legal structures in this fashion. And then, of course, you can also face the problem that you might not have access to the courts. Most civil courts in most countries, developed countries today, are completely overburdened. It takes years and years and years to get access to justice. And as Weber already said, if justice delayed is justice denied. So the system doesn't work equally for everyone. On top of that, especially in the United States, in Europe, especially in consumer law in Europe, there are more protections. But in the United States, a lot of contracts are being shifted into arbitration through mandatory arbitration clauses in the contracts that you never read. So even employment contracts have mandatory arbitration clauses that also deny workers collective actions that are otherwise available in the United States or other procedural devices. So the contractual mechanism is used to disempower others, typically the weaker, structurally weaker parties, and to empower the structurally more powerful party. And then last but not least, legal arbitrage. This is really the means by which entities, individual actors that are being regulated can get around the regulation. It starts with something that you cannot eliminate. Law is inherently incomplete. Those of you who study economics and contract theory and economics know that all contracts are necessarily incomplete because the contracting parties are unable to foresee all future contingencies. So basically fundamental uncertainty, we can't write everything in a contract. Then if that's true, then it certainly is also true for law, because law is meant to apply to many more different circumstances, many more different people, and into the indefinite future. So law tends to be relatively general, which means also that we can use the gaps in the law or it's just its generality to interpret it in all kinds of different ways. And if I'm a transactional lawyer, I will take advantage of this by featuring transactions or by creating transactions that are in favor of my client. They take advantage of the incompleteness of the law. They absolutely make sure that you do not violate the law. On top of that, of course, we have multiple legal orders laying on top of one another. There's municipal law, there's state law, there's federal law, there's European law. There are different legal systems that apply to similar transactions. We have transnational transactions or corporations. They usually invoke multiple legal systems. If you can play that game really well, including for taxes, you have a comparative advantage. On top of that, most legal systems have what we call choice of law rules or private international law in the continental use of the word, which basically means that the legal systems say if more than our own legal systems, two or more legal systems might be in play for a dispute. Let's say you went on vacation to Italy and you were hit by a French driver. You returned to Hungary. Under what law will you now try to get compensation from the French driver? French law, Italian law, Hungarian law, where do you sue? That's the stuff that is handled by choice of law rules. For transactional purposes, you can take advantage of that. If you know that English common law or New York law is very friendly to financial transactions, you make sure that you can choose that law for your transactions. And then they govern even if the financial asset is being traded in Europe. So we have, as a result of that, not like clearly defined boundaries, territorial control of the state, which is our image of our state constitutions and our territorial states, really. But you have basically networks of contractual relations that are anchored very often either in London or in New York. Same with choice of forum. You can choose the court where you wish to litigate. Okay. So final point, the relationship of all this to private power. As I said at the outset, inequality is not a bug of the system. It's a feature, it's legal, it's legally structured, and that's basically what Pashukanis already captured when he said there is a duality or antithesis, an inherent antithesis in public and private law built into our legal systems. You get legal protection for private wealth that you create with the help of lawyers that you pay like $750 at least for by the hour, if not much more nowadays in New York, so you have to have the resource to even go down this. Same for taxation, you can avoid taxes easily. You need lawyers, you need to be able to afford it. Rule of thumb, have $50 million at that level, it really makes sense to do this. State capacity is being reduced in part because tax competition among states makes states less powerful in using their own resources to counter this. And of course, there is competition which is enabled by conflict of law rules. Last but not least, as I said before, there's no accountability of those who are subjected to this regime to those who are using it to their own advantage. Because you consented to most of what's happening here. You signed, you clicked agree, you signed the contracts. You consented to a regime that subordinates your interests to those of the capitalist. Okay, 2 more slides and I'm done. Of course, many have already raised questions of how we could overcome capitalism. Marx mostly thinking about class struggle and revolution. Andre Gunnar Frank wrote in the late 1960s about dependency theory and basically said this is really a structural relationship between the periphery and the center, and disregarded institutions largely as explanatory power for these structural differences. If you followed my talk, you would not be surprised to hear that I think actually the institutions create structures that make it hard to overcome the difference between the center and the periphery. Wolfgang Stec, who was long a director at the Max Planck Institute in Cologne, he basically talked about the end of capitalism, how it might happen, and describes an endogenous decline and a kind of interregnum from which something new might emerge. We don't really know what. And then last but not least, John Paget, a sociologist who has studied complex social systems in Renaissance Italy, in the Netherlands at the cusp of the emergence of the capitalist system and others, and has used large data sets to do so. He actually has argued that transformation happens typically when societies transform different domains of their social structures simultaneously in similar direction. So the Netherlands, for example, became capitalist after it freed itself from the reign of the Catholic monarch from Spain. They had basically, they transitioned in a period of 50 years, not that long. In that time, you have not even powerful information systems. They transitioned to a system that was decentralized in the churches, the new Calvinist churches. That was decentralized in the organization of the state. The general estates came about as a federal structure, and that was decentralized in commerce, although it also gave birth to the corporation as a now very powerful new business entity. I find Paget's description of these transformative changes very illuminating, and that's how I want to think a little bit about the transformation of capitalist law. So if capitalism is a legal regime, then it has to be transformed through law. You can't do it outside the law. That's sort of one of the dilemmas, the paradoxes, if you want, of this kind of argument, because the law creates everything. We wished we could just get rid of it. But for complex systems, we need some set of rules for how they're being governed. So we have to think about how to get out of what we have and into something different. So a lot of literature, including Paget's work, but also Catherine Taylor and others, have actually shown that transformative change can happen through a lot of incremental change, whether or not you also change the formal rules. Legal arbitrage on the capitalist side is one strategy, but you could also have legal arbitrage on the other side. You have to think about how to get the resources and the legal knowledge to do so. You can exploit, just as the capitalists have done, gaps and openings in existing law and reinterpret existing law. One could add, and that's an idea that I pursue in my new book as well, it's an idea by Martin Hesselink, who suggests that we should write like a just private law code, at least for Europe, but maybe for the world, that brings in some of the ideas that private law too should be based on the fundamental normative foundations on which we base our constitutions. It should not be able to basically dislodge itself from constitutional values and do its own thing based on private power. It should be subject to the same things. In order to enable this change, I think we do need some institutional structures. We need more collective standing in a court of law. We might need more citizens' council to adjudicate certain things. We certainly need stronger legislators as well. the common denominator, I think, would be the shared goals to make private law democratic as well. Thank you very much.
We have 3 mics. Does it work? I don't know. Thanks a lot, Katharina, for a very wide-ranging talk. I have a lot of questions myself, but I guess we should grasp the opportunity for opening the debate right away. We have quite some time. So, yeah, please let's start collecting a few questions and then come back to you. Please.
Thank you so much for your talk. I had 2 questions. I wanted to ask you, like, how does your argument change when, or like, what do you think about with the rise of right-wing religious nationalism? How does this change, and does it make any difference? And you seem to talk about structural and institutional change that comes with collective solidarity action, and I wanted to ask you if there is a role of individual, you know, where is the individual there, and if that could make any change in that. Yeah, thank you.
Probably we can collect a bit with all that light here. It feels a bit like an interrogation, right? Probably before other hands go up, I would have a personal request to you in the sense that you didn't much emphasize that part of the kind of the creative part of the lawyers. And kind of one thing I found very revealing when reading your book is that I have been kind of grown up and lived in a civil rights tradition, like many of us, I guess, from a European background, and kind of the importance of lawyers and their creativity and their kind of all these margins they have kind of to invent practices, to go along, and then to argue in terms of, well, this is similar, no, this is different, and see how they get at some point recognition by judges without having to go through the processes we have it in mind, you know, first you create laws and then you adjudicate, etc. So this is something I would like you to explain to us. I think it's very revealing, and you just mentioned it in passing, so I think that's an important thing. Any other? Yeah, in the penultimate row, please. Yes.
Hi.
Okay,
Hello.
Marlies, I think. Yes, if I see you right. Yeah. Marlies, please, go ahead.
Thanks. I really enjoyed, found your lecture very interesting. I just had a couple of issues or questions which you might want to address. I guess one is, and that's probably true of the introductory remarks that several people made, but you alluded in your talk to sort of the idea of revolution as a challenge to capitalist law. But I just wonder whether, short of revolution, you know, mass resistance, what role does mass resistance play to the implementation of certain kinds of laws and legal rights that property and property owners might enjoy? And how does that help to transform law in itself, because it creates a different context? The second one was, you said in one of your slides, you pointed out that capitalism preceded democracy, but I just wondered if you might want to say something about the fact that liberalism also preceded democracy by some time. And the third one was picking up your point about lawyers as intellectuals, as makers of history and perhaps even remakers of it. And I just wondered if you might want to comment on that too. Thanks.
Let's take one more now. Marlies, please. Yes.
Thank you very much for your talk. I actually have a question that you might not be able to answer, but I'll give it a try. I would really like to better understand in the relationship between corporate boards, corporate CEOs, or individual billionaires and legal teams or large law firms, the legal expertise. Who is kind of driving the litigation or the lobbying for regulation? do you think it's primarily coming from the economic power holders who are saying this is what we need to achieve, go and find us a solution? Or do you think it's the lawyers who are actually coming with the solutions and the workaround and kind of give a menu, and the economic power holders go along with whatever menu is on offer? And I realize that a lot of that is not actually subject to observation, but I would love to hear more of your perspective on that.
Okay, now the floor back to you, please.
Okay, thank you for these questions. So let me start with religious populism or religious movements. I don't want to fall into the trap that everything that happens to capital is like a response to it. It's just a reaction to it. But that sort of, I think one could at least make that point that people are mobilizing, organizing themselves against a system over which they have no longer control. So I think much of populism of different stripes strikes me as a response, as a gut feeling that you don't know, you might be told that you're living in a democracy, but you do not have control over the future of the system. You vote this, nothing happens. You vote that, nothing happens, right? And so you vote extremes to see what happens, and you organize with people that have some shared ideas against a regime that you don't control and that subordinates you in a certain way. So I think that would be my first cut reading on this. Where's the individual in this? So I think what is ironic to me in the capitalist literature and also in the neoliberal discourse is that the ideas of individual liberties, some of them, of course, the ideas to them precede democracy, absolutely right, are being abused as defenses for large corporations that are bureaucracies in their own rights to defend their rights against others. And you don't have to live in the United States to see this, but in the United States it's extreme because corporations also have free speech rights. So if you put money into party campaigns, political party campaigns, that's declared free speech. So you can fund by the millions, and that's kind of legal. So the individual like us, like the natural person behind that, is a small little particle in a system that deals with legal subjectivity. And individuals also have legal rights, but we're all formally equal before the law. The resources differences and bargaining power difference abstracted away from. That makes us so minuscule, so small, so ineffective in this particular system. On your questions, where are the lawyers and the master of the code? So yes, I think the master of the code are important. I talked today in slightly more abstract fashion. So when the law is incomplete, when there are frictions between legal systems or legal rules, when there are lots of opportunities for legal arbitrage, that's where the lawyers come in, right? That's how you exploit the difference between these different legal rules that you have. And I can maybe also link this to your question. What is the role of the lawyers? An independent legal profession was something to be really proud of. It first emerged in England, on the continent, both in France and Germany and other countries. It was suppressed for a long time because there was fear that the lawyers might become a countervailing power to the powers of the state. And the state was hiring the lawyers, but not supporting a private, independent legal profession. In late financialized capitalism, the law firms have become agents of capital. And I think it goes both ways. So corporations sometimes have general counsel. They typically have a series of law firms with whom they operate on and negotiate responses to particular problems as they arise. So they're in contact daily, what to do and how to package certain things. So I had an interesting conversation once with a finance guy who's actually depicted in the movie The Big Short, if you watched it. It's the main character. And Mike Eisner, and he contacted me about the Code of Capital, and he said, "Oh, you're overestimating the role of lawyers. It's us. We do everything." And I said, "Well, but what can you do without the lawyers? You can have a great idea how you would like to have a financial asset to be now traded. You create sort of, in a team effort, you create a new kind of a derivative. It does not fly unless it's enforceable. So there is, I think, a symbiosis of the two, and it's difficult to say who comes first. In the large law firms, you have basically expertise from tax to financial regulation to competition law too, and that typically in multiple jurisdictions, and they put their heads together and create the package that you need. I just want to also say words about the civil rights lawyers. Paul Weiss, was one of the leading law firms for civil rights litigation, lots of pro bono work that went into civil rights. It was the first law firm in the United States that caved in to Trump's demand to volunteer to give him $40 million worth of pro bono work for his pet projects, lest the company would face an executive order that banned it from federal buildings. Now, several of the smaller law firms sued, and they won preliminary injunctions. They won. This was totally illegal, but the top law firms in the United States, one after the other, caved in and gave Trump basically a war chest of almost $1 billion. That tells you more about the lawyers than anything else. And what I hear internally from people who know people who work there, the wife, the husband, or something of colleagues that I have, or talk to lawyers directly, it's the transactional lawyers who wanted to cave in, not the litigators. The litigators would have sued, but the transactional lawyers are the rainmakers. They bring in the big transactions, and they were afraid that they would lose their clients. I can only hope that they lose their best lawyers, the next generation of lawyers. There are Excel sheets circulating amongst my law students and at other schools as well. They're trying not to go to these kind of firms, and some people have left, and some clients have pulled their work as well. But it's a complicated, and I think you alluded to this, a complicated relation between the two. Revolution as a challenge, yeah, as I said, I don't think this can work. I think revolutions are almost disappointing in their short-term effect when you look at it. Even Lenin had to go back to new economic policy after people were starving in the countryside when he was trying to collectivize. It took the brute force of a Stalin to transform the system from above, a kind of transformation that I would not subscribe to, of course. I think resistance is important, but also resistance has to have a legal element to it. Let me give you one example. Joanna Kuciak, who is a sociologist teaching at Cambridge, UK, but she's also an activist in Berlin, Germany, originally from Poland, on the transformation of housing. So in Berlin, the social democratic government sold the social housing stock, which was substantial, to private real estate investors because they had some budgetary issues in the early 2000s. Then these investors found every loophole in the law to increase wages, although in Germany there's still a lot of wage control and protection of tenants, but they used, basically they were saying they were making green innovations at marginal levels and then increased rent prices. So she, amongst others, started a referendum in Berlin, and they're also mobilizing a provision in the German constitution that has never ever been used, but is still good law, still on the books, which is Article 15 of the German constitution about socialization. You can socialize resources under German law, and nobody has been able to make the case that this is not legal. And so Joanna Kuciak calls this trespassing on the law. I call this legal arbitrage for the capitalists, but it's a kind of resistance that is passive resistance, but also tries to mobilize the creativity, the creative potential of creating legal rights and defending legal rights, because it just gives you more heft. You have just a much better argument if you can say this is actually, that is what we can do in law and by law. And they're doing a second referendum that hopefully will change the law in Berlin as well. Liberalism preceded democracy, yes, too, and the tension between the two are also there. There's so many different definitions of liberalism, it's hard to count. Absolutely correct. I think I said enough about lawyers. And again, sort of CEOs and legal experts, there's a mix of in-house, outside legal advice. One thing that I find deeply troubling, there are some lawyers in New York and London now that are demanding to be paid like an investment banker. So we used to have control of lawyers' fees in many continental countries. In the US, they were the first to start to work on billable hours. So how many hours you clock for your clients that will have to be paid, or contingency fees if you win the case. You get a big share in the outcome of a case, which is not legal in many jurisdictions here. They're now basically pushing for a cut in the profits that their clients are making, becoming investment bankers, and I think that's reflected also in the story I told you about Paul Weiss and the other firms.
Thank you. I forgot to ask you, please introduce yourself before asking. Okay, 1, 2, 3 questions, yeah, to the back.
Hi, I'm Andrea Nosko with Pilnet, and I really appreciate your talk. I want to ask about what I'm sort of seeing, a shift for the system that more resembles feudalism. So I wonder, how do you see the viability of capitalism and the capitalist law in a system, because of the concentration that resembles much more of a feudal one than a democratic?
Yeah, please, over there. Yeah.
Okay, Ina Malnikovska, CEU Vienna. I'm political economist, and so I appreciate a lot these legal insights, and I wanted to follow up on the notion of exit, which rather also reflects mobility or immobility of law. And it seems to me that the part of the problem that you describe is about mobility of private law, visualized through this international institutional arbitrage that you talked about, while public law is largely caught in the national borders. So I wonder, what kind of solutions do you think is feasible? Is it about the strengthening of national public law, or is it about going into with public law at the international dimension and initiating a kind of international public law there? And the other kind of part of the question is, what do you think? So we largely describe this problem in terms of legal issues, a kind of incompatibility of these public and legal law institutions and structures, but it's increasingly becoming the matter of security, yes? So this capital, it's not only a kind of coming from and engaging with liberal governments, but it's increasingly the tools of illiberal governments to be used against a kind of liberal governments in jurisdictions in which this capital from illiberal countries can come into. Yes, so a kind of how do you see this new layer of capitalist law from illiberal countries being a threat? Is it helpful to solve the problem or not? So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Laszlo, please.
Thank you. We are in Hungary, the country of Polanyi, so we believe in movements, counter-movements, replies to these things. And the lawyers played several times very important role in counter-movements. I mean, the progressive era lawyers of antitrust were positive, or the New Deal era lawyers, constitution lawyers, and also regulators played a very important role. Krizsan wrote about rights revolution for the 30s. And then actually Krizsan became the regulation czar of Obama in the 90s, or no, later. What went wrong there? Why this movement? He was, for example, talking about fight against the return of the Lochner era, when regulation or property becomes basically a pre-political, gets a pre-political status, gets out of even any regulation. So what went wrong? What do you think?
Would you like to respond?
Thank you. So feudalism, and I think this goes also to the question about illiberal orders. Yes, it's feudalistic. I agree with that. I actually have a wonderful quote in the Code of Capital by Bernard Rudden, who was a legal historian at Oxford. He also studied Soviet law. And he basically said the legal institutions that govern our financial capitalist system are the same, and they were created hundreds of years ago under the order of feudalism. So our property rights regime is feudalist, essentially, and today the same legal structures move not a piece of land or rights to land, it's never the land as such that moves, right? It's rights to lands that move, but they move funds across oceans by the click of a mouse pad. So he was writing in 1994 or so. That was actually also one of my motivations for the book, because I think the legal structures, together with their portability, that's also your question, is fundamental to recreate our system as a feudalistic system that is controlled by private actors who have access to lawyers that allow them to pick and choose from different legal orders the ones that best protect their rights against the world. And they can invoke state power, and if states come against them to rein them in, then today they can also use the framework of state-investor dispute settlement under the bilateral investment treaties and other little games to protect their powers. So we have completely missed out on the opportunity to rein in private power. We have cherished and celebrated private power because so much money was made, and we ourselves did not really realize that this power actually comes from our social resource, the legal system, because without which it would not have been possible. So I would also say that capital is agnostic about the political regime. It partners with the political regime that gives it what it wants. And many countries have caved in, including democracies. You can name the politicians, Angela Merkel and so many others who said, Obama, there is no alternative. This is the system that we have. And so you're basically already giving them the comparative advantage that they have, because they use the law that's there to code their particular interests with the help of their lawyers in a particular way that makes it very hard for states to come back and take it back again, in part because it is mobile, right? So you talk about the portability of the law. We created this through changes in our conflict of law rules. You don't have to do this. You could also change it back. It's of course hard when you have enshrined this entire regime in European regulations, because it's very hard to actually change something that happens at the international level. It's relatively easier to do this at the domestic level. But nobody dictates to you as such necessarily how you structure your conflict of law rules, which is basically saying, under what conditions shall my domestic law of this territorial state apply? And so, for example, the typical rule was, well, contracts you can pick and choose, we're not so worried, but property rights, every asset that you can find on my territory will be governed by my law. What do you do with financial assets? They don't have a physical location. So lawyers got together in The Hague, they created a new framework for conflict of law rules to deal with financial assets, and basically said it's portable, you can choose how you want to do this. So we've been basically down a rabbit hole of working to advance private autonomy in the name of liberal markets and the idea of neoliberalism, that the markets are best left to their own devices and empowered by taking the states out of the equation of how to protect their laws. I think if we want to go back, the more effective strategy is to do it at the national level. I don't think we're currently in an international moment where we do treaties and can have agreement by enough states to do things differently. The beauty is that if relatively important states in the international economic order pull out and do things differently, things might change. So there is a paradox here as well. You know, maybe Trump is going to break down our international trading and investment order. I can't exclude this with his tariffs, but he's breaking down other orders as well with the bombing right now. But he's basically taking the sledgehammer to the international trading regime. And maybe this will accelerate a process that was needed anyhow. The key for me, though, is where are the people who are now mobilizing for the post-Trump order to create something where we could actually benefit from different goods that we want to trade. We don't all want to go back to autarky, I think, but so create a different regime, and one should think about this, because I think the hammer is just the first step. The next step has to do the recreation. In Europe, it's always more complicated, because in Europe, once we have harmonized, it becomes petrified. It's very difficult to change these rules again. On the other hand, I think the European Treaty also gives you lots of inroads, subsidiarity principle, to change some of the rules, I think, and to have a bit more flexibility here. Laszlo, on the movements and counter-movements, the Polanyian point, yes, lawyers have very often been at the forefront of civil rights movements, also the New Deal. People in working for government have basically tried to mobilize amendments in the US Constitution to fight for workers' rights. Because what happened again in the private sector, there's a wonderful quote by a justice in the 1930s, Justice Black on the Supreme Court, who says the 14th Amendment was created to protect the formerly enslaved and their property rights by allowing them to go to the US federal district courts, because in their own states they probably would not have good protection under the state laws. And then he says in 1930, that's about 50 years after this 14th Amendment had been enacted, the only 0.5% of all the cases that have been brought to the Supreme Court were about black people. More than 50% were about corporations who used the little word person in the amendment to say we're persons too, and it works for us, in order to curtail the regulatory power of the states within which they operated. So, you know, it's a chicken. It's not a chicken egg. It's actually it's a race, and it's a race with very different resources because the private actors know exactly what they want. They have different litigation, regulatory, lobbying strategies. They can also move their assets and go elsewhere if we allow it in principle. And so I think that has put us completely on the back foot now. It's very difficult to roll back a system that's now so deeply entrenched with legal rights and protected with, as I said before, investor-state dispute settlement again against any attempt by a state to curtail this and step back, because they will immediately be threatened with a $100 million lawsuit. Whether they win or not is a different question, but many states already today don't do legislative programs in fear of the backlash that they might be facing from these investment treaties. They were invented in 1994 with a NAFTA. We've had 3,000, some countries have pulled out. We have now less than 3,000 of these treaties. So there are ways to get out of it, but I think we have to get out of this. But I think we've gone wrong in sort of in a way, once the socialist world was gone, the big antidote, the big anti-utopia to capitalism had collapsed. There was no other vision there today. To this day, there's no other vision. And I think that curtails our imagination for how we could also use our legal rules in a very different manner.
Okay, I take the opportunity for asking two questions myself. You talk about that unequal race against kind of inventing regulations, subverting regulations, renewing them, etc. Andrea, in her introductory remarks, talked about kind of that streak of kind of hyper-wealthy, philanthropic individuals and foundations who try to do good. And so my question would be, if they would pour their money into hiring lawyers to say no to capital, as you say, as you advise us to do, and to strengthen state capacity to tax, to control, to supervise, would that make a difference? And another question is, in the recent time, I think fascinated by these individuals at the top, Elon Musk and others. We have been talking a lot about oligarchs, about hyper-rich individuals, and forgetting a bit about forgetting a bit about our previous preoccupations with corporations. Kind of 50 years ago, it was all about big corporations dominating everything. Are we looking at the wrong places? Are we kind of making a mistake with our personalization of these critiques? But still, there may be more questions. So please, yeah, Alvaro, please.
Hello. Hello, Alvaro Morcillo. I'm a research affiliate here at the Democracy Institute. I very much like your argument, but I would like to, because I like it, I would like you to be a bit more nuanced. Because I guess there are very differences regarding your argument if we look at the US and if we look at Europe. And there are also probably differences depending on the economic sectors. And the story is also in its origins different. If we compare continental law and common law, with the relation of the legal scholars in continental Europe, Polonia, to capitalism was a different one that the lawyers doing the dirty work for financial capitalists in London. And I suppose that the present is also different. So I would like you to tell us where the power of lawyers as servants of capitalism is more pronounced geographically, but also in terms of the economic sectors. Obviously, this works very well in finance, but maybe it doesn't work that well in other sectors. And maybe the places where it doesn't work well are the places where a counter movement could come from, where more idealist legal scholars, lawyers could have more leeway to improve modern capitalism.
Okay, thank you. let's take one other question and then get back.
I already have the microphone here, if you don't mind. The mic came to me already. József Slezák, Central European University. I have actually two questions, but combined they are not more complex than some of the previous ones. So I would like to bring into our discussion the term varieties of capitalism. And I would be very much interested in your opinion, taking the example of Nordic countries, for example, in Europe. How do you see them, their way of exercising capitalism? So they tax all kinds of capital income and try to turn it into social assets, like through education or healthcare systems. So are your findings relevant also in this context to the same extent as in the neoliberal context? And then secondly, the European Union has started to introduce a series of policy measures whereby they aim to involve citizens in policy making at a higher level. And I was wondering whether you follow the relevant developments at the EU level, and do you think the EU has made a good start here also towards what you envision as the necessary changes, or do you see this maybe more critically? Thank you.
Thank you. I would say let's make that the last round of questions. So if there are one or two more, then we can. Okay, there are two more in the back, please, and then.
Okay, thanks very much, Max Steyr, Communist University. I was particularly fascinated by this public lawyer, private lawyer divide line in your talk, and maybe the blindness of public lawyers to the role of private power. But then also there is the fact that many of these cases are decided ultimately by judges. And I wonder to what extent this public-private lawyer divide translates into adjudicative practice. For instance, when it comes to the background of the judges being more, let's say, private lawyers by training or by previous care or public lawyers. Of course, it's a very broad question, differences between systems, but I would be interested if you could comment on that, because it would seem that maybe even the public lawyers who become judges are maybe not resilient enough to resist some of these current trends. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. If we can just 2 rows further. In the middle, yeah. This here in the middle of the mic, yeah.
Thank you. I'm George Sabo, now a pensioner, so one of the persons who is actually feeling the impoverishment you were talking about at the very beginning of your speech. But my question would be regarding, I heard that you are also an expert on Chinese law. How do you see the incorporation in this Western type of capitalist law within China? What's the role of these new ways of capitalism being built in that part of the world? And a related question is that we see also in China a rather excessive wealth concentration. Is there a limit to the concentration when the system will become counterproductive to itself and will not enable the basic aims which were laid out previously? Thank you.
No shortage of really big questions. You have 6 minutes or 7.
I'll try. Yes, so a more nuanced approach, thinking about not mostly US, maybe not even just US and Europe, but think about how different systems respond to this. And here I fault myself. I pride myself to being a comparative lawyer, and I got my legal training before I taught in the United States, and I did study Soviet and Chinese law in London, so I like to look broadly. I think for these capitalism projects, I went to the heartland of capitalism and then looked out how it has affected other legal regimes as well. because in an increasingly integrated legal order, so I would say the financial market integration was made possible by legal integration. And so I'm looking basically about tracing then where do these legal structures come from, how they're being created. And in that sense, and this goes also to the question about the varieties of capitalism, there's a hegemony of common law, of English and New York law in particular. So it's not Scottish civil law, it's not the UK as such, it's the English common law, because the common law is so much more malleable. It does have this very strong inbuilt ideas about private rights that can be enforced in a court of law. Also, and this goes to the question of lawyers, in the common law jurisdictions, you become a judge only after you have practiced law for many decades. So you're already a private lawyer and have done all the transactions once you hit the bench. That has a major advantage because these lawyers at least understand the transactions before them. In the international legal discourse, there's actually a great fear that some of the most complex transactions involving financial derivatives that are based on trust structures that are invented in London or New York will not be understood by a civil law lawyer who starts becoming a judge right after law school and basically has never taken a financial law class, if in doubt. There's a huge difference in the way we train our lawyers and in the way they practice before they become judges. Of course, this is also changing. In the US, we have many more highly politicized judges. I'm sure you've heard about this under Trump, and so that's a problem. I would also say that in the most civil law countries, you have different courts for different legal issues. You have public law courts going all the way up to the Supreme Public Law or Administrative Law Court. You have civil law courts, you have criminal law courts, and each of them is highly specialized. If there are major conflicts amongst them, then the top courts can resolve the issue, or if it becomes constitutional, you go to the Constitutional Court. So they're parallel court systems. In both the US and England, it's basically one integrated court system, which is very much dominated by private litigants. The Department of Justice, if it wants to bring an antitrust case, also goes through the judiciary very often and has to mobilize the lawyers on its side. And I wouldn't say that this is not possible. There are lots of lawyers and judges right now who are standing up to fundamental principles of the Constitution and have done so in other contexts. But I think there is, of course, a cognitive bias built into lawyers who have worked in private practice before they go to the bench, when they see the cases before them. And I think that's another structural feature, an important, it's a variety of legal systems that is not captured by the varieties of capitalism. I think we really should do much more comparative civil procedure, organization of the courts, and organization of the legal profession to really understand the differences between these firms. The varieties of capitalist literature is very much focused on firms, on business organizations, less so on these structures, and I think this should be done. On the Nordic countries, I think, yes, they are still able to make a different trade-off. I would say, however, that also a country like Sweden, you have the Wallenstein family, it owns a lot of real estate, but a lot of shares are also being traded, and they have also a lot of international investors who are buying and selling these shares. So it has become more hybrid. I think it's still better protected politically from the onslaught of capitalism. But there are also, Musk has this big battle over the Tesla mechanics. He doesn't have production in Sweden, but the mechanics walked out at some point because he didn't want to sign a union contract. And he said, I don't do union contracts. I do individualized contracts with individualized employees, and I give them bonuses if they are doing well. But I'm not signing a collective contract. And so the mechanics worked out and for over a year basically striked, which I found so interesting culturally. And it tells you also what the mechanism are for capitalism, right? The mechanism for capitalism is we do a bargain. And yes, I give you a little bit more. It's like an individualized bargain, but you don't want to be captured. You don't want to face a collective force on the other side. And since everybody else is so much smaller, you have to organize on the other side. And if then you don't have good protection in courts, in the US, antitrust law has been used to crash the unions. So, talking about lawfare, the weaponization of law against others, it's tremendous. And I think that's where pushback would have to come from beyond my wonderful neo-Brandeisian colleagues on my faculty, Lina Khan and Tim Wu. I think sort of smallness and this stuff are important, but I think we also need much more. We need much more collective action in principle. on Chinese law, so I wouldn't call myself an expert on Chinese law. I studied in 88, 89, which is kind of some time ago. But I've been following the events in China, at least from afar, and have sometimes co-authored work with people who speak Chinese and are closer to the system. So I think China is a really interesting example because it has tried to combine different modes of state control with increasing capitalist freedoms, but always with the inside controlled structures. And has done this differently for different aspects of the law, but I think the ultimate principle is that if not the state, the Communist Party still calls the shot. And if Alibaba wants to go public and they feel that a huge financial behemoth might be created if they went public and now had like a dispersed ownership structure with lots of institutional investors from around the world, they call off the IPO. They did call off the IPO for Alibaba, one of the, like an eBay-like platform. So state dominance is, or state/Communist Party, I think they go together, is still a huge principle in China. And they use it even if it produces short-term harm, right? They're not subject to elections, so they can impose harm on the population if they think that something might actually erode their power. I think it's a power game, a different one. It's a Communist Party that will want to be in power for much longer and will use the state's capacities to make that possible. But I would say in a highly ingenuitive way. If you think about the Silk Road projects, and if you think about how they're trying to also win over countries in the international realm, it's actually quite interesting. So then finally, it's basically the same question that Marx always asks, is sort of the internal contradictions of capitalism. Wouldn't it give in to this at some level, right? You basically asked, it becomes counterproductive to itself, and it has. When you look at just statistics, medium income household, the median income of households has stagnated since the 1970s in the United States, and similar stories can be told in Europe as well. The rich become richer, the others become poorer, certainly do not improve. We have populism. We can't deal with some of our most important challenges like climate change. The system is just not working, right? What I find remarkable, though, is that in times of financial crisis, we always tend to mobilize enormous social resources to put the system back on its feet. Precisely because we do not have a vision of what an alternative would look like, we're fixing the system. We did this in 2007, 2008. We actually demonstrated in the COVID crisis that the state could do much more. It doesn't have to bail out the banks, it can also bail out the households. We did this, most countries did this to more or lesser degrees in the COVID crisis. There is state capacity there, but the ability and willingness of state actors to use it has been diminished. I think we have to come back to this democratic state capacity, I would add.
Thanks a lot. I don't think we can call that an optimistic note. It's one of the ironies probably, or expressive of our willingness to debate contradictions, that we will be moving on from a keynote speech and a discussion based on the legal foundations of capitalism to a panel debating illegal foundations of private wealth. But we will have a coffee break, half an hour. We will be gathering sharp at past here. Coffee is upstairs in the atrium. And Katharina, many thanks for a very nice introductory session.
Welcome back. I hope you're feeling a bit refreshed. I'm pleased to announce our first panel of the conference, focusing on informal and illegal oligarchs and democracy, with our chair, Carlos Meléndez, who's a postdoctoral researcher with the De- and Redemocratization Working Group here at the DI, and also a researcher at the Universidade de Lisboa.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the panel of Informal and Illegal Oligarchs in Democracy. My name is Carlos Meléndez. I am delighted to convening and chairing this discussion today. I would like to briefly introduce our panelists, Saraí Toledo from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú and Erdem Yoruk from Koç University. Saraí Toledo Orozco is a political scientist from studying resource governance, informality, and comparative political economy with a regional focus on the Andes. Her research focuses on the political power of actors leading informal economies, particularly those around natural resources, such as minerals, forests, or coca leaves. She has worked on projects related to supply chain improvements and mining formalization in Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, and Ecuador, and her work has been published in scientific journals like World Politics, Latin America, Politics and Society, and Extractive Industries and Society. Erdem is the director of the Center for Computational Social Science at Koç University. He's a professor in the Department of Sociology at this university and an associate member in the Department of Social Policy and Intervention at the University of Oxford. He serves as the principal investigator of the ERC-funded project Emerging Welfare. And also other projects, ERC-funded Politius project as well. These projects has focused on computational social science methods to understand social behavior and social policy. As we have been exploring throughout this conference, the overarching question guiding our conversations is how does excessive wealth harm democracy? But our panel today will delve into a specific dimension of this question, focusing on the impact of informal and illegal wealth on democratic regimes. Often we consider the threats to democracy. When we consider threats to democracy, we focus on authoritarian elites and over attacks on democratic institutions. However, it is crucial to recognize that democracy can also be undermined to more subtle yet equally powerful social pressures, particularly those arising from informality. To frame our discussions, I want to start with a quote of Guillermo O'Donnell, an Argentinian political scientist. He said that democracy presupposes a state that has both the capacity and the willingness to enforce the law equally to all actors in society. We want to link the discussion of political regime with the discussion of the state in this sense. This quote sets the stage for understanding how informality can erode democracy. By informality, actually, we mean sectors of society that operate largely outside the reach of state regulation and taxation. These sectors, theoretically marginal, are no longer unnecessarily correlate with poverty because they represent a significant proportion of economy and population in many, many countries. We will be exploring how states' failures, whether through a lack of effective redistribution of a crisis of political trust, how they can create and how can we create opportunities to manage this informal and illegal wars to amass power. When the state fails to provide for its citizens, people may turn to more pragmatic leaders offering clientelistic benefits. Whether we are talking about established mafias seizing political control, as the context in Turkey, for example, or informal power brokers accumulating capital from the ground, as in Peru. These actors pose a significant threat to democracy. In this panel, we were talking about the hyperconcentration of capital in context of weak states. This can take the form of organized crime, drug traffickers, but also the so-called artisan miners or large-scale smuggling operations. These illicit fortunes operate largely outside the reach of the state oversight, creating fertile ground for corruption, undermining the rule of law, and ultimately eroding the legitimacy of democratic institutions. I am very excited to hear the perspective of our panelists, and please, Sarai, start with our presentation. Thank you so much.
The microphone is taller than I am. Can I remove it? Okay, that's easier. I want to start by thanking the Institute for the invitation and to participate on this great event. I want to bring the perspective of Latin America, and I'm very happy I got to hear in person the presentation of Dr. Catherine Pastor, because you would see the similarities and also the differences in the Latin American case. And I want to talk about the increasing power of an illicit elite in Latin America. So I want to begin by showing you this map that shows that in the global south, most countries are resource rich, as you probably know in the graph. The darker the color, the higher the dependence on commodities, natural resources that have high value in the international market. And so during commodity booms, when commodity prices rise up, usually states invest and change laws to favor foreign investment. So most of these countries have grown during the 2000 commodity boom as a result of the arrival of extractive companies, for instance, mining companies. So they made a great effort to seize the boom. But hand in hand with the expansion of formal extractivism, larger-scale companies, we've also seen a new player in town. We've seen the rise of illicit extractive economies. And by this, I understand the unregulated economies around the exploitation of natural resources, around the exploitation of commodities. I'm thinking about illicit mining, deforestation, illicit fishery, and coca leaf cultivation. With the commodity boom, these economies that have been in the Andes, in Latin America forever, pre-colonial times, they expanded, they became very complex, they started to sell more to the international market, and we started seeing the rise of hierarchies. In particular, we started seeing the rise of an illicit extractive elite, those that could fund these activities, those that could take it to a next level, those that could profit the most. One particularity of illicit extractive economies that separates them from other illicit activities is that extractive activities are tied to territories. This means that they have to be in one specific place. They cannot move. And this allows them, when they expand, to develop strong networks with their dependents, with the people that they hire. Take into account that these economies take place usually in rural areas. These type of economies, in many cases where there are no other productive alternatives, become the only opportunity for several populations, the only choice for people to work on. So they develop loyalties with rural communities. But because they are also tied to specific territories, they need the state to help them seize boom times. They need the state to help them expand their activities. They need new regulation, they need laws to profit, to expand their businesses. How strong they are or how powerful they are? Well, I've been studying for quite a long time the case of illicit mining. And in the Andes, in Peru, in Bolivia, in Ecuador, and Colombia, illicit mining accounts for between 40 to 85% of the total gold exports. The deforestation business, specifically deforestation business operators, can make up to $6.4 million in the Brazilian Amazon per case, meaning per area that they work on deforesting. And in the case of illicit fishery, the activity results in revenue losses in South America estimated to be between 4.3 to 8.3 billion annually. So we're talking about big, big businesses. I wanted to also show and add this graph of deforestation in Bolivia, so you can see the difference between authorized deforestation, that's the line, and the rest, what's up, it's illicit deforestation. So you can see that progressively with the boom, illicit extractive economies are rising. Now, when we think about illicit activities, the first thing that comes to mind is probably all these stereotypes that you have seen in Netflix and shows that talk about cartels, that talk about mafias, that are clandestine, that are trying to run away from the state and have their own regime, secret, clandestinely, away from the state. And if they participate in politics, it's only to, I don't know, avoid policy implementation, to keep the state away, to keep to keep their operations secretly. But my research and my work, I've spent the last 10 years working in rural areas with the leaders of these economies, so I've seen their expansion, shows that that's not often the case. Usually there are, or progressively, there are certain conditions, political conditions, that allow the leaders of these economies, the elite extractive economies, to openly participate in politics. So there is a political context that enables an open participation of these elites in politics in Latin America. Maybe the context will sound familiar to you, but some of those conditions are high levels of inequality and corruption scandals that in Latin America have contributed to the discredit and weakening of political parties. For instance, in Ecuador and Peru, no party in recent elections has secured more than 50% of the votes. In Peru, for the presidential for the next election in 2026, we have 34 candidates. 34, and with parties that have no longer than 1-2 years of creation. So we have a problem of representation. In extreme cases, as in the Andes, diminished parties have become the norm. And what I mean by diminished parties, I mean parties that do not have the means to campaign, that have limited capacity to mobilize voters, to reach all the territory. It is very difficult that they can expand in many cases outside of capital cities or urban areas. And most of the parties lack a programmatic agenda and do not have a fixed constituency that can keep them accountable. So what I find is that these conditions allow the leaders, the elite of illicit extractive economies, to participate in politics. They will become the ones that fund the expansion of these activities because I mentioned it before, they are tied to territories and they develop networks. They can provide parties with voters. They can provide them with a constituency, and they will be the ones influencing their agenda. So what I find is that progressively we have gone from illicit extractive economies that at the beginning only impact policy implementation, but now, because of the conditions I stated, they have become agenda setters and veto players. That means that they do not only impact implementation, but they can change the laws. This is what I found an interesting connection with the previous talk with the keynote speaker, is that the leaders of these economies have realized that the best bet they can make, that the best deal they can make is to change the rules. Not only to prevent the implementation of those rules, but change the rules of the game. So they have started to lobby directly with legislators. They remove their dependence for pressure. And where there is interest convergence, where they share interests with the formal sector, I found that they lobby together. For instance, the deforestation business in Peru and in Colombia works hand in hand with the illicit sector. They coordinate to pressure legislators to open more areas, natural reserves, to be part of the deforestation business. So what are the, just to finish, what are the implications of this presence, of the presence of these elites for democracy? Well, we have a new and accountable player with a strong political representation and ties to the international market. I wanted to add the connection with the international market because international demands is what empowers these elites at the local level. The demand for commodities, for gold, for instance, for natural resources, for fish, is what makes them powerful at the local level. And this is also what has given them the resources or the means to have political representation. So just to give you an example, the head of Congress in Peru, the head of Congress was the lawyer and the representative of the largest illicit gold mining association. He is the one in charge of deciding the rules to regulate that activity. Regulation, in fact, of these economies has become detrimental to party interests and continuities. No party wants to say out loud, I'm going to regulate illicit mining, because it can mean to lose a lot of votes. It can mean to lose the votes of all the people that depend on this economy. And of course, as a result, there is less space for contestation and representation of populations that are impacted by such economies. For example, after the peace agreement in Colombia, illicit gold mining is the activity that is displacing more local communities in rural areas. And yet, this issue has no representation in the political arena. We do not have strong parties in Bolivia, in Ecuador, talking or speaking or defending the interests of those displaced. I'm gonna stop here. I think I said a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will talk about Turkey, another terrible case. I'm sure you are following the general trouble that we are having. So I don't want to summarize everything that we experienced during the last 20 years, but I want to focus on this illicit capital and what I call the mafia populist welfare state in Turkey. Over the last 20 years, Turkey has become one of the textbook cases of what I call a mafia populist welfare state. And in this model, three forces: illicit capital, political polarization, and generous pro-pool social welfare, social assistance, do not clash, but they cooperate. Together, I argue, they form a single logic of rule. Two great scandals reveal how that logic works. The first arrived in December 2013, when leaked phone tapes placed senior ministers inside a $1 billion gold for oil kickback scheme. The second erupted in May 2021, when the exiled far-right mafia leader Sedat Peker turned YouTube into his courtroom, accusing current cabinet members of running cocaine from Latin America to the port of Mersin in South Turkey, accusing current cabinet members of running cocaine, and in addition to dozens of other criminal gang activities. Sedat Peker narrated these events as an insider, as a central actor. And both stories, both events dominated headlines at home and abroad. But neither shook the electoral dominance of the governing Justice and Development Party. Why? The answer should begin with numbers. After the 2013 leaks, a Conda survey found out that the support for the Justice and Development Party among households earning below 2 minimum wages, I mean generally the poorer parts of the population, the support for the Justice and Development Party did not fall. It rose. And during the same period, the share of state budget devoted to pro-poor social programs jumped tenfold, from roughly $1 billion in 2002 to more than $9 billion by 2016. So the real puzzle is not citizen tolerance of corruption, but the puzzle is how criminal money is turned into popular consent. I see here a four-stage circuit. First, extraction. Rents pour in from cartelized construction, sanctions busting, narcotics logistics, and padded municipal tenders. These revenues live in legal gray zones. Their owners need cover, both political and moral. Second, laundering. Cover arrives through institutions that straddle private and public life. And the key actor here is the Social Assistance and Solidarity Fund, created back in 1986. The law's purpose was explicit. Blend official funds with voluntary donations, quote, under the guidance of the state. So they're expecting some donations from the private sector. Money entering this fund disappears from the treasury records and from parliamentary scrutiny. Yet it feels like philanthropic charity. Parallel streams flow through Islamic Waqf foundations, municipal aid societies, and corporate social responsibility schemas. Third, redistribution. Once washed, the money re-emerges as targeted benefits. Cash transfers, callbacks, grocery vouchers. Distribution runs through neighborhood party branches, district governors, and mosque networks. Eligibility rules are loose on paper and elastic in practice. All of these social assistance programs are officially declared to be programmatic, rule-based, computerized, but the design of these programs allow for such a huge degree of discretion that allows a large degree of political manipulation. Especially in Kurdish districts and in the Kurdish region, where rebellion is a live memory, benefit intensity is significantly higher. Elections sharpen this effect, and my field interviews record fourfold jumps in social assistance budgets just months before a close vote. Fourth is legitimation. Citizens experience these benefits not as impersonal rights, but as personal favors. That fosters what can be called a moral economy of gratitude and fear. Gratitude for today's help and fear for tomorrow's cut-off. At the national level, the government tells a double story. It is pious because it channels Islamic charity, and it is developmental because it shields the poor in hard times. Corruption allegations are recast as conspiracies by foreign actors or hidden elites aiming at sabotaging this redistribution. As long as the four-stage circuit spins, revelations about corruption do not stick because regular welfare payments protect the government. Several feedback loops hold the system together. Polarization narrows the information field. Citizens interpret scandals through partisan lenses. The opposition was extremely excited to watch these scandals. It was a like enigmatic moment. So I remember I was waking up at 7 a.m. on Sunday to watch the release of Sedat Peker videos. But it was just an empty gesture. It didn't lead to anything that the opposition was expecting. The state fine-tunes the mix of welfare and coercion. Plenty of gift when cash is abundant, heavier policing when it is not, or both simultaneously in different localities. Firms that profit from the inflated contracts feed a share back into political funds, securing future deals. Therefore, this triangle, illicit capital, welfare, and loyal brokers, form a stable equilibrium, but only while the rents keep flowing. Theoretically, the mafia populist welfare state fuses three classic insights. From Gramsci, it borrows the idea of hegemony. Rule is durable when it offers material concessions. From Charles Tilly's protection racket, it borrows the logic of paying for safety from dangers the rulers help to create, economic precarity and legal uncertainty. And from the welfare state literature, it borrows the power of benefits to embed citizens in new social contracts, even when those contracts are truly clientelistic. What emerges is therefore not a leftover from pre-modern charity, but a distinctly 21st century adaptation to neoliberal globalization. This was one of the starting points of my recent work. In the welfare state literature, the expectation was that neoliberalism would undermine welfare state provision, the welfare state. But the opposite happened. And in the countries that I'm talking about, the largest welfare expansion occurred in the very period of neoliberalism. So, I mean, the understanding of this puzzle passes through understanding this contentious politics. The system is therefore rent hungry. If you cut the cash, the magic falters. Brazil offers the warning. There, to populism, Bolsa Familia and corruption coexisted until austerity after 2014 starved the patronage pump and the legitimacy collapse. Turkey's own 2022 currency crisis and the ongoing economic crisis showed early tremors. As real wages fell, Ankara had to rush out one of energy subsidies and cheap credit just to hold the line. But this does not impede the failure of the mafia populist welfare state. Hence the votes for the AKP declined, the popularity of an opposition leader peaked, and that leader jailed. For scholars and practitioners of democracy, the message is quite straightforward. The legitimacy can be bought with redistribution, financed by corruption, and the loyalty it buys is real. Yet that legitimacy is fragile because it depends on continuous access to informal and illegal capital. Studying welfare without tracing the money that funds it misses the core of the problem. Let me close on that note. As long as invisible wealth can be converted into visible social assistance, populist leaders will carry an electoral shield against corruption scandals. Breaking that shield takes more than simply revealing corruption. It means blocking the fiscal laundering that turns dirty money into benevolent control of citizens. Until we do, many democracies in the global south will remain theaters of Pablo Escobar shows held together by loot, gratitude, and fear. Thank you very much.
Okay, before starting some questions from the audience, let's have a little chat about some of the reactions about your both great presentations. I mean, in Latin America, in Peru, in Ecuador, Bolivia, and also in Turkey, these countries have gone through very harsh neoliberal reforms, right? But at the same time, in most of these cases, the state is historically weak. So we have seen neoliberal reforms in contexts where the state has inherently weak. And so the chances for redistribution are challenged in a double way, not only based by the economic reforms, but also by the state, by the history of the state. However, one aspect that has not been considered by the people that shape or imagine these neoliberal reforms was about the laws, the framework of capitalism in these cases. So I would like to continue discussing this topic, analyzing the interaction between weak states, neoliberal reforms, and how these two aspects have shaped the emergence of mafias from below, or has settled the possibilities of a state that have been controlled by mafias from above, the top-down procedures, mostly in Turkey, and a bottom-up process of a state taken by the mafias in the case of Peru. Szelenyi, please.
Thank you. I want to say that first of all that I'm shocked and I'm pleasantly surprised about the contrast of the two, because as you said, one is one develops from the bottom up and the other one is top down. I don't know if I will call this what I describe this illicit extractive economies as mafias, precisely because they have developed from below. It's not that they have to buy loyalties, as in the case of mafia. They were raised, they grew with the people. You see the case of many, for instance, indigenous people that have become the leaders of these economies. You see them defending that. I think here the issue or the key difference is that for these people there is a practice that is deeply ingrained in their culture, like illicit mining, and that, because of a global demand, has empowered them and is the only alternative. So we see a very different trajectory. I wanted to clarify that. But the other thing is that, yes, we tend to think that weak states cannot do anything or are the door for all the problems as the ones we have described. But in the Andes and in Latin America and highly dependent resource countries, we have made progress. We have made progress regulating large scale. In Andean countries, we now have different ways to measure conflicts around mining, for instance. We have developed different institutions. We have developed environmental standards. I'm not saying that they are perfect. I'm not saying that they are adequate, but we have done that because there was an incentive. We wanted to attract foreign investments. So yes, that might sound like a weakness, the fact that we have weaker states, and certainly political representation opens the door for the empowerment of illicit extractive economies, but to me that doesn't mean that we cannot do any effort, although we're incapable to regulate these economies. In fact, in comparative perspective, in Latin America, in the Americas, we have cases where the state has tried to pursue different strategies to regulate this sector. In Bolivia, for instance, the state has said, these economies feed people, employ people. It'd be better for me as a state to collaborate with them to help them to improve so they can continue helping the economy. Whereas other cases in Peru have said, no, we need to demonize the activity, we need to exclude them from any type of representation. We have the case of Guyana that has developed a constitution to include illicit miners, to help them formalize their activities. So there are different strategies to try to address these problems. Yes.
Thank you. So this was a great question. I would respond with my response would include two components. First of all, I do think that so we cannot call all of these states as relatively weak states, because the countries that we are talking about in the global south are also they also have variations. Especially the countries like Turkey, Brazil, India, Russia, Hungary. I mean, the countries that are called emerging market economies, and especially, I mean, these are the countries that I have focused on. So they have relatively higher state capacity than the rest of the less developed countries. For example, there's a difference between Bolivia and Brazil. There's a difference between Syria and Turkey. And that difference has reflected on the development of the welfare state. The countries in question had already developed a social security-based welfare systems until the neoliberal period. I mean, during the post-war period. So they followed the developmentalist welfare path, and they they covered almost half of the population with social security benefits through unions, through social, like formal sector workers. And on top of that, during the neoliberal period, they expanded huge not pro-poor, but social assistance programs, and they reached almost a universal coverage of the welfare state, almost, I mean, the first time in their history. So, I mean, I call this welfare like family, the populist welfare state family, as opposed to like other Western type, Esping-Anderson type welfare state regimes. So this required a certain level of state capacity, which already out there, a certain level of capital accumulation, but also certain levels of grassroots mobilization, political competition that would create a driving force for welfare expansion. And it's like disproportionate targeting to certain groups. And so the critical thing is, like within that populist welfare state regime, the populist one, some of these countries are acting like a mafia. And in Turkey, to understand Turkey, you should change your mind. We are not talking about the government. We are talking about the mafia. I mean, for Charles Tilly, every like states and mafia, so they are in the same spectrum, but this spectrum in Turkey is much narrower, so the targeting of the poor people becomes not only a choice but a necessity for this mafiatic government and illicit capital matrix, I would say, because they have been going through different challenges. This government has faced a lot of challenges so far, from Gezi protest, from this Fethullah community coup and economic crisis, the Kurdish unrest, and they have survived almost everything until very recently. And it is not only the welfare state, but social policies played a really critical role, because in addition to like religious fundamentalism or nationalism, these social welfare programs created a very strong loyalty base among the poor. And if the poor is not a minority in countries like Turkey, they are the majority. And if you secure the loyalty of the poor, then you secure your government, you secure your votes. And the opposition in Turkey until very recently relied only on middle class votes, But the recent change in the opposition also relied on and changed the policy towards more left-wing and towards the informal working classes, and that also accelerated the shift of votes from government to the opposition, and eventually led to the imprisonment of the opposition leader.
So we have a variation in state capacity, different levels of state capacity, but we have seen in these countries also accumulation of money. I mean, accumulation of capital, and this have an impact on society, right? You are sociologists, and I want to ask you first, now that the relationship with the state, but with the effects of these mafias organized that have taken the state, and the case of organizations like informal organizations with money coming from below, in the case of Latin America. What are the consequences of these two processes in the society? I mean, who are the new rich? Who are the new economic groups? Who are the new economic elites in these countries? And what are their regime preferences? Are they thinking these new rich, these new economical elites, do they have like different economic preference? Because we have learned from the classics, from Barrington Moore, that we need a middle class in order to secure democracy, right? But we have new middle classes and we have new elites, economic elites. What are their preferences in order to build a legitimate and strong democracy? Please, Sarai.
Thank you. What an interesting question. And in Latin America, especially in resource-rich countries, so all of them, I guess, for a long time, literature, especially in the case of countries whose economies depend on minerals, there was a literature talking about a state capture, arguing that large-scale companies, corporations, international corporations that had, for instance, mining projects in Chile, in Peru, in Colombia, in Mexico, they have captured the states. They've already concentrated so much power that they can change the rules, that they can prevent regulation, that they can prevent the rise of environmental standards, and that was almost a consensus, no? Because we're highly dependent on them, they set up the rules. And the scholars were so focused on this type of factor, the legal corporations, that they forgot to look inside the territories, no? That they forgot to look what was going on in rural areas. And in rural areas, we have seen the development of what I called illicit extractive economies that when they grow, when they expand, have also political interest and have the means, the resources, and the networks to pursue such preferences. What I find now that I'm studying what do they lobby and what do they talk to and what do they argue when they reach legislators is that they want to choose the areas where they want to be regulated. It's very interesting for me that their argument is not, I don't want any state preference. Their arguments are, I want to choose in which spheres, in which areas states should be present, when I should be regulated and when not. Even formalization, for instance, is not something that they escape. Many illicit extractive economies won the title of being formal, but with no standards. They won the label of, I want to be called formal mining, but I want to keep polluting and do whatever I want, no? So they negotiate the terms of inclusion to the state, they negotiate the terms of their labels, and they want to negotiate the spaces of regulation. And I say that they don't want to escape the state because they need the state. They need the rules. They need a state presence. They need schools. They benefit from certain basic state presence, no? Which I think this is why it's so interesting to see how these actors negotiate every step of their activities, no?
That's an excellent and very difficult question because it has a lot of complex dimensions. The descriptive answer, so the new reach is mostly focusing on sectors like construction, mining, energy, and interestingly, the defense industry. Erdogan's son-in-law, he is leading this company producing drones. And so they are selling a lot of, especially to Ukraine and other places, but anything. The conflict between the government and the opposition, the government and the previously Kemalist army, they all reflected an underlying conflict from a Marxist perspective, from underlying conflict between different factions of capital. Turkish state dependent on an old money until the 2000s, based in Istanbul, secularist, like Western-oriented, old money. So Erdogan's party represented the interests of a more provincial, like capital, based in like other cities in Turkey, producing export-oriented goods, and they actually these two types of capital entered into a really harsh conflict. And after, I mean, the latest example is that TÜSİAD, the organization of this like old money, the leaders of TÜSİAD were taken into custody for a couple of days for criticizing Erdogan. Therefore, there's a really nice book by Tariq Tachil, Elite Parties, Poor Voters. This is the story of India. So the governing party supported or representing the interests of the bourgeoisie, but being supported by the poor. So the book tells how social programs are subcontracted to civil society organizations or pro-party networks in such a way that the distribution of this money does not harm the material interests. It doesn't cost much to capital, but it creates huge legitimacy for the entire system. So you serve for the bourgeoisie, but you are being supported by the proletariat in the end. So this is a really, really wonderful like a picture, and this is a very strong picture. And what I'm talking about is this bourgeoisie is also a mafiatic bourgeoisie, and the proletariat is mostly an informal one.
Very interesting. So now, please, I would like to have some questions from the audience to our panelists, please. Yes, there is one here. Please remember to briefly introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Peter Mihai. I'm an economist from Central European University, Vienna. And my question is very simple and short to Erden. It was very interesting what you elaborated about the development of a welfare state on mafia grounds. But can you support this with some kind of numbers in a way as Zarai did to show that these things are important enough to influence? Because at the first hearing, mafia type of revenues are minuscule relative to the need of the poor. So it doesn't sound too convincing to me that the Turkish welfare state, to the extent it exists, and probably does, it is really supported financially from mafia type of revenues.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm not arguing that all the social welfare budget comes from such like donations from capital organizations, and but so it constitutes an increasing part, and the welfare state social assistance programs, some of them are centrally funded programs, some of them are municipally funded programs, and a larger part is taking place through social solidarity networks, informal networks, civil society organizations, and these civil society organizations are using this money very effectively. With the use of small money, they can receive huge amounts of political loyalty from the poor. Therefore, it is not only that the money is coming from the mafia, but the social solidarity and social solidarity fund that I was talking about, it was built specifically on this cooperation between the central state and donations. Its logic relied on that. Therefore, so I cannot provide you with numbers because I was developing this idea after we decided to talk about this illicit capital and legitimacy on this panel. But it turned out to me that this may be a fruitful research topic, and I'm planning to explore more numbers that would also convince an economist.
Thank you. Over there. And then
Álvaro Morcillo, Research Affiliate, Democracy Institute. My question goes to both of you, but perhaps more to Dr. Toledo. You have been using a very formal concept of law, of legality, but the size of these illegal sectors you are describing, particularly in the Andean countries, are so large that one is compelled to think in terms of more informal ideas of order, so rules we haven't been approved by a parliament. And here comes my question. Are there alternative orders which regulates these illicit activities, this illegal mining, etc.? If the sector is so large and you said that it's complex with long supply chains, there could be the case that there are rules which are not state sanctioned, but they are there. And the other issue I wanted to raise is, do these illegal entrepreneurs, which seems to be quite large, or maybe associations of illegal entrepreneurs, because they are illegal, but they can create associations nevertheless. Do they also provide public goods? It's something which we know from the north of Mexico. Do they provide welfare to the people in the area? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's my book project, so get ready. Buckle on. Yes, so as I said, many of these economies are deeply rooted in the territories, in rural areas. And in fact, they have developed several informal rules, informal rules for the redistribution of the profits, informal rules for who is in charge of extracting the mineral, in the case of gold mining, who is in charge of even washing the clothes of the miners. Where do we get the implements and the tools for mining? There are all these systems deeply rooted in rural areas. They change depending on the type of mining, whether it is alluvial, whether it is in quartz veins, and the same can be applied to fishery, the same can be applied to coca cultivation. There are informal rules and there are informal agreements in cases of disagreements. In rural areas where state presence is weak, people will rather engage in these informal agreements, even if they're not fair, but they would rather engage in disagreements directly with the leaders of these economies because they think they can have some leverage. The state is away, the state is far, and probably doesn't care, no? But when they expanded, when they became more complex and more hierarchical, we see the development of an elite that has different preferences, that has accumulated enough capital and land to ignore whatever informal deal was done at the local level. So that's why I said something very interesting for me of these illicit extractive activities is that they are tied to the territory, right? So they cannot be hidden. They cannot go to other places. And this is exactly why they need to engage with the state, because they're visible. There are these famous pictures from the Amazon, from the air, where you see the Amazon and you can see all the mining camps. It is visible, it is there. No, that's why they need the state, and that's why they engage with legislators to legitimize their activity. No, sometimes under the label of formal, but they continue their own practices. So yes, this is a crucial moment, I think, especially not only in the Andes. This is huge in Brazil, no, where we see the clash between informal, local rules, previous agreements, with the rise of these elites that have concentrated enough resources, enough means, enough land to change the game. No?
One answer? Okay, but I have a follow-up for you in this case, because Alvaro asked about the size, the magnitude of the informal sector, and to have an idea, in Peru, for example, the labor force, 72% of the labor force belongs to this informal sector, which is, I mean, 3 out of 4 workers are in these parallel economies. What's the numbers in the case of Turkey? 1/3 only. Okay. Okay. Edge, I think she has one question.
Thank you so much. Andreas from Democracy Institute. I have a question for Erdem, if possible, about post-2023 Turkey. Because I think one interesting phenomenon is that there was once a presence of intra-party divisions within the AKP regarding these transition into what you call welfare populist mafia state. There were some party cadres who opposed this corruption, these illicit networks, this clientelism, which over time have been purged. Some of them established, new parties. Some of them just went silent. But now, since 2023, just like you described with the major municipalities being in opposition hands and those extractive tools being, practically neutralized, we see suddenly AKP clinging to these key bureaucratic figures who came into our lives again in 2023, like the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Interior, who at least on paper seem dedicated to fight these networks that you describe, keep Turkey out of these gray lists, establish trust. So I was just wondering, do you think this suggests some sort of self-correction, even though it's out of desperation? Or is this merely a temporary adjustment? Thank you.
Definitely second one. I mean, Erdogan is a wonderful leader, so he's the most pragmatic, flexible person that I have ever seen. I haven't seen him in person, but he is really, he likes to play with macro and microeconomic dynamics, the rate of interest rates, the value of the Turkish lira, unemployment, social assistance, everything to maximize the survival of the regime. Before the 2023 elections, you remember, almost all rational economists were calling for increases in the interest rates, but he was saying that he developed his own theory of inflation and interest rates. He said inflation, rate of interest is the cause and inflation is the result. He had his own heterodox theory and people made fun of him. But in the end, he was correct because he was able to win the elections by pouring money. And so he actually messed up the economies, but in the end, so he's still the president. I mean, it depends on which function that he's trying to maximize. Currently the Israel-Iran war, the things in Syria, the opposition leader, and he's talking to Trump. He's everywhere, and it is really difficult to understand the function that he is trying to optimize or maximize at the moment. But I mean, I definitely do not think that Turkey, because of the finance minister, I mean, Mehmet Şimşek, he's trying to find some money from Western capitals, acting like he is the rational like spirit. But these are only temporary, like pragmatic steps.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really fascinating. I have a question for both of you about the elites you're describing, which are different from each other as well, I think. The first is, whether you think they are kind of in a process of formalization from kind of entrepreneurial individuals to dynasties to maybe corporations in the making, or whether you think they need to remain in the shadows. And also the ways in which they are plugged into transnational networks, both in terms of selling their goods, but also what they do with their wealth. Usually people like this at some point try to diversify. So yeah, I'd be really curious to hear a bit more about the nature of the elites and the direction that you think they are going in.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So it depends truly on country. It's country by country case. As they expand, the elites, as I said, the ones that have concentrated enough land, and I say land, but in general, I could say the area, because sometimes we're talking about the sea, right? So with illicit fishery, so the area where they have concentrated the means in the areas, they engage with the state to try to seize boom and have favorable rules. Sometimes, in extreme cases, they will aspire to get the label of formal, just so they can operate with no issue. But in reality, they keep doing the same. But in other cases, for instance, in Ecuador, where they're also facing the rise of several criminal bands, some of these bands are going after these economies. And where criminal bands lead these economies, the dynamic is completely different. No? They will try to stay away from the states, they will try to fight the state, so the path really varies. I think when you were asking what is the direction that they are taking in cases such as Peru, Colombia, and Bolivia, and Mexico, they want as much flexibility as possible. So, for instance, something that I found very interesting is that they can help funding parties, right and left wing, because that maximizes their chances to influence policy. No? Regardless of who wins, I'm going to have a say. I'm going to be able to influence policy. And they're not really looking to diversify their activities because natural resources are already extremely profitable. The logging business is tremendously profitable. Gold keeps going up in prices. Gold has been rising from 2015. It's up. It's the best thing. Gold is so profitable that it has displaced the coca leaf business. In Colombia, most of the coca leaf growers are moving to informal mining because it just pays more. And the new problem of Colombia, in fact, is gold mining, and coca leaf has taken a minor role. Thank you.
Thank you. So from Polanyi, we learned that markets are always being created by the state, so they are not external to each other. But here, in this case, markets and certain capital groups are being created by the state through mafiatic means. That's why I'm referring to this concept of mafia. A lot of examples also revealed through this the corruption tapes by Sedat Peker or the others. So they are explicitly telling how the property like factories or ports of certain capital groups are taken over by government allied capital groups by mafiatic means, like by force, by arms. And we are talking about people, they are kidnapped, they are killed because they are, the son of an earlier prime minister under Erdogan. So he was shown to have a ship bringing cocaine from Venezuela to Turkey, and they are bringing this to a port, not Mersin but Kuşadası, and that port and the hotels surrounding it were taken over from another rich guy to this guy. Things like that. And so, therefore, the first thing is that there is a really mafiatic takeover of land. It's not a competition between different capital groups, a competition which is always biased by state intervention, but we are talking about something beyond that. And second, if you talk about the natural course of the events, these capital groups, the new money originated from peripheral regions of the country. They were doing constructions and textiles, and they were interested in global markets. And some people said they were they had their own Protestant ethics, Islamic Protestant ethics, like the Weberian ones. But in the end, so with these mafiatic and state interventions, they became huge organizations, construction companies, and land has been commodified significantly, rapidly in Turkey. This created a huge market. Dams, electricity, energy projects, and also this capital also became very international. They are building cities, they are building hospitals, airports everywhere. Anywhere a war happens, then the Turkish construction capital enters. In Syria, they said, okay, we can rebuild this. In Palestine, okay, we are into that. And I'm sure they are waiting for Iran for them to rebuild. So this is a business, destroy and then rebuild. In terms of the diversification of their operations, I think the interesting case is about the old money. The old money feels threatened, and they are trying to internationalize their operations. They are escaping from Turkey and buying companies in Europe and in other places. And Ülker, for example, they were an old ally of the capital. Now they have bought United Biscuits from England. So this creates an internationalization of Turkish capital as an unintended consequence. Maybe you can call it a diaspora capital, Turkish family. So there's a new business in London, business asset management. Families trying to buy assets, investing in startups and AI firms to save their money, because they feel that their money in Turkey can be taken over a night.
Yeah, before Andrea's question, I actually was thinking about, or one complementary about, what are the reactions of the traditional elites? In your case, you mentioned that they are looking abroad Turkey. What are the reactions of the traditional elites, the traditional economic groups? What are the reactions to these emerging new rich elites?
Thank you for the question. I'm actually working on a paper exactly on understanding the determinants of the position of the all elite regarding these activities. And what I find is that there is a lot of variation depending on whether legislation impacts them in the same way or not. So when it impacts them in the same way as in the case of deforestation, I find that they end up collaborating. They push legislators together to weaken regulation. They collaborate at the local level to coordinate strategies to, again, exert pressure over legislators. But when regulation affects them differently, as in the case of mining, because there is legislation specifically for large scale, and very different one for informal one, they work in different types of deposits. In those cases, when legislation affects them differently, we see a resistance from the traditional elite. So we will see news and public letters of the old elite saying, please, the state needs to regulate the sector, we need to prevent the expansion of illicit mining. We would see some resistance. So it really depends on whether they collaborate at the destruction process and if they benefit or are harmed by the laws.
Andreas, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I would ask you to elaborate on two issues you have been touching upon. One is tolerance, the other enforcement. So kind of the naive question, and you have started talking about that, why do states tolerate these activities? Kind of in Turkey it seems, okay, it's a product of the states, these are really creatures of the state. But in these other situations, in the Amazon, etc., is it complicity? Is it weakness? Is it a scheme of exchange? Is it the threat of social rebellion? Is it the profitability of these enterprises? So that's one of set of questions. And the other, in terms of enforcement, kind of the whole, I understand, kind of the whole art of coding capital in law. Kind of the ultimate purpose is that you can mobilize the state to enforce your claims. But when you're illegal or informal, that's much more difficult. I've lived in Mexico for a long time. There are criminal organizations. They basically have their private armies to enforce their claims and to expand their businesses and to regulate competition, etc. So, and mafias usually also do that. They use private violence to regulate the market. So that's my question. To what extent are they able to mobilize kind of public organized violence to enforce their claims? To what extent do they do so, I don't know, with their private armies?
Sorry. Thank you for the question. Every time I ask a governor or a mayor in Latin America, in Ecuador, Bolivia, in Colombia, why do you allow this expansion of either deforestation or mining or even in illicit fishery? Every time I ask this, they told me, what would I fit the people with? Like if I enforce regulation, what are these people going to eat afterwards? Because we have to understand that rural sectors do not usually have an alternative, a productive alternative, at least not in the formal economy. For many of these people, this is the only alternative. So for a local authority to enforce the law means to face the opposition of the voters. It means to lose the possibility of re-election. It means to become a threat to the people. So local authorities definitely do not want to enforce the law. But as the activity has progressed, as these illicit destructive activities have increased, I find that not only they tolerate the activity, not only they forbear for enforcing regulation, but in many cases they support the activity and become the spokesman of these activities. They are the ones, they go hand in hand with the leaders of these activities to talk to Congress, to talk to even the executive and say, we need to find a way to regulate this activity or make them formal or allow their continuity. Because they find that this is what it's, because these activities are funding others. In many of the areas I work on, illicit miners were the ones that built the roads, that literally built the roads between town and town. So there is a high degree of dependency that creates loyalties and prevents the enforcement of regulation. Now, the second question that you ask is, how about the coercive arm, if they use it to enforce their laws? I find it interesting that in many cases they don't have that. And why would you do that? Why would you rely on that if you have the other alternative? I mean, you have the numbers. You have a high level of dependence. And this is why I was trying to describe. I was trying to describe non-coercive strategies that they use to change policy. For example, lobbying with legislators. And even for a congressman, it makes sense to support these activities because in Andean countries, specifically in Peru, congressmen represent each region. You want to be re-elected. You want to continue in the political game. You need to respond to your constituency. So it makes sense for a congressman to also allow the continuity of these activities. So they have, in context of weak political representation, a window to push for their interests in the legal way, to participate in politics and to push for their interests openly.
For the second question, I think the first question and its answer is already answered, but I would give you a similar answer. There is no need to own a private army, but for a different reason, because you already have the state's like coercive apparatus. And this is, I'm not talking about the police or the army, but I'm talking about the judiciary. So it is a really interesting thing in Turkey. So this electoral autocracy has been established, I mean, without killing anyone, without torturing anyone in Turkey. So I mean, we are not threatened about like killings, or physical force, but rule of law is practically demolished, and the arbitrariness of judicial decisions are extreme. Everyone, my mother thinks that she can be arrested because we are talking about Erdogan on the phone. I mean, that level of fear is the result of an arbitrariness, a series of arbitrary decisions. Like yesterday, another very mainstream but anti-Erdogan news like journalist, one of the most famous, he was jailed because he said something. I mean, he criticized Erdogan on YouTube, and that includes the, I mean, Istanbul mayor and the mayors of different cities in Istanbul, journalists, politicians, like capitalist leaders. Everyone feels that they can be arrested because any prosecutor is just acting on the interests of that mafia state apparatus. And you never can estimate the interests, immediate interests of this apparatus, because we are not sure that they know their own interests at this point. So, I mean, if they are doing rational calculations and arranging judiciary operations accordingly, maybe they are just doing everything just because they can do everything. So this is also a possibility. But in that context, I mean, this illicit capital and mafia do not need any private army or killings because they are subcontracting it out to the state.
I want to include in this analysis another actor. What about the social protest? I mean, people protest generally because they are asking for redistribution of wealth, right? This is one of the reasons why people protest. So are people, I mean, the regular Peruvians, regular people in Turkey, they get along with this kind of new structure of how economy and politics works? Are they okay with the mafia controlled by controlling the state? So how is social protest can we include in this analysis?
So this has very, depending on the stage of the expansion of these economies. I mentioned it before that I found that at the local level, people were rather engaged in negotiations with the leaders of these economies than to go to the state, because they know the state will not do anything. So they would rather negotiate even an unfair deal. But then, as the activities or as these economies grow, depending on who's leading or who is the elite, we will see different types of claims. When the activity has expanded and we see an elite from the area, people will more or less tolerate it. But when the economy is captured by criminal groups, as in the case of Ecuador, we will see an opposition, because this is when we will see the presence of coercion. And people run away from coercion, they feel threatened. That's when we will see protests. In general, in the Amazon, in Brazil, in Colombia especially, opposition exists from indigenous communities, from Afro-Colombian communities that want to be the ones leading the activity, or they want their territories to be used differently. But their voices are undermined because there is no political representation, and because the other side has all the tools, no? As you were saying, the game is already, the playing field is already skewed. So your voice is less likely to be heard, no? I think economic dependency on commodities here is the key. No? The commodity dependency has been what has undermined protests for the large-scale sector, and it's doing the same for the illicit sector. No?
So on the one hand, state is shaping these welfare provisions according to social protests, to design in such a way to contain social contention. This is my entire research agenda. But as a response to your question, so people are also taking out the streets. Significantly after the imprisonment of Istanbul mayor, millions of people, literally millions of people, were out in the streets for more than a month, and this was led by university students. And it was an enormous mobilization. But like every mobilization, it has cycles. It has declined, but it can jump again. And you cannot say that, this is why Turkey has never yet become a Russia, because the opposition is really strong. I appreciate that. Despite all this mafiatic welfare complex, still, around, I would say, 2/3 or 60% of the population is strongly against the government. And we are talking about millions of people ready to take out the streets. And I think this is why the government has chosen this way towards autocratization. That's not their choice, but that was a necessity. Because by any democratic means, the way is they are in the end of the game.
Great, thank you. We still have time for one more question from the audience. Yes, please.
Maybe the question is naive, but Dr. Toledo, because you insisted that the exploitation of natural resources is so lucrative, so profitable, then the question which comes to my mind is, if it's so profitable, why can it not be regulated in a way that permits communities to survive and have some profit? So is there not a middle way of keep on exploiting natural resources and having them regulated? In particular, the environmental aspect can also be beneficial for the communities because they won't have problems with contaminated waters, etc.
Thank you. There is no other activity that can grant states so much money, legally, that can grant the state so much money without such little effort than the extraction of commodities. like this is the perfect way for a state to have immediate cash. For right-wing and left-wing governments, democracies, autocracies, in the history of Latin America and sub-Saharan Africa, the exploitation of commodities is what gives you a lot of cash immediately. Preferably when it's done formally, because they have to pay in advance for the concession, in the case of mining or oil or gas or other commodities. And that means that the interest of the exploitation of commodities will go above any other concern. Life, environment, protection of communities, of minorities. There is nothing that is more important than that, no? Especially in cases that are highly dependent. No? This is a story of Venezuela, for instance. No? When oil prices were up, everyone is happy, we can deal, we can manage with agreements. When prices are down, conflict always sparks. No? So yes, in theory, it makes sense that you will protect those resources. But the fact that these are countries that have not even covered their basic needs, and there are different interests, people just want, and governments in general, wants to or prioritize the exploitation of these resources, preferably legally through large-scale companies. But what I'm arguing is that this dependency has also fostered the expansion of the illicit sector, which does the same, but it does not contribute to the treasury. It instead redistributes the wealth locally. I think this is what empowers them, that it gives them immediate profit to the local level. But in both cases, the environmental side, it's at the bottom of priorities, or the protection of communities. Is how lucrative it is what places priorities.
Final remarks, Erdem. I don't know if you have some final remarks before finishing our session, please. Something that you want to emphasize or to final thoughts?
I don't. How do we fix this? How do we fix this?
How do we fix
we don't want to end this talk only outlying problems, no?
I mean, for me, the solution usually should come from bottom. I mean, people's mobilizations but I mean, people have mobilized in the case of Turkey. People have shown their support for an alternative political leader, but this person was jailed, and the protesters are jailed. So we are now talking about a real oppression. So I don't want to be pessimistic, but yeah, let's see, I would say.
Do you have an answer for the Peruvian case?
I wanted to end with, I mean, not for Peru. It's a way more, I think it's extremely complex. But in general, in Latin America, for me, a good start is to diversify the economy. It sounds so basic, but it is the way to begin. The power comes and the issues come from the high dependency on commodities. To think about any policy alternative, to think about any type of political regulation, to decrease the power of these elites, you need to offer something to the populations that depend on these economies. And for that, you need to diversify the economy. And the other issue is what you were saying. You need to empower bottom-up resistance. Presidential systems in Latin America, especially in the Andes, as I was saying, they win office with a really low percentage, no? Or in elections that do not give them the majority in Congress, or where it's highly divided. And so it is very difficult to create good laws, strong laws, with strong support. You need to win office with a strong constituency, with a lot of seats in Congress to change the rules of the game. I think those are the two things that for me will be relevant.
Thank you so much, Saraí. Thank you so much, Erdem. It was a pleasure to have this conversation, and thank you so much for your participation as well.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take an hour's lunch break now, so if we can come back here at 2 o'clock. If I could ask the conference panelists and our student visitors to go to the registration desk, and are also visiting CEU professors, and we'll show you where to go from there. Everyone else, we'll see you back here at 2. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm sure a few more will join us as they come down from lunch. Welcome back. We're going to have our second panel today, which is Can the Hyper-Rich Save the Climate? This is going to be chaired by Stephen Stec, lead researcher at the Democracy Institute here at CEU. So I'll hand it over to Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. So it's my honor to be with you today and to convene this panel at our annual conference that deals with one of the most pressing issues facing humanity today, which is consistently ranked among the issues of highest concern and which generates a sense of urgency for a large segment of global population, that is climate change. But before starting, I have to apologize since one of our panelists is not with us today. We were really looking forward to having Professor Katrina McKinnon of Exeter University on the panel. She was unable to join us as her flight yesterday was canceled. And compounding this loss, that leaves us with an all-male panel, for which I have to apologize. Sorry about that. It was unintentional, and the responsibility lies with KLM Airlines. I will, however, use this opportunity to speak a little bit longer than what I intended to before passing it on to the panelists. So we, as a society, have solved some of the world's most pressing environmental problems. We've solved acid rain, we've solved the hole in the ozone layer, polluted rivers and air. We have brought species back from the brink of extinction. And democratic participatory decision-making and governance and open societies have been critical factors in these successes. In international law and policy, these advances take the form of the concept of sustainable development and especially Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration. This morning at the opening, the rector spoke about crony capitalism. Our keynote speaker also spoke about how law protects capital against the world. But these are two sides of the same coin, in which the relationships are among humans, the haves and the have-nots. But nature doesn't respect capital, and law alone can't protect anyone, even the richest and the most powerful, against it. So environmental issues have been politically transformative. The Chernobyl disaster shook the confidence of the public in the ability of the Soviet system to manage environmental risk and human safety and security, and played an outsized role in the political changes that led to the era of what we called in the 1990s transition in the pan-European politics. That was about democratic governance over a high-risk nuclear power industry. And those who played with the Chernobyl power plant and caused the accident, if you've watched the documentaries about it and the stories, they were the equivalent of the tech bros of scientific socialism. One of the questioners this morning spoke about security. Ecological urgency is on the boundary between two coexisting systems of law and economics. It's a driver of the acceptance of concentrated hierarchical power in a small number of individuals. So when we look at climate change, it's a sticky problem, and while there has been incremental progress in several areas, including energy efficiency and overall reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, these developments, even though they are currently under attack as well, have been far from enough to offer hope that the global community will avoid the disastrous impacts that are projected to occur. And climate change is only one leg of the triple planetary crisis we are facing, along with biodiversity loss and pollution. So if it's an emergency that we're in, where might we cut corners on democratic accountability? Should we do that, and what do we do to solve the problem? Wouldn't it be great if there were technological fixes that could be deployed to solve the triple planetary crisis? Today, the world is once again embracing strong leaders who may not have the answers, but who act decisively. They are allied with and make use of the possibilities of big money in the hands of powerful people, giving us hope that they might buy us out of our big problems. That could be wonderful, or it could be cataclysmic. In Ottawa last year, in the negotiations of a new treaty on plastics pollution, there appeared a panel of representatives of large funds who represented that they have $17 trillion at their disposal to deploy to eliminate plastic pollution. But the negotiations for the treaty are deadlocked. Who gets to decide what the money will be used for? And the EU has announced very optimistically that it will put 2 billion euros into what are called nature-based solutions. After more than 5 years of discussions, the international community still has not defined nature-based solutions. Meanwhile, a researcher from Friends of the Earth has studied a wide range of NBS-labeled projects and found that they actually produced net harm to the environment. Why is that? Because researchers and authorities prioritized pet projects with speculative and unpredictable results. So also this morning we heard several people use the word tension. Among the tensions that we talked about, or that we can talk about, that we will talk about today, is the tension between whether it's virtuous to be hyper-wealthy and whether the hyper-wealthy can justify their excessive wealth through solving problems, through becoming heroes. In periods of crisis, such as we now face, the hyper-rich and hyper-powerful may attempt to use their wealth and power to solve existential problems, but these attempts, no matter how well-intentioned, raise issues in regard to unintended consequences, unacceptable risks, and inequitable impacts. Elevating the hyper-rich to hero status also insulates them from democratic accountability. We will hear more from our panel about the attitudes of the current generation to this dynamic. Yet my own informal poll involving the UN Children and Youth Major Groups from the High-Level Political Forum and in the United Nations Environment Program contexts shows that while the younger generation is divided, a substantial part of the youth today is at least hopeful, if not actually optimistic, about things like geoengineering to solve these issues, to solve these problems. But what, in the meantime, has happened to faith in the role of the public through democratic decision-making and governance in this area? Are we ready to abdicate and to hand over everything to the rich and powerful? Should we trust the richest people in the world to use their immense wealth to save the planet, particularly when some ultra-rich are betting on things like collapse, like colonizing Mars, looking into post- or transhumanism, or merging with artificial intelligence? It's very common in the environmental field to talk about the free rider, such as the polluting capitalist who hopes that the public will look the other way while he profits from imposing the costs of doing a dirty business on the environment and the community. With supposedly well-meaning, hyper-rich, so-called philanthropists, we have a slightly different phenomenon. This is the free driver, the one whose wealth and power feel justified to drive the process of transforming our way of life without the typical moral, ethical, and governance constraints, and therefore imposes costs in a haphazard and unpredictable way on society as a whole, leaving us to pick up the pieces. Or will they actually succeed? That's what we're going to be discussing today, looking at the example of solar radiation modification. And why do we focus on SRM, as it's called? Because SRM is actually being done today. We'll hear some examples of that. We're going to discuss concepts such as lock-in effects, termination shock, and overshoot pathways, while focusing on our key questions, which are, can the hyper-rich save the climate? And should they try? Should we trust them to do that? I'm joined by our excellent panelists who are at the leading edge of these critical issues. They are among the world leaders in scholarship and policy development related to climate change and geoengineering. To my immediate right, János Pásztor is now retired after close to 5 decades of work on sustainable development, and in particular on climate change. Most recently, he was the executive director of the Carnegie Climate Governance Initiative, C2G. Before that, he was UN Assistant Secretary General for Climate Change and senior advisor to the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. To his right, Benjamin Sovacool is Professor of Energy Policy at Sussex University, Professor of Earth and Environment at Boston University, and University Distinguished Professor at Aarhus University. He also has a CEU connection, having been an Erasmus Mundus scholar with us in 2012. And once again, we're sorry that we don't have with us Professor Katrina McKinnon from the University of Exeter. We'll start with brief presentations from the panelists, followed by a short dialogue, and then we will open up the floor to questions from the audience. So we'll start with you, Janos. Please, you have the floor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this event. Back to CEU after a very long time. I spoke here many, many years ago, and it's always a pleasure to be back in the city where I was born a few years ago. Okay, so I've been asked to do two things today. First, there is these new technologies, new techniques called solar radiation modification or geoengineering, and I've been asked to give a 2-minute, 1-minute, 2-minute backgrounder so we all know what it is. So I'll do that first, and then I will switch to my actual presentation talking about the topic of let's see if this works. Yes, it does. So what is solar radiation modification? And basically the situation is quite simple. The sun heats us, sun rays come to hit the earth, and some of it gets reflected back into space. And there is a balance because there are there's gases in the atmosphere, so not all of it is reflected back, and there is a balance. And so the Earth's temperature is relatively balanced. The problem is that we've been burning fossil fuels, and we've been putting the so-called greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which actually interfere with this balance and increase the amount of heat that is trapped in the Earth, and therefore it's getting warmer, including today in Budapest. It's pretty warm today. And so that's the issue, but some people have, some scientists have figured out that maybe we can do something about this. We can maybe put some material, some particles into the atmosphere, the stratosphere, so that already some of the sunlight coming in gets reflected back into space and thereby cool the planet. So that doesn't solve the climate crisis at all, because the only thing that solves the climate crisis is to reduce and eliminate our CO2 emissions, but at least it allows the world to reduce the impacts of the heating while we decarbonize. Now, there are a number of different techniques to do solar radiation modification. The simplest is what is traditionally done at the ground level, painting roofs white. The houses in the Mediterranean tend to be white for that reason. That's the simplest way to do it. But there are also more complicated ones, and at the other end, the most controversial one is called stratospheric aerosol injection, where we would take aeroplanes and spray material into the stratosphere that would stay there for a while and reflect sunlight back into space and cool it. In between, there are others like the marine cloud brightening, where it's basically ships going and spraying essentially saltwater spray into the clouds, and thereby changing the quality of those clouds, and they can reflect some sunlight. As we know, if you're under the cloud, it's cooler. And for example, in Australia, they've been working on this, experimenting with this to try to save the Great Barrier Reef, which is a very big area, but is having a real problem with the warming. So that's the technology. The technology is quite simple. The science is very simple. The problem with these is the governance questions. Who is going to decide to do it? What if something goes wrong? What if I don't want it? What if somebody else wants it? There are many, many questions. And after spending some years working on this, I think I can say fairly easily that the science, the technology issues can be solved very easily. The governance questions are much, much more difficult, and that is why the topic is very controversial. But nevertheless, we are in a situation where almost whatever we do, it's going to get hotter, and the question will arise whether or not societies are prepared to take and look at these technologies. So I will leave it at that. If there are any technical questions in the discussion, we can look at that. But now I'd like to go to my actual presentation, if I may. So I think I'd like to start with the fact that our planet is in trouble, actually big trouble, because it's getting warmer and warmer. And in fact, it is the average global temperatures are warmer now than in the last 10,000 years. If you look at this graph, this is just the last 2,000, but you could extend it to 10,000 years, and you will get pretty much the same picture. The average temperature, there are some peak temperatures always a bit higher than lower, but the average global temperature has not gone more than plus or minus half a degree centigrade for the last 10,000 years, except the last few years. And let's not forget that it is precisely during this period that civilization developed and managed to grow and thrive. That is the so-called Holocene. And we have changed that just in the last few decades, suddenly with the emissions growing as they are. What the impacts of all that is and will be, some of it we know, some of it we don't know. But it is definitely a radical change. And that is something we shouldn't forget as we go into further discussions. Now, we are now officially 1.3 degrees above historical average. Is counted as a 20-year average. So even though last year was 1.5 and this year is likely to be the same, if not warmer, they count it over 20 years. So that's not very good, particularly because the aim of the Paris Agreement is to keep the temperatures definitely below 2 degrees, if possible, below 1.5. And according to the most reasonable estimates right now, it looks like that the temperature is going to reach something like 2.6 to 3.1 degrees by the end of the century. And the range is there because many countries are saying we can definitely do a certain amount, and if we do all that, in terms of emission reductions, then we'll reach the 3.1 degrees. But if we get additional resources, the so-called climate finance, then we can do more. And then the temperature, the average temperature will only reach 2.6 above historical average. I say only, but that only is still way too high, because already today, the impact of the 1.3 average is already significant. In fact, not only significant, but in many places catastrophic. We have floods, forest fires, we have excess heat in places where it's simply impossible for people to live. In Iraq and some of the in that area, temperatures are now routinely going into the high 40s and low 50s. It's impossible to live in such situations. You can look at the 2024 report of the World Meteorological Organization, and there is a whole list of all the impacts that are taking place. The problem is that it's going to get worse because the temperatures, the emissions are still increasing and the temperatures are increasing. And with some countries, and I will mention it, some of the big countries like the United States, what's happening there in terms of going backwards and reducing some of the good things that were taking place in terms of climate action will make this even worse. So that's the reality that we live in, and we have to realize that a substantial temperature increase is baked in already. Almost doesn't matter what we do in terms of our emission reductions. For the next few decades, the temperature is going to rise and the impacts are going to rise. Stephen, you talked about the triple planetary crisis, absolutely true, but in fact it's even more than triple. Many people call it the polycrisis because there are many other issues that are also there and they are interacting with each other. But anyway, let's just try to look at the climate situation. So obviously the first thing to do is to reduce our emissions as the highest priority. Not only CO2, carbon dioxide, but also methane, which is quite important. The challenge that we face that we have addressed only the low-hanging fruit. It's easy to make photovoltaics and easy to make electric cars, very important, but much more difficult to have electric planes, different kind of steel making, etc., etc. So there are lots and lots of challenges that we have to do that are still looking ahead. But we also have to think that the concentration of greenhouse gases is already too high in the atmosphere. You can do a sort of a Gedanken experiment that if you remove all carbon from the atmosphere, if you stop all emissions today, even then the temperature, there's so much carbon in the atmosphere that the momentum of the system is such that the temperatures will still rise a little bit, and then they will stay like that for hundreds of years to come. So there's already too much carbon, and that carbon has to be removed. But that is taking time. We also have to adapt to the changes to the extent that we can, but we have to recognize that it costs money to adapt to climate change, and in many situations there are cultural, religious, geographic limitations to what one can do in terms of adaptation. And then there comes the situation that scientists have said, well, why don't we start thinking about cooling the planet, or cooling at least part of the planet? And that's the big question, whether the world is ready to start considering that option. It's controversial. We don't know enough about the science and technology that we can either accept or reject this proposition, but it looks like that we may need it. And if we may need it, then we have a moral imperative to actually look into it, do the necessary research to understand it better, so that one day we have an evidence-based situation where we can decide whether or not we want to pursue. So it's in this context that we're looking at the hyper-rich, and I'd like to switch to that part of my presentation now, because all the other actions that the world has been doing is not enough, it's too slow. So the question arises, can the hyper-rich fix this problem? And I have an answer, but I leave it to the end. Okay, so first let's look at what do the hyper-rich do today. And I think as a first point, I think it's fair to say that all the hyper-rich have their very different lifestyles than we all do in this room. They have their private planes, they have many houses, they buy lots of things, and so clearly their consumption is much higher than anybody else. Their per capita consumption is much higher, so you could say that's terrible. And it is terrible, but frankly, given the number of people concerned, if we stopped all that, we would still have a climate crisis in front of us. Let's be realistic. So yes, it's a problem that they do all that consumption and emissions, but not doing that will not save us. Now, they also have influence, all of them, one way or another. The rich they have many followers on X, on TV shows, on TikTok, and so on. And that can be a problem, but it can also be good if they use it for the right purpose. So let's just look at a few hyper-rich. And let's start with the person who helped to fund all this, George Soros. You know, he's put his money to lots of good things when it comes to climate. So in that sense, that's a good thing. And then there are others. I ran an initiative called the Carnegie Climate Governance Initiative for 7 years. It was funded by the V.K. Rasmussen Foundation. It's a family foundation from Denmark. They also decided to do something useful with their money. And then there are some good ones that are well known, such as Bill Gates, who has given enormous amounts of money for, mostly for health, but also quite a lot for climate. So those are fantastic. They're not solving the climate crisis, but they're definitely contributing to it. But then there are others who have done both good and bad things. If you look at somebody like Elon Musk, I think what he's done with the electric car situation, fantastic. He's really pushed the envelope with that. But then all this space stuff and going to Mars and things like that, I'm not sure how much helpful that is for the climate crisis. But what is even worse is when people like him get involved in politics and then they're pushing for the wrong solutions when it comes to the climate. And if you look at, in the United States, the cabinet of President Trump, it's worth, somewhere between $50 to $20 billion, the totality. So they're quite rich people. And look at what they're doing to the climate. It's just amazing. It's not only that they have stopped doing some of the good things that were in place, but they're actually removing those things and removing policies and measures so that the US is actually going backwards when it comes to the climate situation. And that means inevitably that the US emissions will rise, and so will the global emissions as a result. So this is what the hyper-rich do today. Now, what else can the hyper-rich do or may do in the future? Well, first thing to say, I think it's fair to say that they will probably continue to do the kinds of things that they're doing. They're high consumption lifestyles. Some of them will be busy here, busy there. Some will contribute positively, some not. So that situation is likely to continue. But then the question is, what could they do? And since they have, many of them have very good possibilities to influence people through, they have the very big megaphone, so to speak, and they could actually talk a lot more about the climate crisis. They could talk a lot for example, encourage broad societal conversations about the difficult issues, such as solar radiation modification, or simply to talk about the temperature overshoot that we're going to get, because let's face it, it is going to get warmer, and our leaders are not really talking about it, neither in the government, nor in NGOs, nor in the private sector. So they could encourage such conversations. They could also support massive international programs, like Bill Gates did that for health. There is no reason why billionaires couldn't support major international programs, research programs, for example, to find out what are the true risks and benefits of these new techniques that alter the climate. It's needed, it's necessary to have such activities, and maybe they could do it. They could also support capacities in the developing countries so that it is not all researched and figured out in London and Berlin and New York, but also the world over. And they could support much more substantially, like Bloomberg has provided. Now that the United States is stepping out of the Paris Agreement, Bloomberg decided that he will pay the difference what the US would have paid as a party to that agreement. And then there is one other area, and that's something that is worth discussing perhaps in more detail in this panel as well. Some have suggested that maybe very rich people can do what's called the green finger scenario, that a very rich person could actually start stratospheric aerosol injection, because it's not a very, very expensive thing to do. So people say it will cost of the order of $15 to $30 billion annually. Now that's a lot of money when it comes to my pocket, but many billionaires could actually do that for a few years. So the question arises, will they do it, or should they do it, or can they do it? And I've been looking at some of the analysis of that, and I don't think that they would really be able to do it, because at the end of the day, if governments are not in agreement, they would do something to stop it, even very large potential activities. But they could perhaps work with governments formally, informally, behind the scenes, to actually start doing something. And once you start it, this is where I think you mentioned that in your introduction, the so-called termination shock, that once you start this, it's very difficult to stop quickly. So you have to do something special. And then you could use it to blackmail governments, that if you don't let me do this, then I'll do something else. So there could be some political repercussions there. But this is something that one needs to be ready, because we have already had small private sector doing this. We have a company in the United States called Make Sunsets that started releasing small amounts of aerosols. And that's a very small company, it doesn't have any impact, but it's happening. What if somebody with a few $1 billion start to do that? Are we ready for that? So that's just a few thoughts for reflection. But in summary, what is my answer to the question? Can the hyper-rich save the world's climate? Well, the answer is not really, no. They are part of the problem, but they are also part of the solution, and they can contribute. They can contribute positively, they can also contribute negatively. And I think the challenge that we have is, how can we make them contribute more the positive side, the helpful side, than to contribute on the negative side. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Janusz. Let me turn it. Grab this. I'll turn it over now to Benjamin.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I guess I get the pleasure of going last. I'll try to wake everybody up. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Stephen, for inviting me, and it's good to see you again, Janusz. So I wanted to start, I think the reason that I was invited is I also manage a very large grant on geoengineering called GENIE. How cool is that? Which literally does stand for Geoengineering and Negative Emissions Pathways in Europe. And as you can see in that lovely green diagram, the cloud with aerosols is meant to signify solar radiation management, but there's another type of geoengineering as well called negative emissions or carbon removal, which also seeks to kind of really do a technical fix of removing emissions out of the air and storing them. And I'm really lucky, there are more than 40 of us on this ERC Synergy grant, and it isn't just myself at Aarhus and Boston University, but also our colleagues at the Potsdam Institute for Climate in Berlin and the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, in Austria. So a very nice Danish, German, Austrian research project. I wanted to kind of only make 3 main points before we get to kind of have a dialogue. The first is to reveal to you some of the technologies that billionaires could realistically deploy this decade. Then I want to talk a little bit about what experts believe might be some of the negative impacts on equity, justice, sustainability, poverty, and so forth. And then lastly, especially relevant this week, what about military conflict, militarization, and weaponization? Could some of these interventions be used for ill to actually create war? And I want to start, you kind of stole my thunder a little bit. Before this seminar, how many of you have heard of the term geoengineering? All right, so about half. Excellent. How many of you have actually seen geoengineering technology or infrastructure? 1 person. All right, I'll take it, Andreas. That's actually a record. Mostly it's 0. Well, I wanted to show you, the first issue, are these technologies really here? Are they only on paper? And there are a surprising number that are actually in society, at least in the form of pilots, demonstrations, lab experiments, and different kind of early stage development. So this is one of them. This is the carbon engineering direct air capture facility in Canada. This actually helps remove CO2 out of the atmosphere, and I think this one is using it to make jet fuel. However, an even better example is this one in Iceland called Climeworks Orca facility. And you can see the kind of size of those trucks there for scale. It's about as big as this room. And it stores 4,000 tons of CO2 per year, which is not that much, but at least it's moving up from very small amounts to thousands of tons. And there are huge efforts now to do gigascale facilities in the United States, especially under previous policy from the Biden-Harris administration with the Inflation Reduction Act. We also have some other kind of wonky things. Janusz talked about this as kind of albedo management. But one of the ways that you can manage albedo is to protect ice sheets by covering them with tarps or also sprinkling different things on top of them to help further reflect sunlight. And I had the privilege of going to Greenland to look at where they're trying to do efforts to protect the ice sheet here, which is rapidly melting. In fact, you hear it before you see it. That's how much of ice sheet is being lost. And you can see what they're trying to do is remove dark stones and other materials that absorb more heat off of the glacier so that its melting isn't accelerated. Then we get into some of the other options that Janusz showed in his diagram that are surprisingly here. So this is the Great Barrier Reef in eastern Australia. And this is where colleagues are literally already doing marine cloud brightening, fogging, and shading on the Great Barrier Reef. Luckily, this is just water vapor, so they're not creating artificial things like stratospheric aerosol injection might do. But this has already been shown to reduce heat exposure for coral reefs and to improve reef vitality. It's even part of a $100 million Australian dollar project called RAP, the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, which considered more than 100 interventions to save the reef, and this made it past the 100 to the top 6 that they're doing, along with things like crown of thorns, starfish management, and helping reduce tourism, and doing things like helping reefs recover by doing larvae and genetic crossbreeding. And then we even move to some of the options that might seem fantastic, like SAI, which do exist as well. Janos mentioned Make Sunsets, which is a company that did release aerosols in Mexico. This shows you one of the top labs at Harvard. That's Frank Koich. He works with David Keith. And you can see me there in a coat standing next to a gondola, which would have released aerosols in Sweden as part of the Skopets project, which ended up being terminated because of local opposition from the Sami communities there. But the technology exists. It's in that lab. And that little thing that Frank is pointing at is what they use at Harvard to simulate the stratosphere. So they can simulate the pressure, the atmospheric density, the flow of materials, and so forth. And as Janos mentioned, colleagues at Harvard are saying they could run a regional SAI program for about $20 billion a year. And I looked it up yesterday. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk have a current valuation of more than $200 billion. So they could do one of these programs and still have 90% of their revenue left to do whatever they want. So these are already definitely within the remit of what some of these hyper-wealthy can do. If you think this is far out, however, I would be remiss if I didn't mention perhaps the most interesting, radical, unconventional option, which goes to outer space. Yes, there are also plans to do geoengineering in an extraterrestrial fashion. You might laugh at these diagrams. The one on the right shows the Lagrange point, L1, which would be where you would put the space shield. That's where the gravitational pull of the sun cancels out that of the Earth, so it's a geostationary point. And if you were to deploy a sun shield there, you could dim sunlight to completely offset temperature increases from climate change. And as the diagram in the left indicates, not only would you have climate protection, you would have a whole bunch of other amazing co-benefits: space trucks, asteroid mining, solar power stations in space, and even, if you see that bottom left, the Alpha Centauri sailing mission where we could start to colonize. We kind of chuckled when we saw these diagrams. They're being seriously considered by Airbus Space and Defense, Boeing, Raytheon, NASA, OHB, and others. We have a study we've published using expert interviews, and here are just 3 quotes about how viable physicists and climate scientists say this is. Look at the quote on the left. All things being equal, as in mitigation, adaptation, I'd prefer us to do space-based measures because they don't involve putting chemicals into our environment. It's universal cooling, it can be tweaked, it's controllable, and it's easily monitorable. Or in the upper right, it's just a plan B, airbag solution. It's not meant to stay there after 20 years. We'll be able to remove it then because we will have solved climate change. Anyone here from the Netherlands? It's just like the Dutch Delta works in space, right? The Dutch building of dikes and dams, right, off their coast. That's the analog. We've done it on Earth. Now we just have to take it maybe a little further abroad, right, to preserve our way of life and protect our land. So obviously these options are more deployable and perhaps closer to potential deployment than we may think. There are colleagues of ours, Frank Bierman has even led signatories for a non-use agreement that believe we need to urgently have a moratorium on deployment so that we don't see some of these options recklessly proposed. And what we've also done in our work is looked at some of the potential justice impacts. And what's interesting, based on expert interviews as well, they don't just occur where the technology is used, which is right there in the gray. There's also a kind of hidden whole system behind these options. Where are the metals, minerals, and materials that are used to make them? Whether it's basalt for enhanced weathering or fertilizer, or who actually makes and owns the patents for the aerosols that are being injected into the stratosphere? Who works on them? Is it in the global south or the global north? What are impacts on poverty and agriculture? In Africa? What about all of the input from solar photovoltaics, which now becomes less because we're having less sunlight affect the earth? What about land grabbing and the dispossession of indigenous groups? Because you would need large amounts of land to do many of these programs. Or what about aerosol injection over tribal communities? We've already seen the Sami in Sweden rigorously oppose even an experiment. And after Make Sunsets did their pilot in Mexico, geoengineering was outlawed in Mexico. And then lastly, what about disposal and waste? What about the waste streams that are created? What about liability for accidents? What about attribution? One of the other things that we did in our expert interviews is we asked people, oh, I forgot, it also isn't just about scales of justice, it's about types of justice. And it's about far more than just distributive justice, which is costs and benefits. It's also about recognition justice. What are the vulnerable groups that will be most harmed? It's also about participation and due process. Who makes policy? Is it just technocrats? Is it just the UN? What about responsibility? What about this great term mitigation deterrence or moral hazard? If we think we can rely on the sun shield or aerosol injection, why bother with mitigation? The IEA is telling us we have to invest $100 trillion by mid-century in mitigation and net zero infrastructure alone. If the space shield is $1 trillion, that's 1/99th the cost of our mitigation efforts. And then what about capabilities? Who has the technological know-how, the resources, the intellectual property? Is it elites? Is it Virgin? Is it Boeing? Is it Raytheon? Is it the US Department of Defense? Or are there more democratic ways of doing SAI? Is it Greta? And is it social movements and cooperatives and community groups? The last thing we did in our expert interviews is we were really concerned with the ability for these options to be used as weapons or to accelerate military capabilities or militarization. And we actually found 4 different ways that geoengineering could create geopolitical tension or conflict. The first one is as negotiating tools. Now, we already got mention of the green finger. For those of you that don't know, that's a kind of analog to James Bond and Goldfinger, who was going to take over Fort Knox and actually use it to drive up, I think, prices of currency around the world. Well, a green finger is the same thing. Not only is it about use, it's about the threatening of the use by blackmail, also Austin Powers, to actually receive, say, a ransom. However, there are other ways in which geoengineering could be a geopolitical negotiating tool. You could create new cartels and clubs. People talked about perhaps a green OPEC or an aerospace OPEC that control bioenergy supply chains or aerospace technology, satellites, high-altitude aircraft, and monitoring systems. Or it could be concessions that people threaten to use geoengineering in exchange for better immigration policy or trade policy, or for other non-environmental related things like, say, conflict in Ukraine or Iran and Israel. But a negotiating tool is just one of the ways in which these options can intersect with weaponization. The second is enhancing military capacity, whether you deploy them perhaps around military infrastructure, or maybe now you deploy the military to protect the resources you need to make them. Or it could also be that you need them to deter attacks on existing carbon infrastructure, say carbon reservoirs, right? If there were carbon reservoirs in Iran right now, they could have been threatened to be destroyed by Israeli or US forces. There's even one expert we interviewed who talked about how they think while the US military had its 5th wing of the Space Force, the 6th wing will be the environmental force, where the military now goes around and enforces environmental statutes, especially if we come to depend upon negative emissions technologies that have immense liability. These options could also be targeted in conflict. You could physically attack them during military campaigns. You could attack their software or SCADA systems, or you could just have them be interrupted by accident. And this, you know, you may remember in Kosovo, the United States bombed the Chinese embassy by mistake. If we can't even properly target infrastructure during normal conflicts, imagine misattribution and miscalculation in things like geoengineering infrastructure or carbon networks. And then lastly, they could cause conflict. Whether India deploys against China, North Korea against South Korea, or they create insecurities. Let's say that India deploys SAI and has a much greater harvest and much more stability. China does not. That creates asymmetries in climate protection that then motivates China to correct that asymmetry by attacking India. What about miscalculation? What if India never actually did anything but the Chinese say they did and use it as a proxy? And lastly, what about counter-geoengineering and arms races? Where you have proxy geoengineering research, the same way that the United States had research on chemical weapons and smallpox, not for use, but to counter use in case it occurred. All of which still demands that you increase the capabilities. So here we have no less than 15 different ways that geoengineering could really complicate climate statecraft and geopolitics. Now, lastly, this came up over lunch with Stephen. I wanted to just raise two other interesting findings from the Genie project. One, we ran in a totally separate exercise 44 focus groups across 22 countries and asked them to envision a geoengineering future in 2030. We had 22 focus groups with about 350 respondents. What this shows you here are the 5 most common imagined futures. And these are surprisingly collective. These were completely unprompted, and it wasn't done in a group, as in they were at the focus group, but they went individually to write down their future. And amazingly, in more than 60% of the focus groups, the global green belt was prevalent, in which we see massive afforestation and reforestation efforts, some of which are done by billionaires. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk were named. We also see perhaps crop failure and cancer from stratospheric aerosol injection. Again, billionaires were named, as well as Bill Gates, as the architects of deployment. And lastly, we see the interplanetary sun shield, where we do go to space. These visions of crop failure and cancer and the sun shield were still prevalent in 25% of the focus group. So this gives you a sense, like, when the ordinary public imagines a near-term future of where we've done geoengineering, the green finger scenario is very prevalent. Probably because the technology is so speculative, this helps them ground it by having it attached to a familiar actor. And then lastly, coupled with the survey, with the focus groups, we ran a survey in 30 countries with more than 30,000 respondents in 17 languages. And one of the questions we asked is how people feel about geoengineering. And this helps show, unfortunately, there's no Hungary in the sample, but we have Austria and Germany, so we're getting kind of close by. And this helps show you all of the emotions. The green is where the emotions are positively affiliated, and the purple is where they are not affiliated. So look how much hope Indonesia, Nigeria, India, Saudi Arabia have in geoengineering. Look how afraid Brazil is. Look how angry Italy, Spain, and Greece are, and look how sad they are. And it really helps reveal the whole spectrum of fear and anger and hope that the public has. And counterintuitively, both positive and negative effect have greater salience for geoengineering. If you are fearful, it's positively related to your support for SRM because you're afraid the risks of climate change are seen as worse than the risks of deployment. And if you're hopeful, well then of course you have confidence that scientists can do it right and we can create governance. So it's kind of a weird, either way, emotions are pushing people to more rapidly embrace and positively favor these geoengineering options, including SRM. And so is worry, and so is sadness. And with that, I'll happily open it up to you, Stephen. Thank you.
So I'm going to first give an opportunity for the two panelists to respond to each other, and then we'll open it up for questions and answers after that. So we'll start. Janos, you press that.
Okay. I was struck by the last part of your presentation about the military uses and that lend themselves to questions of security and things like that. And what strikes me is that even if you cannot measure the climate impact on one particular region or country, it's the perception that matters. And I wanted to find out if in your study you looked at that particular issue, the question of perception.
No.
Okay, so there's the next project, right?
I mean, we did 125 expert interviews, and the question wasn't about weaponization, it was what are the risks of deployment? And so it was just by chance that so many experts talked about weapons in the military, more than 50, that we were able to write that paper. And for symmetry, I should say the first half of the paper presents all those risks that you saw, but the second half actually deflates the threat and says they won't be militarized because they're really poor weapons. They have poor targeting, poor attribution, and you can get much more bang for your buck with, say, smart bombs or computer viruses. And so I like that, you know, as good social science work does, we're not saying it is securitizable. There is a debate, and there were a fair number of experts who also talked really realistically about how they won't be really weapons at all. So I like that the experts seem split on whether they're for or against.
Okay. And I have one more question. It's also in the end, the bit about the emotions. So is that because most people, it seems to me that most people still don't fully understand what these technologies are. And is it therefore that they more rely on emotions to evaluate the techniques? And do you expect that with more information, more knowledge that might be available through you know, society-wide conversations or whatever they may be, that will change the picture on the emotions?
Potentially. On the one hand, levels of public familiarity with these options are much lower than, say, nuclear power or solar photovoltaics. But I think one of the things that we often do in academia is we greatly overestimate the public's literacy and knowledge of even ordinary energy options. In totally different projects, we've been working with communities, especially people of color in the United States, about solar PV. And we have another project in the UK in its heartlands talking about hydrogen and CCS. And there, public knowledge is just as bad. People literally think solar photovoltaics are for mind control or weather control. Here's another one, Janos. Smart meters measure intelligence. And people associate hydrogen with the Hindenburg blimp and carbon capture with diamonds. Right? So like, I'm not sure that the public is having much real informed, say the average public, not the educated public. But the average public, I think, may not know much about any of these options. So it isn't just geoengineering. So in that regard, emotions might be a good proxy for how they feel about technology, whether it's solar PV or SRM.
And maybe just one more. I've always been troubled by this, that mixing carbon removal techniques and solar radiation modification techniques is complicated because they are so different. The techniques are different, the governance challenges are different, the reasons why you do them are different. They're all related to climate, of course. But do you think that was helpful for your project to look at both of those together?
I sure hope so. No, absolutely. We were really concerned that too much work looked at only one or the other, only solar radiation modification or carbon removal. And in reality, they can be used as portfolios. We've already seen some of the integrated assessment models like DICE run simulations that include SRM and CDR. And it kind of mirrors the policymaking dilemma. If we can't mitigate and we can't adapt, then policymakers are considering the full range of these options. And SRM can affect CDR, and CDR can affect SRM. So I think that's one of the strengths of looking at them together, because they could realistically be used together.
Okay, but then don't you have to then look at all the climate actions together, including mitigation, emission reductions, carbon removal, adaptation, resilience, cooling, all of that together? Then I am okay with that.
Yes, and the next round of the survey is doing just that, Janos. So okay. Excellent.
Excellent.
Thanks so much for that dialogue. I'd like to now open it up to the floor. I will have a question on international governance a little bit later, but I think because of the time, it'd be good to hear from the audience, to see what questions you may have. I see some people, I think, chomping at the bit. So anyone would like to have the floor? I see this gentleman here to start. Maybe we'll take a few. There's one person in the back. Anyone else?
Thank you.
And over here. Okay.
I'm George Sabo. Just to introduce myself again. All these topics have been, I think, quite long ago on the agenda. When I was working in the OECD, we had business groups, intergovernmental organizations, all presenting their views on similar topics. And I think, although we did advance globally on these issues, but the pace of change is lagging behind the pace of change of the climate change. So my question to both of you would be, instead of thinking about what the hyper-rich can do in order to advance these topics, what could governments do in order to tax the hyper-rich comfortably enough to finance the public side of these problems? Because I think that this would be, I think, the depth of government via the public whose good they are supposed to serve.
Thank you. Let's take a couple more. So the gentleman all the way in the back there is next.
Thank you very much, Max Steyr, Communist University, fascinating talks. I have one question and one sort of meta question. So the question is on whether the elite's perceptions of emergency change the likelihood of them supporting these pro-climate projects, whether you have any data on that. And the second one, because you've mentioned so much valuable social science, empirical research, but also insights from theories of justice. I wonder how important cooperation between disciplines is from your perspective for understanding these phenomena. And it's a meta question, I would say, also because just this week there is another attempt apparently of discontinuing this interdisciplinary collaboration in Hungary at the level of the Academy of Sciences, disconnecting 4 social science humanities institutes from the natural sciences and somehow saying that they are not directly relevant for solving the problems of the society. So I wonder to what extent this is essential for finding these kind of new solutions, this interjection of humanities into the climate, natural science, engineering research. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And we can go with József on the left here.
Thank you. József Slezák, Central European University. So I didn't know much about geoengineering, and thank you for the introduction. I believe the geoengineering might play a role in solving the climate crisis and the polycrisis. At the same time, I was wondering during your presentation, so in the last about 15 years or more, I have been following the debate whether we need more technology or we need to invest into people and societies as a whole, like social capital, knowledge, and etc., towards sustainability. And what I have seen so far regarding technology, except some fewer success cases, were big failures. And I remember also having been here in this same room a couple of years ago at a seminar by the European Environment Agency on the precautionary principle, where they presented several cases, what they have studied, how the risk of environmental technologies and environmental solutions have been underestimated, and then society paid the price. So they have vast amount of publications about it. The European Environment Agency is still downloadable from their website, I believe. And then very many other examples could be mentioned. For example, also the companies who promised like CO2 sequestration, and they gathered billions of dollars from companies promising climate neutralization, until someone, a group of researchers have found out that their projects in Africa make more harm than good. And this company, by the way, is seated in Switzerland and called My Climate, so anyone can check this based on internet sources. So coming back to the topic of the panel today, what the hyper-rich could do. By the way, I'm not familiar at the statistical level of this definition, hyper-rich, what exactly it means. But I know that the wealthy cause, the 20% of society worldwide, the wealthiest 20% cause about 80% of the pollution, including also CO2 emissions and all the emissions related to climate change. So one of the speakers mentioned that, well, they won't change their lifestyle, but maybe they could finance projects. I think actually we do need to talk about lifestyles. What is that we want to achieve eventually with these projects, that we remain the same society with the same lifestyles? You mentioned Tesla. Most Tesla cars are driven, used by one single person. Compare it to public transport. You mentioned Tesla as a wonderful success story. For me, it's not a success story. I digged into this and I presented to my students how Tesla and other electric cars companies take advantage of people in Ghana from where they source their the necessary materials, amongst them cobalt from the accumulator. So all in all, I think we need to be precautious. It's easy to present technologies as promising in short presentations like this, but I would call for civil control and civic control over all these technologies, and any ideas about geoengineering. And maybe this could be a question to you, particularly to Professor Pastor, whether you have some experience with negotiating and debating the ideas with the civil society, and what your experiences are in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Josef. I think that was about 12 or 15 questions in your intervention, so we're not going to expect you to get all your answers right now, but I think you can do a good job trying. So I'll give it first to you, János, to respond to these first interventions.
All right, let's start. So first of all, I think there will be a session on taxing the hyper-rich, no? So let's hear what the other panel says about that. But I do agree that, personally, that the most important is to make sure that societies tax appropriately. And we've seen in the history that taxing rich people doesn't necessarily reduce progress and growth and all of those good things of capitalist societies, right? So let's start with that. I think the issue of emergency was brought up, and whose emergency it is. I think that's important. Sometimes we see people from rich, wealthy countries talk about what the poor needs in another part of the world. We've seen that before quite a lot. But what we also see increasingly is now capacity in the global south evolving, where they make their assessments and they say that they have an emergency, and that's a very different story. So that's why it's so important to make sure that we have broad societal conversations, not just in particular countries, but between different regions, so that the information flows and the experience of people with climate change gets expressed and heard and then followed up as much as possible. Now, you raised quite a few issues, and I think maybe I start with the fact that you're absolutely right about the electric cars. What I tried to say in my brief statement earlier is that, of course, running an electric car versus a petroleum-based car is much better from an environmental perspective. And in that sense, what Elon Musk has done is really push the envelope, and that we have to recognize that. But electric cars does not solve the climate crisis. Absolutely not. And it's something much more complicated. And that's why I said that we've done the low-hanging fruit, because that's easy to make electric cars. What is much more difficult is to change the industry and change our lifestyles. From private traffic to public transport, from less meat eating, food systems, all of those things. So, and that's the important part of the for me, the climate crisis is that we have barely touched on the difficult part of how to address these issues. Now, precautionary principle, very important, but precautionary principle has two components here. One is that the climate crisis is resulting in major negative impacts on the environment, on people, and on the economies. And so we need to have that precaution to vis-a-vis that. But we also need to be to make sure that we look at that also for the new technologies, and that is why it's important to do what is called a risk analysis. We can't just simply say that all these new techniques will come with all kinds of risks. Yes, they will come. Everything has risks, everything. But the question is doing it versus not doing it. Which one will give a better world or a less worse world? Because right now what's happening is that the climate crisis is really providing major impacts, negative impacts worldwide. And then the question that society has to figure out is whether the application of some of these new techniques, will that make the world a little bit better or a little bit worse? And we don't know that yet. There are some beginnings of some studies that begin to look at that. So the precaution has to be vis-a-vis the technology, but also vis-a-vis what is actually happening even without the technology itself. And I think I'll leave past the rest.
Thank you, Janos. The risk part is really cool, and you're not mishearing that. It does set off your Microsoft Word because it's like risk, but it was initially meant to underscore the risk of climate change versus the risk of geoengineering. You know, you don't eliminate risk, you merely substitute it. And we've done follow-up work in Genie that finds that the risk dimensions also multiply because solar radiation management pathways have risk trade-offs with each other. They have risk trade-offs with carbon removal. They have risk trade-offs with mitigation and adaptation, and all of the 18 Sustainable Development Goals. So it's like 6-dimensional chess trying to calculate that cornucopia of risks. And unfortunately, you can now have even advocates of SRM point to risk trade-offs because risks are everywhere. So I don't think these interventions eliminate risk, they just transfer it in space and time. Your point that was made about the humanities and the social sciences is an excellent one. It's largely how we won our ERC grant because it was qualitative social science meets quantitative social science meets evidence synthesis meets integrated assessment modeling. And we had done a little content analysis in our grant proposal that found that at the time we did it in 2020, 95% of research was technical and economic. So what about ethics? What about politics? What about governance? Sociology, social perceptions, business models, you name it, policy mixes. And so I think that really we identified a key gap. And let me also say, I had the privilege of co-chairing a recent scientific task force last year on SRM. It's one of these pan-European national academies groups called SEPEA, Science Advice for Policy by European Academics. Did I get it right? Sounds right. And we put together a task force to do a report on SRM. 10 technical scientists, 10 social scientists. Janos was at one of our seminars. And let me say the report's published. It's got about 1,000 references. And I was blown away. The social science half of the report is longer than the technical half. So there's more academic evidence now about ethics, law, justice, mitigation deterrence, governance, politics, than there is on the ecological impacts or the modeling or the science. So I think what better proof that we absolutely need the social sciences, they already are central, and the humanities, especially if you count law, jurisprudence, philosophy, and ethics as humanities. There are hundreds of studies now on this. And so yes, I think it's, don't create this techno-economic bias of just running a model. And lastly, in terms of what governments can do, I know we're going to talk about taxation. We did research at Sussex University 3 years ago about provocative, non-discussed government interventions. We all know, most of us, about feed-in tariffs and portfolio standards and tax credits. And there's like 90 different policy mechanisms governments can use, but we're not making progress. And so in this paper, in energy policy, we identified 3 very unconventional tools, none of which have been done yet, that would greatly accelerate climate action. Number one was a maximum wage. We have a minimum wage, we have a maximum wage, and a cap on equity. Number two, my colleague Pete Newell has talked about a non-fossil fuel obligation treaty, similar to the NPT, but now done for phase out of fossil fuels. And number three, a carbon currency or currency that is pegged to your carbon performance. So if you don't reduce emissions, your currency collapses, right? Three very interesting tools no one is talking about that would certainly change at least our performance on climate change.
Okay, so I know we have a few more questions. Can I see how many people, because we're going to manage the time a little bit. I see Andreas. Other people would like to ask some questions? Okay, there's another person there, so two. And then I'm going to ask a couple of questions as well. So let's hear from Andreas, and then from you back there, and then I'll ask my questions. And, oh, another person in the back. Okay, Andreas, please.
Yeah, there's that book by, I think it's Douglas Rushkoff, The Survival of the Richest, where he analyzes what he calls the mindset, kind of the mindset of hyper-rich tech bros who basically have a very kind of see themselves like philosopher kings and have technocratic solutions to everything. And the more radical, the better, the more scalable, revolutionary, the better. So all these, or probably not all, but many of these geoengineering technologies seem to be super fitting to that mindset. Someone who thinks we really need to go do a big jump. People are the problem. We can't count with the people. We have to do it ourselves. But as it seems, there's kind of one big obvious hole. They want to do things that are profitable, that are marketable. And geoengineering kind of isn't, right? So that might be the huge barrier for the hyper-rich getting into that field, except they have some, kind of
on this side.
Yes, I can directly relate to that. Patrick Zach, the University of Bremen. We know that, of course, the hyper-rich contribute disproportionately to carbon emissions, and but we also know that it's not only their consumption, but it's then mostly also their investments, what's doing sort of the harm and what's problematic about sort of the carbon effects of their wealth. So I'm wondering if you're not sort of talking about only individualistically about changing their consumption behavior or their lifestyle, but thinking about sort of collective regulations or institutional provisions that would sort of redirect where they invest their money, whether that might not be a more amenable strategy to sort of get the rich also on board in terms of doing something good for the climate, without hoping that they might find some profitable project they can jump onto. The second question is that sort of what also strikes me about these technological solutions is their solutionist optimism in a way, and how can we be sure that this isn't just, you know, a way to circumvent the dilemmas and collective action problems that on the social science side of the climate crisis now prevent effective solutions being implemented?
Okay, and now in the left over here, and then that will be it for the questions.
Hi.
Please.
Hi, thank you. Indrajit Parmar from City University of London. I just had a question for both speakers, but mainly for Benjamin. You said about the deployment of social scientific thinking and experts in your projects. And I just wondered, and I was interested in the kind of geopolitical possibilities and consequences of some of the geoengineering fixes that you were talking about. And I just wonder whether or not your groups had considered how technical solutions are also very heavily political, because it depends on who has the resources to be able to deploy them in any way that matters. So to what extent did any of the considerations that you had in mind in your reports, for example, take into account that there are vast inequalities across the globe between the power of states, which will then impact on what is deployed where? And then, because we've already seen domestic inequalities, you've talked about the fact that when it comes to any kind of management of climate change or anything like that, then very often the worst facilities, the dumping and so on, takes place among the communities which are the poorest and most vulnerable. That is to say, technology and power are kind of locked in a particular kind of context. I just wondered to what extent that sort of more critical perspective had been entertained or considered in your research reports, which sound really, really interesting.
Okay, one other person has eagerly asked for the floor, so I'm going to give the floor.
I have a very small addition to that question. Giovanni Occhiali from IDS, so very close to Sussex. How important would it be in connection to the politics of it to make sure that the average citizen understands what we're talking about here, right? Like, you know, the three policy solution you mentioned that no one is talking about, they're all politically unfeasible today, right? They will not become politically feasible if there isn't a demand, at least in democracy. People don't understand solar photovoltaic panel. How can we explain a currency pegged to carbon emission and make them understand that that might be in their interest? I mean, what is our role as people in this room to make that happen?
Okay, before I pass it to you for this last group of questions, I'm going to present two small additions, which if we run out of time, don't worry about it, but if you have a chance to cover these issues as well. The first is that, you know, we talked a little bit about that you both have worked on the issues of the attitudes and the experiences of children and youth in this kind of, you may call it a battleground. And Benjamin, you've done studies on youth awareness. Janos, you have funded the SRM Youth Watch. You know, what are your sort of general feeling about the attitudes of the younger generation? Particularly, we can sit up here and say all kinds of things, but it will really depend on them, you know, how things move forward. The other is that in the area of international governance over SRM, the last time that this was discussed in the context of the UN Environment Assembly, there were essentially three blocks which could not agree, and in the end there was no resolution of the issue. I don't know whether this is going to come up again this year in the United Nations Environment Assembly, but the three blocks, essentially you had a group, an African group that was looking for a total moratorium. You had an EU-led group that was looking at having a transparency register of activities and experiments related to SRM. And then you had a kind of US-led group which was kind of business as usual, with the governance being more or less in the hands of the World Climate Research Program, which is, you know, has been up to now. Questions of be really the right way to deal with these kinds of alternatives of how the international community can approach the governance issue of SRM. And that's, I think that'll be it for the time that we have, but take your time. I think we can, you know, we started a couple of minutes late. We can end a couple of minutes late. So please respond to all these questions that have been asked.
Yeah, no, so I'm going to go first because I didn't write anything down. So I'm going to do this before I forget. I'll let Janos talk about kind of negotiations internationally, Stephen. The youth one, just to say, in our focus groups and survey, we find that youth are much more positively associated and predetermined to support both carbon removal and SRM, and as it go up in age, support declines. To the point about kind of politics and literacy, there are some paradoxes there, and I can find you later. We did a fascinating study of energy literacy in Denmark, where we were like, they're gonna kill it. They pay so much for energy there, they must be really super literate, and we found they're almost as illiterate as the Americans. And the more education you have, the less literate you are about energy and climate, but the more confident you are that you're right. And so in that regard, we were kind of like, the Danish energy transition works so well because the public is ignorant and let knowledgeable, benevolent experts decide. So it really upends our notion of energy democracy and has some really interesting implications. Maybe not that interesting. I mean, I don't necessarily want MAGA Americans making energy policy right now. They call fossil fuels molecules of freedom. You know, so there is this real tension between leading the public and listening to the public. In terms of other social science work, yes, my colleague Sean Lowe, who was one of my postdocs, did a great piece in Global Environmental Change looking at hard and soft paths for geoengineering. This is kind of going back to Amory Lovins, who talked about energy system organization that's democratic, bottom-up, grassroots, and modular versus top-down, centralized, corporate, and anti-democratic. And we find for these options, you can do it both ways. You can have top-down monocultures of infrastructure owned by BP and ExxonMobil and Monsanto, or you can have social activists, cooperatives, community groups, hospitals, banks, and all of that do it from the ground up. So it's kind of like whether we make the pathway hard or soft will depend now on what we do. And we have a separate paper with Holly Buck on the political ecology of geoengineering, which is all about power, power relations, and socio-ecological vulnerability. It's under review. The final two questions kind of about profitability and how we might incentivize or not incentivize. I can just say two quick things. One of the things we did in Genie is an expert elicitation, where we asked experts who have patented the technology or who have been highly published, what would it take to make the options profitable? And the answers were really interesting. SRM is never. SRM will never be profitable. It'll only work by governments because it's a public goods problem. And then for things like negative emissions, they're anticipating, our experts, you need a carbon price of $200 to $500 per ton for things like CCS and up to $1,000 per ton for direct air capture by 2050. So that also may imply why these options won't happen unless you will see political and market systems align to give the proper incentives. And the final thing I wanted to say is when we talked about risks and benefits, there's a colleague of ours, Alan Robach, who's very critical of geoengineering. And he came up with a great term that I like. He said, the problem with deployment is not the slippery slope, where someone deploys and someone else deploys and then it's runaway deployment. It's the sticky slope of the first person to deploy will see such backlash that it may stop deployment overall. And I at least like that tension, that if we were to see one program at scale and it were to go wrong, that might actually tilt the scales to have a moratorium. And that may also be why many billionaires aren't doing it, because they don't know enough yet about the science and the technology's capabilities.
Okay. I'd like to go first to Andreas' question. It's true that there is not much money to be made in stratospheric aerosol injection. There will be a company who makes the appropriate aeroplane, and there will be some money there and so on. But basically, it's a cheap, relatively cheap thing to do. $20 billion, $30 billion globally, annually. This is not exciting for the private sector. But I don't think that the Goldfinger, the hyper-rich person getting engaged in something is only about making money. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's simply the power to be able to control. And so I could imagine, let's not mention names, but I could imagine individuals who say, okay, we're going to fix this because I can do it. Whether they make money on it or not is another story. So, in fact, that's part of the problem, in a sense, of stratospheric aerosol injection. Is so cheap, relatively speaking, that it might encourage countries to look more seriously into that option because it is relatively low cost. I think that maybe I'll start at the back end, the last questions, and then maybe go up further. The youth, I think that's, you have the data, but we've also experienced the same in our work. The youth, it's their future. They're the ones who are going to live the rest of this century, and they will live to a world which is either 2 or 3 or maybe even more degrees above historical average. So they are really concerned, and they ask questions, and they, in my experience, I don't think I've seen that the youth are suddenly pro-solar radiation modification or something like that, but they are prepared to look at it more consistently than their older counterparts. And I think that makes a lot of sense from that perspective. In terms of the negotiations, Stephen, I think this is hard because I think we all agree, and it has been discussed here and elsewhere, that the governance issues are the more difficult ones when it comes to these technologies. It's not the science, it's not the building the aeroplanes, not spraying the stuff out there. It's the governance. Who decides on what basis, whose information, who has an input, who doesn't have an input. And these are difficult, and the challenge is that I think the world is still talking a lot about governance as a single thing, when in fact governance has many different components. There is governance, more formal governance in relation to research. There is governance about preparing for a decision. There is governance to do the decision. And then there is governance to implement the decision. And they're completely different, and they need different institutions. And I think the problem we've seen in UNEA, the UN Environment Assembly, which not for the first time, but for the second time, there was an attempted resolution on this topic, and it failed. It failed to bring consensus because people still mix these things, and it's not clear what belongs to the UN Environment Assembly, what belongs to the UN General Assembly, and what belongs to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And when I was still the executive director of this C2G initiative, we did lots of conversation with government leaders. And there is simply not consensus on where to take this issue. Some feel it must go to the UNFCCC, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The others say, oh no, forget about all this stuff, we have to go to the General Assembly right away. Brazil is one of those, and so on. So I think what is needed here, perhaps as a next step, not to try for yet another resolution that may fail, but to have more conversation at various levels by governments, but also with the representatives of non-state actors, to try to understand better what are the different bits and pieces of governance that are needed, and how they can then be located in UN Environment Assembly and others. I continue to believe that the UN Environment Assembly has a very important role to play. After all, their most important mandate is to bring to the attention of governments emerging issues that have an impact on the environment. Well, this is clearly one of those. So that's there, but that doesn't mean that all the governance issues relating to solar radiation modification, or for that matter, the whole family of climate altering techniques fits there as well. So whether it will come up, I don't think it will come up this year, frankly, because this year the focus of the Environment Assembly is the plastics negotiation, and I suspect that there is just not enough bandwidth for that now. But it will surely come up again. And one more issue, and that is a sort of a good example of what I said before. The United States was not too keen on having this discussion in the UN Environment Assembly because they want to keep all these discussions at the international level at the scientific level. They don't want to go into the policy discussions because they don't feel comfortable with that. So it's okay to have the World Meteorological Organization have a research program on the atmosphere. They can do it there. They're sort of okay with the IPCC doing these things, but they're not okay with the UN Environment Assembly doing it, or for that matter, the General Assembly of the United Nations. So that will still require quite a bit of work and quite a bit of conversation between member states to see what is the best way forward. Okay, I think I leave it at that.
So I think this brings our panel to a close. We've gone a little bit over. I'm apologizing to the next part of the agenda. I want to thank you very much, János and Benjamin, first of all, and also our participants in the audience for some really excellent questions and interventions. You know, we are at DI, we are defending democracy, or the idea of democracy. But I think, you know, one of the things we always have to ask is what's the proper role for democracy in these issues? I think this discussion we've had today really shows that that's a very complex problem. And I think we're fairly confident that there's a role for democratic governance in SRM at some point. And I don't think we got very far in determining what that role exactly is today. But I think we have a lot more to discuss and a lot further to go. So again, thank you once again. And I will now return the floor back to the organizers. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We're going to take a 30-minute break now. So there's coffee just back in the atrium where we were this morning, and we'll reconvene here at 4 o'clock. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome back. We've now got our final panel of the day, so we're going to be discussing how to tax the super rich, chaired by Marlies Glasius, the Professor of International Relations at the University of Amsterdam. So I'll just hand over to her now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So if you're worried about wealth concentration, and if you're not at all worried, then you probably shouldn't be in this room. Then one of the most immediately obvious solutions would be to tax the rich. So that's what we're going to be talking about in this panel. But I think it is worth thinking through before jumping to the apparently so incredibly obvious solution of taxing the rich, to think through exactly what one would want to achieve with taxing the rich. Is it simply about raising budget to spend on public goods? Is it about making sure they do not set a bad example with tax avoidance practices that might then translate into the tax morale of the general population? Or do we have more radical goals? Is it really about redistributing from the rich to the poor, or breaking the political power of the wealthy? And who exactly are we talking about when we say the rich or the super rich or the billionaires? We want to be precise about our language. And then why is it actually so difficult to tax the rich? What are the obstacles? Well, we could list them, but actually we've got a fantastic panel to talk about both why we might want to tax the rich, what public appetite there is for doing so, what tolerance we have for wealth inequality, and the obstacles to taxing the rich. Our panel is Patrick Zachwe, Professor of Sociology at the University of Bremen, who runs the Socium Research Center for Inequality and Social Policy, and has done a lot of work on the effects of inequality on solidarity and conflict, on welfare solutions. And today he will be talking especially about a cross-European public opinion survey that he's in the middle of this research on public attitudes to wealth inequality. Secondly, we have Sarah Godard from the EU Tax Observatory, and the DIW, so we're in Paris and Berlin here, and she has done a lot of work on offshore wealth, and she'll be presenting to us here some of the numbers to really get a better grip on how big is the problem actually of financialization that goes offshore and hence becomes more difficult for national tax revenue to actually discover and try to get the revenue from. And then finally, we move to the Global South with Giovanni Occhiali, who's a development economist at the International Center for Tax and Development at Sussex. He works with a lot of revenue agencies, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, on developing their capabilities for raising revenue, not only, but particularly from the rich. And he will be telling us more about what these revenue agencies actually need. And I think all of them may show us some data, give us some answers that may actually be surprising, and I hope will really feed our research. So they'll have exactly 15 minutes each, and after that, the floor will be open to you for questions and discussion. Thank you.
There it is. Just have to set my timer. Okay, then thanks very much for that kind introduction, and thanks also to the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present what is really ongoing work in progress still, and which is still sort of a set of, well, analysis, one might say, that I'm doing together, not by myself, but with a doctoral student, Timo Wiesner, who isn't here with me today, but who nevertheless has to be credited for this work. And this is still work in progress, so any kinds of suggestions and ideas are very much welcome. And as Marlies already alluded to, I'm not exactly talking about the super rich or taxation, so why might that be interesting at all in a panel on taxing the ultra rich? So investigating sort of the popular support or attitudes or normative tolerance for wealth inequality in a cross-national perspective tells us something about the larger political climate within which sort of we think about attempts to tax the rich, and also tells us something about sort of the demand side, if you will, hopefully, about such endeavors. So the starting point is what may be rather familiar to you. We have high and rising levels of wealth inequality that we observe over many OECD countries during the last years, and wealth also has emerged as a central dimension of inequality and stratification in contemporary societies. However, we don't know very much about how the public perceives and views these wealth disparities, and we also don't know very much about how this varies across nations. And here you see public attitudes towards wealth inequality in Europe, measured by the European Social Survey 2019, on a scale of -4 to +4, how fair or unfair people find wealth inequality. And that's on the on the y-axis, and on the x-axis you see two measures of objective inequality. That's the top 10% wealth share on the left part of that graph, and the Gini coefficients on the other hand side. And as you might see, there is no straightforward relation between actual levels of inequality and popular legitimacy of wealth inequality or popular concern with wealth inequality. And even if we take out Slovakia, which is sort of an outlier, we have a somewhat steeper line here, but it's still a rather more moderate correlation. So the question for my talk is, how can we understand then, given the absence of social structural sort of impact on popular attitudes, how can we understand the cross-national variation that there nevertheless is? I mean, you see, for instance, a country of the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, and Lithuania, where sort of, on average, wealth inequality is largely considered fair. And you have countries like Hungary, for instance, Cyprus, or Croatia, where we have larger sections of the population who find it unfair. So how can we understand this cross-national variation if social structure and actual inequality isn't doing sort of here much of the heavy lifting, so to speak? And the overall argument that I'm trying to make in that talk is that the legitimacy of wealth inequality is to some extent shaped by cultural and by institutional differences between countries. And the thesis that we propose in our paper is, or the thesis that we sort of want to, well, not test in a strict way, but that's sort of our guiding question, is, might there actually also be a greater normative tolerance for wealth inequality in societies that are more collectively oriented, both in an institutional and in a cultural sense? So the two research questions that we pursue in that piece is, first, how does the legitimacy of wealth inequality relate to broader ideas of social justice? And are there distinct configurations of specific moral economies, as we call them, of wealth in different types of countries? And if we find such specific moral economies of wealth, how do these then relate to the varying institutional and economic contexts that shape the significance of private wealth? That means how important wealth is for your life chances within their nations. So the conceptual framework we start from builds on two strands of literature. The first is a stream of literature that can be called the moral economy perspective. And the overarching idea here is that people's economic behavior and attitudes is not directed entirely by self-interest alone, but it's rather embedded in broader notions of social justice and fairness. And these notions of social justice and fairness and what's considered appropriate also color and impact what people find fair with regard to wealth inequality and what kinds of inequality they're willing to accept and what kinds of inequalities they're criticizing. And we know from prior research that across countries we find majority levels of support for the principle of meritocracy, but rather varying levels of support for principles of equality, need, or entitlement. The other half of our conceptual framework builds on an institutionalist literature where we argue or follow recent additions to the literature, actually, or contributions to the literature that argue for the relevance of broader institutional configurations that impact how relevant private wealth becomes for one's life chances. So we see, for instance, in cross-national analysis of wealth inequality that what's often the egalitarian poster children in much of the stratification and welfare state literature, which are the Scandinavian nations, they actually have pretty high levels of wealth inequality. And that's sort of a puzzling thing. But if you think about it more thoroughly, they might well be able to tolerate much higher levels of wealth inequality because there is a much higher level of collective provision for a large array of goods and social services within these societies that sort of make you and your life chances as a household or an individual much less dependent on private accumulation, for instance, with regard to social security, housing, education, or health. So if you have a functioning healthcare system, you don't need to save up a lot of money in case you have a major surgery or something similar as in some other industrialized nations. So that would then need us to expect or to ask whether we might be observing greater normative tolerance for wealth inequality in these more collectively oriented societies. So to sort of, sum that up graphically, we start out from the observation that social structural conditions, and we not only looked at wealth inequality that I showed you on the first slide, but also at income inequality, which sort of can generate wealth and wealth inequality, at wealth to income ratios, which is sort of the amount of wealth that exists in relation to sort of the overall state of the economy, at home ownership rates and economic prosperity in general. And all these are only weakly correlated with fairness assessments of wealth inequality. So instead, we also take into account the institutional characteristics, especially welfare state provision and other forms of government social provisions, and ask how fairness evaluations of wealth inequality that you see here in the middle are embedded within sort of on the institutional, social, structural side, different inequality regimes that exist across countries. And on the other hand side, in different moral economies, which are sort of the sociocultural and normative embeddings of wealth inequality and the different kind of support for social justice principles that we find. We use data from 27 European countries from the European Social Survey, and as we saw no strict correlation between these attitudinal variables and social structural indicators, we sort of proceed with an explorative procedure with a hierarchical cluster analysis of these attitudinal variables and the social structural indicators that I just explained to you. I will skip over these in the interest of time. And I will describe first the distinct clusters that can be found within the data when we combine sort of these attitudinal and social structural and institutional indicators, and then describe the clusters a little bit more in detail with line plots. So all very simple descriptive analyses. So here you see a dendrogram. That's sort of the outcome of a cluster analysis. And it basically groups countries together that are internally similar to each other and sort of distinct from one another. And if you look at the level of dissimilarity, which is at the bottom here of the x-axis, the higher you get on that axis, the less clusters you can observe. So if you start right on the left side, you have one cluster consisting of Germany and Austria, who are of course obviously very similar. And if you go over 100 or between 50 and 100, there's then only 2 clusters of countries. And if we look at fit indices to indicate to us which is sort of not an optimal, but a sort of substantially meaningful agglomeration or clustering of countries, we can observe 3 to 4 clusters. The first cluster of countries is what we call the critical cluster of countries, which consists of Southern European and Southeastern European nations. Italy, Portugal, Spain, and others are in that yellow cluster. Then we also have a group of Eastern European countries which are very uncritical, very affirmative. And these are the Slovak Republic, Czechia, and the others that you see here. And then we have a large group of continental European nations who are very similar to one another. So how do these look like? First, with regard to the critical cluster, we see, and these are, the Southern European, Southeastern European ones, they have very low levels of normative tolerance for wealth inequality, so they're very critical. And on the ideational level, this is embedded within above average support for the principle of equality and below average support for the principle of entitlement. In terms of welfare state activity and public provision, they're rather average. They have some below average spending for education and health. They're rather not very affluent countries, so GDP is well below average, and they have some degree of home ownership. On the other hand side, this is sort of the most affirmative cluster. These are also a group of Eastern European countries where sort of this high legitimacy of wealth inequality is embedded in a very strong support for the principle of entitlement, so people who have more should be allowed to keep what they have, and a very low support for the principle of need. Welfare state activity isn't very highly developed, and we also have rather modest economic conditions. We have a high level of income inequality, but paired with a high level of home ownership. And this has, to some extent, probably to do with privatization of housing after the communist transition. And the last cluster is the sort of average cluster. These are the continental European nations. We have average levels of support or average levels of legitimacy, which is embedded in above average support for the principle of need. Specifically, we have rather developed welfare states. We have a high level of economic prosperity, so GDP is well above average, but we have rather low levels of home ownership. So to sum up, now there's a comparison, but I mean, that's probably more confusing. We wanted to see sort of how the legitimacy of wealth inequality is embedded within broader notions of social justice and fairness on the one hand side, and whether institutional context can sort of give us hints as to the normative tolerance for wealth disparities. And there's not necessarily greater tolerance for wealth inequality within countries with greater collective provisions, but we rather find a clustering into a critical, an uncritical, and a moderately critical cluster that I summarized here. So it's rather an interplay of normative, of institutional, and of social structural conditions that shapes the degree to which wealth inequality is seen as a normative problem. So, thank you very much.
Where is the presentation? Ah, here. Okay. Yes. Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about the taxation of what was the term, ultra-rich or super-rich or billionaires? I think I think we know what we want to talk about, but I do a bit of mix of different research projects that I've been engaged in, talking about offshore financial wealth, increasing international financial transparency, and taxation of capital income. And I hope we will see how this relates to taxation of the ultra-rich in a bit. So, so the first point I want to make is when we talk about taxation of the ultra-rich, we need to talk about taxation of capital income, because the ultra-rich earn the most important share of the income is derived from capital. And this, and there is increasing evidence that the effective tax rates paid on capital income tend to be lower than effective tax rate paid on wage income, and this exacerbates inequalities. And when we think about taxation of capital income, we always have to distinguish a bit the passive capital incomes or returns to financial assets, which are usually part, or more typically part of the personal income tax, and thus subject to the progressive tax systems, at least in Western Europe, and business incomes, which are first of all subject to corporate tax, and only become or are only part of personal income tax once the profits of the businesses are distributed to the shareholder of the business. And luckily in the recent or last 2 decades, we have seen important progress to improve or facilitate taxation of capital incomes. So one is the automatic exchange of bank information under the Common Reporting Standard, which was agreed in 2013 among the G20. And nowadays, more than 100 countries participate in this information exchange. And this should improve or facilitate taxation of returns to financial assets under the personal income tax. And then we have seen the global minimum tax for multinational corporations being implemented, which should, in principle, strengthen the corporate income tax. And as we know, like the richest are usually also have a high correlation of being the owners of those corporations. So in principle, this should also increase the effective tax burden on the ultra-rich. However, the global minimum tax on multinational corporations doesn't really live up to what we hoped for in the beginning, so it's very low, it has a lot of loopholes. So maybe we have to think about other ways of taxing corporate income of the ultra-rich, and I will get to this in the end of the presentation. So yeah, I will draw on insights from 3 different papers, so it will be a fast ride. I hope I can do it in 15 minutes. One is on offshore financial wealth, and one is on the automatic exchange of information under the Common Reporting Standard. And then I will just, in the end, pitch the idea of the director of the EU Tax Observatory on the global minimum tax for billionaires. Okay, let's start with offshore financial wealth. So offshore financial wealth are financial assets owned by households and held in banks outside of their country of residence. Yeah, so Switzerland is usually taken as a typical example, which used to be the epicenter of foreign custodian banking. And in earlier research, Gabriel Zuckman estimated that households store financial assets worth 10% of global GDP offshore in 2006-2007. And at the time, research suggested that in the absence of third-party reporting, when you rely only on self-reporting, and in this case, as it was this wealth was held outside of your country of residence, there was no system of third-party reporting put in place. So one could assume that about 90 to 95% of this offshore wealth went unreported to tax authorities at the time. But since then, as I said, automatic exchange of information was implemented and has increased compliance, or should have increased compliance significantly. So what we do in the first paper is that we construct or we update these estimates of offshore wealth and create time series of global household offshore wealth and analyze the location and ownership of offshore wealth over time. So this is one of the key figures of the paper, where you see that we have, first I would like to draw your attention to the purple line that starts in 2001, because this is the main estimate of the paper, which we derive from gaps in international financial statistics. So systematically over the years, we find that in the international portfolio statistics of the International Monetary Fund, we find systematically more liabilities than assets, meaning that a certain share of assets remains unreported in global financial statistics. And based on this, we estimate the total value of wealth held in foreign custodian banks outside of one's country of residence, because we believe that this is the origin of this reporting gap. And based on an alternative methodology, we have also tried to go back to the 1980s and trying to see how this gap developed in earlier decades. And the main takeaway from this graph is that our findings suggest that offshore wealth has increased sharply in the 1980s and 1990s, from about 2% of GDP to around 10% in the end of the 90s. And then we find more or less a stabilization around 11% of GDP since the early 2000s. And while until the automatic exchange of information, one could assume that tax evasion almost always occurred as a byproduct, we wouldn't say that it was necessarily the primary reason to hold wealth offshore. Yeah, so the fact that the offshore financial wealth doesn't decline after the implementation of the automatic exchange of information maybe shows us or suggests that tax evasion is not the primary reason, but there may be other reasons to hold wealth offshore. That is, you can only get access to certain investment funds through certain banks in certain financial centers, or you might want to circumvent other regulations such as foreign exchange controls or bankruptcy law, or you want to hide income from your spouse. There are many different reasons, so it could also just be a general phenomenon of capital flight that you observe here. The black dots actually show the share of offshore wealth held in Switzerland, which has increased also until about 2007, and then stagnated or even decreased as a share of the total. So we find that Switzerland, once the epicenter of foreign custodian or wealth management on behalf of non-residents, has lost a little bit in importance. And we find that Asian financial centers, Hong Kong and Singapore, but also the UK, have increased in importance relatively. We also analyze or try to estimate who owns offshore wealth. So we do country estimates, but here I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that the share of offshore wealth owned by residents of middle and low income countries has increased somewhat from about 20 to 30% over the last 2 decades, but is still predominantly owned by residents of the rich countries. Okay, so as I said, the G20 claims that let's say the OECD has claimed that the problem of offshore financial wealth has kind of been resolved through the automatic exchange of information, and has also put forward a number that is, in 2022, the participating countries have exchanged information about, yeah, here it is, covering assets of almost 12 trillion euro that was exchanged automatically in 2022. And this is very close to our offshore financial wealth estimate of around 11 trillion US dollar. So one could, if we were very optimistic, we could also agree, yeah, the problem is solved, but we think that these two numbers are not very comparable. So in another research project, we gathered, we gathered statistics from different countries on the financial wealth which of their residents, which has been reported to them through the automatic exchange of information. And countries are very reluctant to publish those numbers, and we were very lucky that at least 16 countries got back to us with global figures, and only 5 provided the sub-aggregates that we needed to actually compare the numbers to offshore financial wealth. Yeah, so here you see the countries that provided global figures, and you see in this figure we compare the CIS reported foreign wealth to our offshore financial wealth estimate. And you find that most wealth that is reported or in most countries, the wealth reported through the automatic exchange of information looks higher than our offshore financial wealth estimates. However, we would say that only a share of this is actually comparable, and that is because this CRS reported wealth also includes wealth of active companies and also financial wealth held in neighbor countries, while we say offshore financial wealth refers only to wealth held in financial centers, yeah, which are well known for managing financial assets on behalf of non-residents. So here, when we look at the 5 countries that provide a better breakdown, I would like to draw your attention to the orange bars. Dark orange bars, which actually represent the share of CRS reported information that refers to financial accounts held by households in financial centers. And this may be directly or indirectly through passive entities, yeah, the so-called letterbox companies. We see that in most countries, the CRS reported wealth is still below our offshore financial wealth estimates. But on average, we would say that the information exchanged under the CRS covers up to 70% of our offshore financial wealth estimates. And when you compare this to what I said initially from 2006 or 2007, the values that we had, where we said underreport or self-reporting was only close to 5 or maybe 10%, a value of 70% would be a very big step forward. There are some problems also related to, but you can read more in our report about the CRS. I will not go into details now. I just want to say that the coverage and the data quality looks better than what many observers had feared initially. Okay, so the good news is the scope for taxing passive capital incomes seems to have increased thanks to the automatic exchange of information. But when we talk about billionaires or the ultra-rich, we know that actually most of their wealth is in their businesses, right? They are the shareholders of businesses. And this is the last slide. And the corporate tax rate in the OECD and also in the EU has actually decreased over the last 3 decades. Yeah? So it has been on a continuous decline, meaning that the owners or shareholders of businesses have benefited from this decline in corporate tax. And in principle, they should distribute when they distribute the profits to the shareholders, they should be taxed again under the personal income tax. But the problem is that many of the ultra-rich are so rich they don't even need to distribute the profits to themselves. They just store them in the business. Yeah, so that means that only tax that they pay on these profits is the corporate tax. And they will not ever be subject to the progressive personal income tax scheme. So that's why Gabriel Zuckman, the director of the EU Tax Observatory, has proposed a global minimum tax on billionaires or centimillionaires, you can, depending where you want to draw the threshold. And it should ensure that personal income tax payments amount to at least 2% of net wealth. So in a sense, it is a measure to restore the progressivity of the personal income tax. It's not a proper wealth tax, because if you pay enough personal income tax, no top-up tax will be due. But if you fail to pay personal income tax in relation to your whole economic income up to this threshold, then you might be subject to a top-up tax. Yeah. Can I wrap up? Last slide, yeah. So, yeah. So, to conclude, globally, households still hold financial assets worth US $11 trillion offshore, but the international financial transparency has increased a lot, so that the CRS might cover as much as 70% of those financial assets, so that taxation of passive capital incomes should get easier. However, the ultra-rich can still avoid progressive personal income tax on their business incomes, and the global minimum tax on billionaires could be a measure to reduce this disbalance somehow. Thank you.
I killed it. No, I didn't kill it. Cool. Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure. Let me start by quickly saying a couple of things about what I'll be presenting about today. What I'm presenting about is work that I carried out together with a lot of other colleagues and colleagues before I even joined at the International Center for Tax and Development across about 10 different sub-Saharan African countries. Throughout the presentation, I will be talking about lower income countries. This is a term that covers both low income countries and low middle income countries. A lot of what I cover actually originates from Africa, but we do not have many reasons to believe it is substantially different in other parts of the world. Finally, I mostly work with civil servants and tax officers in revenue authorities. So a lot of what we cover is very much in the realm of what is practically feasible and politically feasible. And our approach is something that we define as bold about the basics. So like fix the stuff that should be working first and then think about fancy things afterwards. So why should we think that taxing and net worth individuals in low income countries should be a priority, right? Like, a lot of people when think about low income country, they don't think about very unequal places. But this is actually a very wrong image. Low income countries are as wealth and equal as high-income countries are. So in high-income countries, the top 10% of the population owns about 18 times the wealth of the bottom 50% of the population. In low-income countries, the figure is about 15 times, so not that far away. Okay, when we think about wealth, the difference between high-income countries and low-income countries is very small. When we think about income, low-income countries are actually more unequal than high-income countries. Okay, the top 10% of the population in high-income countries own about 2.3 times the amount of income than the bottom 15%. 50% in low-income countries, that figures goes to 3 times. You might have noted I said might around, okay, they might own this amount of money. And the reason why I say that is that we don't really know, okay? Like we use a survey that are run to measure the living standard of the population to derive the distribution of income and wealth. In high-income country, we can see that from tax data, but in a lot of low-income country, the data is just simply not there. So when we think about the consequence of this inequality, they are great. Right, we know there's a lot of scholarly work that demonstrates that the more unequal a society is, the lower intergenerational mobility there is, the lower people want to invest in their education, the lower the growth is. And this is a problem everywhere, but is even more of a problem in context in which governments are trying to uplift the vast majority of their population from absolute poverty, when there's a lot of need to invest in the development of health system, education system, and you're trying to do all of these while subjected to massive level of debt and to growing threat from the climate crisis. So, in this context, it is clear that reducing inequality has a lot of value, so much value that there is a sustainable development goal that's been dedicated to it, and a sustainable development goal that we are vastly missing. Okay, so there's almost no chance that we will be able to reduce inequality amongst countries, within countries by 2030 if we continue with business as usual. The situation is worsening even more over the last couple of years as fewer and fewer countries will dedicate part of their tax revenue as development aid. Development aid is decreasing, and that will put even more pressures on low-income country government to find alternative way to fund development need. Now, this very nicely leads me to talk about revenue, because revenue is already the main source of development finance in most low-income countries. Most people think that aid plays a huge role. Since the early 2000s, domestic tax revenue has become the main source of government finance across most low-income countries. But the amount of revenue that low-income countries collect is substantially lower than the amount of revenue that the OECD country collect. The OECD country, on average, raise 35% of GDP as revenue. In low-income country, that average is 13%. So it's a lot less. But it's not just a lot less, it looks very different. So this graph shows us, in proportion to the dimension of the economy, how much tax revenue originates from different taxes. If we look at corporate income tax or VAT, so broad-based taxes, they raise pretty much the same amount of revenue from these taxes as high-income countries do. If we look about personal income tax, high-income countries raise, in proportion to the size of their economy, 3 times as much revenue from personal income, 7 times as much revenue from property tax. And these are the tax bases that matter the most for wealthy individuals. They own assets. They derive their income from a variety of different capital gains. When they sell assets, they rent flat. These taxes are by far the taxes that perform the worst across low-income countries. So how to make these countries' tax system more progressive, how to ensure that the taxes that high net worth individuals should be paying the most perform better is a very important question. Now, if we think about some of the things that we just heard about the global wealth tax and how does it look like to think about taxing high net worth individuals in high-income countries, we are talking about wealth. We want to tax the retained earnings of corporations, the dividends that have not been distributed. We want to tax the trusts. We want to tax the inheritance. And the reason why we want to tax all of these things is that, notwithstanding tax avoidance, by and large, individuals are complying with their income tax obligation. The income tax may be too low, but high net worth individuals are paying it. They just don't derive that much income anymore. And revenue authorities have a lot of capacity to exchange data across the world, to tap into a lot of information here and there. And that has led to this proposition of, let's start taxing their wealth, because this is the thing we are not taxing at the moment, and this is where the money, the money is. Now, there's about 3,000 billionaires in the world and 28,000 centimillionaires. Okay, so this is, for the proposal we've heard at the end of the last presentation, this is the people we are trying to tax. Okay, so I fully support the idea of implementing this type of tax, which is presented as a starting point, even by the proposer. Now, let's imagine how that would work in Africa. Okay, like Africa has about 1.5 billion inhabitants, 20% of the world population. They have 21 billionaires and 342 centimillionaires. That's 0.5% of the population of billionaires and centimillionaires, which already gives us an idea of how wealth and income inequality have their roots in colonial and post-colonial structures, right? Like we look at the place where a lot of the world lives, but very few rich people actually live. Now, does it make sense to start thinking about taxing the wealth of this individual? What do we know about how many individuals are paying income taxes even? Like 5% of the population pay income taxes, right? We started thinking about taxing wealth in income countries because compliance with income taxes was already there. Now, in a lot of low-income countries, compliance with income taxes is extremely low. And revenue authorities are not really well capacitated. The average tax officer of a revenue authority in a low-income country manages 10 times as many taxpayers as the tax officer of a high-income country. So how do low-income countries are currently attempt to tax high net worth individuals? Well, the starting point is the legal framework. Right? We have to go and see what does the legislation of this country say, and if we look at the legal framework, all the taxes that we have, here in Hungary or in Italy where I come from or in England where I work, they're all there. Okay, like the tax system on paper looks exactly the same in the vast majority of low-income countries. There's taxes of self-employment. If you're a lawyer or a dentist or an engineer, you tax the rental income of landlords, you tax the dividends of shareholders, you tax capital gains. So, a lot of similarities when we look at the legal framework. Wealth is a slightly different thing. We do have some experience of wealth taxation in Europe and in Latin America. The only real tax that there is in low-income countries for wealth is on property. Now, what type of obstacles do these revenue authority face when they try to tax high net worth individual? Well, the first one is identifying them, deciding who a high net worth individual even is. We were talking about taxing billionaires, right? In Uganda, where this was developed in conjunction with the revenue authority, they decided that if you have more than $140,000 per year, you're a high net worth individual. Well, that makes sense because, the average income in Uganda is $1,000 per year. In Nigeria, it actually changed from state to state, and it starts from figures as low as $60,000 per year, which again, for an income of $1,600 as average, makes a lot of sense. So who is a very rich individual very much depends on the context of the country. And we can see that compliance is extremely low because when we started looking into the data of tax administration, then we could see that in 2015 in Uganda, only one of the top 70 government officials ever paid any tax. Okay, only 12 of the top 60 lawyers ever paid any tax. When in Sierra Leone we started looking at landlords, okay, of the top quintile of landlords in the country, only 35% had even registered for taxes at all, let alone paying them. Okay, the revenue authority had no idea who these individuals were. So, all of this different structure of avoidance and offshore wealth we were hearing about matter a lot less in this context because people are simply evading, right? So there's no reason to start doing very fancy things if nobody knows who you are or where you're keeping your money. that doesn't mean that African countries aren't trying their very hardest to actually tap into offshore financial wealth too. Since 2014, when we started having exchange of information, we now have 20 countries across Africa that are exchanging information. And since last year, we have more requests of information originating from the continent, so African countries asking to other countries around the world to receive information about the tax affairs of their citizens. Then there are other countries asking for this information to African countries. There's a lot of money to be made. In 2023 alone, $2.2 billion of unpaid revenue were identified. Now, the problem is that once you start looking into how many countries are actually making use of these, the figures are really low. Of the 20 countries that have actually started exchanging information, only 11 have ever sent more than 20 information requests. And only 5 countries in the continent could use the type of data that we were hearing about that is exchanged automatically. So is this a priority? Is this the thing that African countries should be focusing on? Very much depends on whether or not you have a domestic tax system that's working at the start. Now, we are here to talk about the effect of high concentration of wealth on democracy. So a couple of things about the politics we should really be saying. Now, the first things to say is that it is straight on impossible to try and tax net worth individuals if there isn't at least some support from governments. And I've worked with 4 different African countries, and I collaborate with the institution that are working with another 8. It is extremely hard to even start this conversation in practice, okay? And this is not because they'll kidnap you or anything, just because there's so many easy ways to stop this work from happening. You can stop data from being shared. You can stop investing in the capacity of your revenue authority to carry out the type of investigation required to identify this individual. Or you can just have a minister calling a commissioner general, the head of a revenue authority, telling them to stop doing the work they're doing. And all of these things have happened, okay, in projects I was involved in. This doesn't mean that there isn't some public support, okay? We've tried looking into how much public support there is for these kind of things. In Sierra Leone, during COVID, we had, taxes on the rich being the second most favorable way to pay for public expenditure during COVID. In a project connected with Zakat in Pakistan recently, we did find that, again, there is, somehow 50% of the population that does support increase in personal income tax rate. But overall, the support is quite low because states are not very functional, right? If you live in a context in which the state doesn't do much for you, as we were hearing before, then you don't really believe that tax revenue will do much. And to conclude, and I hope that there's going to be a lively conversation, I think that when we think about the taxation of high net worth individual in low-income country, we are starting from a completely different point, right? We are starting from a point where evasion matters a lot more than avoidance, when the resources of revenue authorities are extremely low, and when the data available to carry out many of the in-depth investigation we've heard before is simply not there. So the thing that is really important is to start doing what you can with the data that you already have. And change is possible. I can provide you with a few examples of countries that really collected quite a bit of money with a very short amount of time. This type of conversation we are having here matters in pushing the conversation away from taxing the informal sector, taxing all of the tomato seller along the street, and to shift the narrative towards really going where the money is, which is in the pocket of the many wealthy individuals that also exist in low-income countries. So thank you very much. And this was it from me.
A great big thank you to the panelists. You've heard a tremendous amount of information from this cross-regional, cross-disciplinary panel. I hope that you found that there were some surprises, as I promised. I think there's also some tension between the findings and recommendations of the different panelists, which is great. I'm going to ask each of the panelists one short question of my own and also give them an opportunity if they feel the need to respond to each other. And then I'll get to you, the audience. So for Patrick, I wanted to ask you, you've done survey research where you're asking about the legitimacy both of wealth inequality and of income inequality. And I wondered whether the results are any different, i.e. does the public even understand the difference between wealth and income inequality? My question, I'll do all three, and you can think about the answer. My question for Sarah would be, you suggested, and I've read it in the report as well, that tax evasion may not be the primary reason for offshore wealth. And I've always been a bit skeptical of that. I think, how many mistresses are there that kind of require money to be hidden away from wives, or is it all criminal money? Just because we don't see it falling off as soon as there is automatic exchange of information doesn't necessarily mean, I think, that it wasn't always about tax avoidance. I think just because information is now shared doesn't mean that the revenues can immediately start clawing it back. So yeah, I wondered if it's not tax evasion, then what else? And then for Giovanni, I think this is a really important question. I'm sure you get a lot of pushback, and I'm going to play this devil's advocate, from wealthy but not necessarily super wealthy people in African countries and Hungarians saying, my country is so corrupt, why should I pay taxes? It's going to end up in the pockets of politicians. So I wonder what you say to that argument. Let's start with Patrick.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Well, to some extent, I think we don't have really much data on how people perceive wealth inequality, so it's difficult to compare sort of perceptions of income inequality, which we have some good ideas and good studies on, to perceptions of wealth inequality. I think what's different is that sort of wealth consists of rather different components, and at least the surveys and the questions I know haven't started unpacking these different components. So when you ask people in the abstract, so what kinds of levels of wealth they would find acceptable, or when they would consider people as rich, you would get probably very different answers than when you break it down into different categories, and when also categories are mentioned that matter to what we would consider as non-wealthy citizens, for instance, homeowners. So home ownership is the largest component for sort of 99% of the wealth, or the most relevant component for 99% of the wealth distribution. And when you look at sort of the debate about inheritance tax and why people are so reluctant to, or at least Germans are so reluctant to tax inheritance, then that often revolves around housing and family housing, and the house of the grandmother or aunt or whoever, and which also has been subject to asset price inflation. So suddenly people become very wealthy that wouldn't ever have dreamed of seeing themselves as wealthy. So I think that what we need to do actually would be to sort of unpack and to look at sort of these different components and how they think different components should factor in that sort of when evaluating people as rich, and when thinking about what components actually should be subject to what kind of taxation. So.
Yes, I will answer to the question of, is offshore wealth tax evasion? I mean, maybe I was a bit too general saying tax evasion wasn't the primary reason. I think the literature, there's a very good book by a sociologist, Brooke Harrington, I think. She writes about, it's called Capital Without Borders, and she writes about the wealth management industry and the clients of the wealth management industry. So apparently there is an industry around managing your assets, but the fees for making use of this service are so high that most of us probably wouldn't be able to pay them. So it's a different world of people, and they get access to certain investment funds also through certain banks in certain financial centers. So we all know the city of London is very specialized in this. Switzerland has been very specialized in this, or the Swiss banking industry. There is also this, for example, getting access to the Chinese economy. That was very regulated in the past. So you had, if you wanted to invest in China, you had to go through some banks in Hong Kong or Singapore in the past. So there are some reasons for holding assets offshore. What I wanted to say, or what I wanted to stress, that in the past, tax evasion almost always occurred as a byproduct, if it was intended or not intended. And now we see that despite this increased transparency, we observe some repatriation of funds to the domestic banks, but it's not a major phenomenon. So what we concluded is that those structures have been put in place. People have their wealth managed in London, Hong Kong, and Zurich, and they will not just bring the money back because of increased transparency, because they still make use of this wealth management industry in those financial centers. Yeah.
Check. Okay, cool. Corruptions and taxes ending up in the pocket of politicians. I mean, this is definitely an argument. I think it's an argument that is especially pernicious when coming from my net worth individuals, because in a lot of the countries where I work, these individuals are either politicians themselves or they are funding the campaigns of the politicians. So, you know, it is a bit of a perverse thing. You know, like, you know, money, wealth always gives you political power. How you use that political power is then up to you. If you have all of that wealth, well, then you might be supporting the campaign of less corrupted politicians, and that could be a good starting point. The second thing is that, you know, it is a very unethical argument because no one else has that choice. You know, a lot of everyone who is in a salaried job has their tax withheld at source. They cannot decide not to pay taxes. You know, you have the luxury to decide not to pay taxes if you derive your income from very specific sources of very specific activity. You're renting out flats, or, you know, you're selling and buying things. Everyone else just buys things and pay consumption taxes, or work for a company and has their taxes withheld at source. So, you know, like, what gives you the power of making that decision where everyone else does not have that power? And then the final thing is that they can afford to make that argument because they do not rely on public services. Like, a lot of corruption exists because public services are very poor, and therefore politicians hold rental power because they can withhold access to things, and then they ask money in exchange for that. If public services worked, then the capacity of asking money to access public services would decrease, and public services to a great extent don't work because there isn't enough tax. So it's a very vicious argument that goes around and around on itself a lot of times.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to... let's go to the audience. I saw already the gentleman in the black T-shirt there.
For a lot of empirical material and some optimism. Giovanni, I was wondering, when you said high-income countries receive a lot more from personal income tax and property tax, and therefore tax the wealthy more, I doubt, right? Because I don't think that higher income tax share and higher property tax share is actually the people we're talking about, the billionaires and the super rich. And I actually have, from everything I know, it just, even in the rich countries, it has not worked empirically, historically, right? Sweden abandoned the wealth tax. Germany abandoned the wealth tax because it was deemed unconstitutional. France abandoned the wealth tax. It never captured much. Spain reinstituted a wealth tax. It does not generate a ton of revenue. So the historical examples are complicated. It is not encouraging. I think for me, the idea to tax volatile wealth, because ultimately we're talking about volatile wealth, it's assets whose value changes every day. So even the proposal to top up the income tax to 2% based on what? A share that fluctuates daily. If that's going to take place, I think most billionaires would take their companies private. They just would. Elon Musk has only one company that is public because he prefers to have them private. So I think that whole approach to tax wealth, while it is in assets, I don't see that working. And for me, the energies should be on inheritance, that like several other activists and economists have proposed. If you want to tax wealth, also from an ethical perspective, it's the transmission. That's where it's easy, because the inheritors want a share. It needs to be legalized. And that's also where it's ethical, because you transmit something where somebody gets something without having generated anything, right? So I'm wondering whether the energy should not go more in this direction.
Thank you so much for a very interesting discussion. I have a question to Patrick, actually. It was interesting what you were presenting, but then from among the structural factors, I really missed anything about illegitimacy of wealth or a component of autocratic regimes or something along the lines of what's the perception of the population, how that wealth was accumulated. And it was an interesting category, the one which had Poland, Hungary, Croatia, Italy together. Spain was a little bit out of that, but the rest, to me, they really belong together in terms of corruption, autocratic wealth accumulation, and so on. So I wonder if you were thinking to integrate this among your structural components.
Okay, so I do research on Ukrainian and Russian businesses, and in those countries there have been successful taxation reforms, and they were successful because they were supported by super rich themselves, who thought that it's better to pay taxes officially than to pay bribes unofficially, so that it's much cheaper. Taking these experiences into the account, the real question would be not how to tax the super rich, but how to make them willing to pay taxes. So do you have any answers how to make super rich willing to pay taxes?
Okay, we'll take them in the order of the panel, and you can answer whatever you like and leave unanswered what is impossible.
Thank you. Thanks also. I mean, that's a very good hint on the sort of perceived corruption or the process of wealth accumulation. Unfortunately, we rely on secondary survey data, and we would have to sift through the questionnaire again to see whether there's any sort of something like a corruption or trust in government, something like that one could include. Maybe that changes something. That's a good idea. With regard to the doubt on the net wealth tax, I'm torn back and forth actually with regard to the arguments. Historically, the interesting thing is that when the income tax was introduced, the argument was the same for the income tax, because income was seen without welfare state provisions. For instance, in the case of sickness or retirement, income was seen as so volatile that the necessary, or not necessary, the natural thing to tax was wealth, because wealth was seen as much more durable than income that was subject to all those fluctuations. So the arguments sort of shift with historical situations and institutional conditions in a way. And Now that doesn't mean that the net wealth tax would solve, or I don't think that the net wealth tax would solve all problems that of wealth inequality that we have. And also I think even if it doesn't do much in terms of redistribution, the question I think is it a way to institute an institutional architecture in society that enables people to be less forced to accumulate privately, or that sort of, relieves them from the necessity to accumulate privately? I think normatively, that's, for me at least, the way I found for the moment to get my head around it.
Yes, I mean, I'm of course less pessimistic on the possibility to tax wealth. I think in a way, I mean, in economic terms, you can always transform a capital income tax into a wealth tax or a notional income tax. That if you have a certain wealth, we assume that you earn at least 3% annual return on that wealth. And based on that, we can say you should at least pay around 30% or whatever is the top marginal tax rate in the economy on this notional income that you would be able to earn with your corporate or financial wealth that you own. And I think the difference between the inheritance, I mean, the fact that inheritance taxes exist shows that the wealth tax can also exist, because what do you do when to charge inheritance tax? You have to value the businesses that the family owns or that get inherited, and there is a long-standing experience of tax auditors of doing that. So even if the company is not at the stock market, even though probably like many big corporations have a strong interest of being at the stock market, so I don't think it's so easy like they all go private. But even if they go private, there is a long-standing experience of valuing companies. And then, of course, you will have some conflict around determining the value. Yeah, is it 1 billion? Is it 800 million? But even if you agree, okay, actually it's just 700 billion and not 700 million and not 1 billion, charging a tax on that is already better than not taxing at all. So I think we shouldn't be so pessimistic on it, and I also don't think we need to convince the billionaires to voluntarily pay tax. I think we should just convince the population that there is an interest or a benefit in making the ultra-rich contribute more to the common good, to the public infrastructure that we can all benefit from, and then implement it. And as you said, mentioned the German example of the wealth tax, there are some estimates from the DIW also that say that estimate that the administrative cost of the German wealth tax was somehow 4 to 8%. So, I mean, it's not nothing, but it also doesn't mean that all the additional revenue that you generate will be depleted just by paying or hiring additional tax auditors. It's a reasonable share of the additional revenue that you will spend on administration.
Okay, so I'd like to touch on a few different things. First, the graph. Sure, I agree that in high-income countries, property taxes and personal income tax does not account for any significant share of what the ultra-rich pays. I think that what the graph wanted to show is that if you look at broad-based consumption taxes such as VAT or proportional taxes such as CAT, then proportional to the size of the economy, low-income countries are doing great. Where they are not doing great is in progressive taxes, right? Personal income tax is progressive everywhere, and property taxes have some element of progressivity in a variety of countries. So even though on paper, the tax system of progressive countries is progressive, once you actually look at how enforcement makes the tax system work, they aren't progressive at all, because the progressive taxes are the ones that perform the worst, and therefore, there is scope to focus on improving the performance of progressive taxes. Also, a lot of the work that we do with our colleagues from revenue administration focuses nowhere near the level of a millionaire. Like $100,000 is pretty much the average across the countries we worked in, where someone is considered to be a high net worth individual. And that makes a lot of sense, given that a lot of the countries we work in have as per capita income about $1,000. Like once you earn 100 times the average per capita income, then it makes sense. And at that level, property taxes and personal income tax matters a lot more. And because of reporting personal income tax there included withholding taxes on dividend, on rent, capital gains taxes, all of that is subsumed under personal income tax for international reporting. I actually have something on the democracy thing, because that's something that I always consider quite interesting. When we look about what countries have been asking for support to either us at the International Center for Tax and Development or at the African Tax Administration Forum to increase a net worth individual, the quality of democracy is not a predictor in any way. Okay? Of the 12 countries that have asked for support, if we look at the Polity 5 kind of quality of democracy, 6 are considered open democracies, 6 are between open and closed democracies, so what we call illiberal democracies in general. So at least in low-income countries, the revenue pressure and the international context they interact in is a much stronger predictor of an interest to at least consider that. And whether you do it or not is a different question. On taxes better than bribe, I have heard that before. And I agree that we should not try to convince people to pay their taxes, but at the same time, what we always suggest is to, especially with a net worth individual, is to start with cooperative compliance, because these people can hire the best auditor and the best lawyer in the country and then can bring the revenue authorities to court forever and ever and never pay anything. The couple of things that have somehow shown some promise are quite funny. One is to have Taxpayer Appreciation Day, where the president and the prime minister and whoever else does a public tax declaration, okay, in front of everybody, signs it, submits it to the revenue authorities, and it shows that they can lead the way. And that has some kind of impact then of everybody else's, because, if the president does it, then I have to do it too. And the other thing is something that actually was starting to come out from Colombia about, I think, 10, 12 years ago, and is earmarking some of the revenue from the top marginal rate or from wealth taxes towards particular services that are of interest to a net worth individual. Now, I think there are ethical problems there that one can consider, but that could be a way, right? You can pay for security, you can pay for internet, for electricity, for the kind of things they would have to pay for themselves privately. Start there, catch them in the tax net, and then eventually forget about it.
Okay, so plenty of provocation there, I think. We have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Yeah. And anyone else that I'd kind of like to know now? Yeah.
Hi. Giovanni's last remark made me think that it would be interesting to know, not only in Africa, but also in the European Union, and maybe in other parts of the developed world, is there a correlation between democracies' various levels and tax systems, since it would rather correlate with the topic of our conference? If you can make some remarks on that. I can only say, for the example of Hungary, I do not consider it to be a normally democratic country anymore. And our tax system is rather perverse. And it's been that way sneakily transformed during the past 15 years. And I try to perceive what is the average standard in developed countries, since I used to work in the OECD. And I see that this type of sneaking reversal of normal functioning of democracies is taking place in many countries. We are seeing very blunt examples in the United States now. And that makes me make a comment that I do not agree with not persuading the rich. Maybe you're correct, we should not persuade them, we should oblige them by law and enforce these laws so that they can participate. I can only say that the enlightened part of the rich, like Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, every now and then communicate that they would be ready to pay more taxes should the state demand it. I would like to see more of these people come out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed all the three presentations, and I'm not an economist at all, so I have a very general and naive question. But my understanding is that one of the obstacles that doesn't allow us to effectively tax the rich, the super rich, is that countries compete for their investment, right? So they have an incentive to not tax them, right? So what do we do about that? Thank you.
So 2 minutes each. Feel welcome also if there's any other final comment that really needs to get out there to add that on. And maybe we start with Giovanni this time and we'll go in reverse order.
I'll start from the last one. Okay, I think that there is undoubtedly tax competition, and I think that some of the work that the OECD has been doing for global minimum tax, or the proposal of the Brazilian G20 and Gabriel Zucman last year, was to try and create a level playing field across the globe. Now, that is clearly the way of conceiving it. How you then distribute that revenue is the problem, right? Like, to a great extent, the hope of a lot of low-income countries right now is the United Nations Tax Convention. It's the whole process that's taking place at the United Nations, which is hoped to derive to some sort of rule of agreement that can lead the way for something that will eliminate the incentive to compete over tax rule. The OECD has been trying for a long time, but the OECD is not really seeing as a very democratic space by low-income countries. They didn't have enough of a voice to feel like they were driving that conversation. So that's where the hope lies. On the need of looking at democracy and taxation, I think that's interesting. I am a development economist. I look at low-income countries, so I will let the others speak on that. My final remark would be that it doesn't matter if you are in a high or in a low-income countries. There are a lot of things that people can actually do tomorrow to start making high net worth individual pay more taxes. The political will from the center to make that happen is what really is key, more than any other technical complexity. And the role of places such as this and civil society is to master that political will.
Yes, the question of investment is indeed the typical question, and good question, because it's always raised by the business lobbies in the sense, if you tax us, we will not invest. But I think there's of course, we cannot, in the sense, take away the investment incentive by capturing all the money a capitalist can earn on its investment. But the special thing on corporate tax is you pay it only when you make a profit. If you don't make a profit, there is no corporate tax to pay. And even you can accumulate losses for the next year and the years after, where you also will not be paying corporate tax. So corporate tax only applies when you make profits, and this is what investors are interested in. And as long as they can make profits, they will invest. So I think we shouldn't be too scared by this argument because we have seen 3 decades, I think, of trickle-down economics, where the richest or business lobbies make us believe if they get richer and richer, some income will trickle down to the rest of the society. And we have come to Europe of economic stagnation, basically. So I think there is an argument for changing the recipes that we have been applying for 3 decades. And let's maybe try something else.
Thanks. Maybe I can add to Sarah's last remark, because I mean the investment argument, I mean, it's often formulated, but what it really does is it reduces the contribution of the business owners and the rich to sort of to the common good, to them providing jobs. And it would be interesting to see sort of how that discourse has historically actually evolved, and when sort of that economization of the notion of what's a contribution to the common good, a valuable contribution, has happened. I mean, my suspicion would be it must have been somewhere in the 80s, but I think that's asking too little of them. I think we should be asking more of them. We should ask them to make, you know, non-economic contributions to the common good, and we have to sort of enforce these contributions. And with regard to, I mean, that maybe also relates to tax morale, or to the willingness, or should we oblige them? Should they be more willing? I mean, we know in general that tax morale is higher in countries where there is a strong quality of public services and where quality of government is strong. So I mean, that's how the Scandinavian countries maintain their high tax equilibrium, basically. So, but if you level high taxes and the service you get is Deutsche Bahn, then of course you're in trouble. So in a sense, I think you know, improving public provision and maintaining an adequate funding base or revenue base for that somehow go hand in hand, and we have to find a way into a stable sort of equilibrium where we have both of them in good shape, actually.
Well, I want to thank the panel. It was really stimulating, and I think we've got a surprising, I thought we'd be very obstacle focused, but I think we got quite a lot of really good answers to both how and why to tax the rich, the super rich, and the billionaires. So please give them an applause.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to say thanks to all of our fabulous panelists throughout the day. Thank you all to the audience as well for all your thought-provoking questions. We're going to meet now at 6 o'clock at OSHA, which is just round the corner. If you'd like to walk there with us, we'll be leaving from the registration desk at 5:40. If you need to know how to get out, you just leave the building here on the right, turn right again, and it's just number 32 on Aran János utca. I've sent you all a map, but we'll be going together at 17:40 if you'd like. Thank you very much.